All right, everybody, smash the like button, do the thing, get ready for it. We're on our way, incoming, and we're off. Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McKerracher. Nance is technically here in the background somewhere, but he's doing chores, getting ready to come to me in Boise from Phoenix so that the two of us can go to Europe, where we will be for the next month. If you're interested in that, look at theoryunderground.com/EU-tour-2024. And I think there will probably be a link in the description to that end. And you better register for events if you want to be there because they're filling up fast. With that said, welcome Matthew, Alan McManus, and Spencer Leonard. How are you both doing today? Yeah, man. So is it finals? Yeah, but right now it's a little dicey. Okay, how about you, Spencer? Yeah, got to keep it simple. Yeah, I like to think that the conscious is lagging behind the unconscious a lot of the time. And so the real points that got across won't dawn on them for a year and then they'll think it's their own idea, but all right, everybody. So what this is it does, right? Yeah. Mhm. And that's why, oh shit.
Did we lose Matt?
No, guys, I
I'm
was
here.
I was boomering out really hard. Apparently, nobody could hear the uh damn, guys, I was boomering out super hard. No offense to real boomers, but that was a big fuck up on my side. So people heard me, but they couldn't hear Spencer or Matthew, and so it's just me talking to myself, and you guys kind of like moving your mouths. But um,
That's all right. Let's go. Let's move on.
yeah, let's
Yeah,
move it
that's
along.
fine.
So all we talked about was students, guys. We talked about students. We talked about grading papers. All right, but with all that said, why are
Exciting
we
stuff,
here?
right?
Yeah, we're here for a contradiction conversation, which is supposed to be a new genre of content, which is to say, the only winners of these kinds of conversations are going to be the people who don't have strong positions and are just thinking for themselves. We're not trying to appeal to whatever kinds of followings you've amassed yourselves, at least not the true and like hard, like in your camp kind of people, whatever. If you have those or not, it doesn't matter because today there's a bunch of people who are open books, so to speak. And um, I wanted to start by describing what I took to be the situation, which was I had Matt McManus on to talk about Nietzsche, Heidegger, reading philosophers politically, basically. And I think the reason I initially wanted to do that conversation, Matt, was because when I first caught a glimmer of your work, I was like, interesting, because that's kind of my approach to Heidegger. After reading Tut, I was like, oh, so that's also a Nietzsche thing. Except that for me, I think the big difference between myself and Tut, maybe yourself as well, I haven't read enough of you yet, but I'm working on it, is that I often think that that's why these thinkers are valuable, is because they don't hold certain commitments, and not holding certain commitments or operating assumptions gives them the ability to see and think about things that would otherwise be lost on me. And so, I like it in that sort of basic, sort of liberal, like maybe I'm too open-minded kind of sense. I want to be able to take on more perspectives and what have you. And that was a great conversation, I thought. We will do a little introduction thing. You'll each get to say a couple things about your work and everything in a second. But I want to set this up really quick to say, I thought that was an awesome conversation. Spencer has a problem, and it's called, when he's supposed to be doing anthology work for Platypus, he's productively procrastinating by watching us, right? And it's a problem I think that most academics, at least the ones who get on YouTube at all, share, which is like, you're supposed to be doing this thing, but you're getting your enjoyment, from the YouTube thing. And so then he's in there kind of arguing, but I wasn't really following along with it too much. And then people were like, you should bring Spencer on. And I was feeling super energized because I always feel really hyped on these kinds of conversations. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not going to go to bed anytime soon. Let's do it. And so I messaged him and brought him on. And I didn't realize he was going to disagree with you pretty strongly on some things. And I'll let you kind of both speak for your own selves and your positions. But I also understand you're both coming from the Platypus convention that just happened at the beginning of the month, and that Spencer interviewed you. And so the two of you have already been talking, but my audience hasn't gotten to hear it yet. And so I'm curious about how that conversation went, and then what you both think your points of agreement and disagreement are going to be in this conversation. Let's start with Matt.
Sure. Well, I had a good time in Chicago. It was a really fucking long, busy day. I'm not going to lie about that, because I presented at Midwest Political Science Association, and then I went and got interviewed by Spencer, and then there was a big 4-hour panel. So by the end of it, needless to say, I needed a drink. But a lot of what we talked about had more to do with my work on things like liberal socialism and its relationship to Marxism, which is an important topic that we can discuss. What we're here to talk about today is something more I suppose, interesting in some ways than my own thoughts about liberal socialism, and that's Nietzsche, right? And the reason for this conversation is Spencer and I have long disagreed about the role that Nietzsche should play in a constructive left-wing critical theory or left-wing philosophy. I think that there is a place for Nietzsche on the left, in the constructive sense that we can appropriate many of his ideas and put them to useful tasks, or ask more engaging kinds of problems, or ask me engaging kinds of questions through thinking through his work. But I do think ultimately that Nietzsche is fundamentally a reactionary thinker. Indeed, in my book, The Political Right and Inequality, I characterize Nietzsche as the greatest reactionary thinker of all time. And Spencer disagrees, or at least typically does, with that characterization. Spencer has some good reasons for that, so I'll let him talk and then we can get into it.
Yes, you guys can hear me. Yeah, the interview that I did of Matt at the Platypus convention was about Matt's work. I hope that we stayed focused on that. So it wasn't really about some sort of debate. Of course, I tried to draw out some of the implications of his work on liberal socialism, but yeah, this is a different conversation. And it's I guess interesting, as Matt puts it. It's I hope that some of the stakes can come out, because obviously it's not about Nietzsche per se. I mean, we can talk about Nietzsche. Obviously, we will talk about Nietzsche, but it's really an ethic of how to think and read. And I think underlying it is a question of how we understand history, and how we understand the history of the present. So how do we think about our relationship to history? And I think that troubles some of these categories of left and right, even liberal and socialist. And I'd like to, at least suggest some of the ways that I think that that's the case.
And then, so that's where you would both disagree strongest. I think it's probably where we will spend a lot of the time in this conversation. But first, I also want to check. So, Spencer, when it comes to Matt's, what he calls liberal socialism, do you pretty much just agree with that position? Or is there some nuance that or disagreement that you bring to that?
I don't agree. It really has to do with like the way that we understand history. I think that, you know, I don't think that liberalism is like a thought among many, like it's like a school of thought. I also, I don't agree with a kind of disembodied, I know Matt will disagree with this, but it goes beyond like what I think most, at least young leftists call materialism, which is I don't agree about how liberalism is a part of history. You know, I would say that liberalism is constitutive of our, it's the conscious expression of our social relations. It's what Marx called bourgeois ideology. It's the form of it's the freedom thought, the freedom thinking that arose with bourgeois society, and that, of course, struggled to bring bourgeois society fully into existence, because bourgeois society couldn't be brought into existence except as a conscious project. It demanded, conscious clarification and ultimately political revolution. So that to me is like, when we're talking about liberalism, we're talking about the legacy of the Enlightenment, right? We're talking about the legacy of the thinkers who thought through the emergence of the form of social relations that we have. This, by the way, has all sorts of implications for what your last contradiction conversation was talking about in terms of how to think about Christianity, how to think about the history of civilization, where do we stand in the history of civilization. Ultimately, it's a question of how you understand history in the broadest possible terms. So to me, socialism doesn't have to be liberal, right? It just is liberal. It is engaged with the thinking of our society, and of course, it struggles for liberalism. The other thing I would say is that liberalism is not the same thing as democracy, and there's a big, pardon my saying so, Maoist conflation of democratic rights with liberalism, right? Democracy, for me, and this is just a historical Marxist position, is the political expression of the crisis of liberalism. It's the form of politics and ultimately the form of state that is expressive of the crisis of our bourgeois social relations, of the self-contradiction of the commodity form of labor. So you were talking earlier in the stream, Dave, about your love of capital, of Marx's Das Kapital. I would say that's an analysis of democracy, right? What Marx is talking about there is the social crisis that gives rise to the necessity of democracy and the imperialist state. That's the political, if you will, efflux of the crisis of the commodity form of freedom, or the self-contradiction of that form of freedom. So just throwing a lot of things out there, but
yeah,
that has ultimately that's a story about what is early modernity, what is the Enlightenment, what is bourgeois revolution, what is 1848, what is Marx's moment, right? What is its aftermath, what is Marxism, and ultimately what is the 20th century and where we are, right? So I would say that we disagree on the way to think about these things. And to me, like Adam Smith or liberalism is just where all socialists begin. It's Adam Smith is the socialist thinker, or the Enlightenment is the thought of socialism. It's the thought of cooperation, peace, of of cosmopolitanism, right? All of the dreams of socialism are coming out of the Enlightenment, and socialism is an expression, a symptomatic expression of the crisis of that in what Marx calls capital.
So liberalism is not the same thing as democracy. The bourgeois revolution is not necessarily the same thing as either liberalism or democracy, and modernity is kind of its own thing as well. But all of these are
the bourgeois revolution. The bourgeois revolution is of course driven by liberalism, right? Which is why the bourgeois revolutions are not democratic.
But you
right?
don't.
They're not fundamental.
But you don't see liberalism as an ideology or a set of ideas so much as you see it as just the material fundamental reality of capitalism. This is your materialist, like it's a value form. Really, the relations and the ideas are just reflecting the value form. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that that liberalism is, if you will, the expression of our social relations. They are the expression of the relations of production. That right. We are commodities, we own ourselves, we have rights. Those are enumerated, of course, politically. I completely agree with Matt that those, what we think about as liberal rights are absolutely crucial. That's at the heart of Marxism. Marx, Engels in the First International, later Marxists, they all say, look, democracy is, that's fine. But don't sacrifice one of your rights for it, right? So that's, very famously Marx and Engels's, commentary or criticism of the Lassalleans is that he's willing to make peace with the authoritarian Prussian state and thus a limitation on the right to speech, to assemble, to due process of law, etc., all of which are essential for the self-organization of the working class, for the right to vote, for universal suffrage, right? And obviously none of those rights can be sacrificed at all. I mean, they are in crisis in capitalism, but the working class has to struggle for those liberal rights. So I would say that the struggle for socialism this is dependent upon liberal rights and is an assertion of liberal rights, and is a project of the bourgeoisification of the working class. That's what it's about.
All right, so that's a good setup for you then, and then we'll. I'm very interested to hear how Matt, how is your position here developed, kind of in reference to this sort of response, and then also maybe share with people a little bit about your work, your books, your background. We'll bring in the introductions a little bit late here into the conversation, but it is important because most of my audience hasn't seen you guys yet, and so yeah, let's and we'll do the same thing with Spencer.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. And again, thanks a lot for having me on. So most of what we were talking about is from my forthcoming book, The Political Theory of Liberal Socialism. Don't look it up yet because there's not a webpage, but the should be up in a couple of weeks. If you're interested, you can check out my article for Aeon, excuse me, which kind of goes through some of the basics. But long story short, the argument that I put forward is that there is such a thing as a liberal socialist political theory. It has its roots in the writings of people like Thomas Paine and Mary Wollstonecraft. It really matures in the writings of people like John Stuart Mill, and then, Carlo Rosselli, Norberto Bobbio, a few others, John Maynard Keynes. And then I argue, ultimately, the most attractive form of liberal socialism would be some combination of Rawlsian normative theory with a kind of Marxist critique of power. That's just putting the book, very schematically. But to Spencer's points, first off, I want to say that I'm very happy to hear that he agrees that there's a kind of elective affinity between liberalism and socialism, or even that socialism is just intrinsically liberal in its orientation. Because the great liberal socialist, and anti-fascist. I mean, he died fighting the Spanish fascist, Carlo Rosselli, once just said, exactly that. Socialism is just the extension of the liberal principle of liberty into the economy with the goal of securing liberty for the poor or the working classes. And it's a definition of liberal socialism that I really like and I really appreciate. So to the kind of broader point about how this differs from what I might call an orthodox Marxist point of view, there are three things that I want to say. First off, Spencer is undoubtedly right, that if you take the view that ideologies or political ideologies or ideational content is just the expression of certain underpinning material conditions, then obviously there's going to be a problem in arguing that there can be a kind of independent liberal socialist political theory because you contend that, well, liberalism is just the ideological expression of capitalism in a lot of different ways. But, against that, I would just say that I do not think that that's actually an appropriate way to understand political ideologies. And here I'm just not an orthodox Marxist. We can get into that if you want. And I'd like to point out that Marx and Engels weren't orthodox Marxist either, right? If you read the German ideology or the contribution to the critique of political economy in a kind of crude way, you might come away with the idea that political ideologies or political ideas are just superstructural, not really all that important. Obviously, a lot of people have made that claim. But Engels, in a late letter that he wrote, I think it was in the 1890s, used to say, look, we were never of the view that ideologies or ideas just don't matter, that everything is about material forces. We just felt compelled to emphasize or foreground the importance of material forces against those who tried to deny their significance. So they kind of overstated the point a little bit for polemical purposes, which I should add, I think is entirely appropriate, circa the 19th century. The second thing that I'd like to say is that from a dialectical or historical point, and this is what I pointed out in my earlier conversation with Spencer, I think there are good reasons to assume that Marx would have been critical of liberal socialism, yes, but sympathetic to other aspects of it. So the primary piece that I rely upon here is the critique of the Gotha program. And if people want a really good close reading of this text in terms of its relationship with liberalism, they can look at my friend Igor Shukatbrod's revisiting Karl Marx's critique of liberalism. But basically what you see in the critique of the Gotha program is a critique of the utopian socialist impulse to suggest that post-revolution there's going to be a radical or millenarian change from the earlier mode of production and the earlier kind of society, which you still sometimes see in left circles, right? This idea that after the revolution, everything is going to be different. What Marx said was, no, actually, in a socialist future, we're very much going to see a continuation of many of the old institutions and the old ways of doing things, because any society that we create that is post-capitalist is going to be, in his terminology, stamped by many of the features of the old society. And he even makes a very interesting normative point on this, where he says, right can only be as high as the mode of production at any given time. And so this idea that you can transition from liberal right to communist right, let's call it that, is just, again, utopian fantasy. There's going to have to be a very long transitional phase, which he never really talked about at great length, but I think this is the right way to understand it. So on that basis, I would argue that you can make an unorthodox, admittedly, Marxist argument for a kind of liberal socialism, claiming that what we're trying to do here is retain certain core principles of liberal right that are valuable for all the reasons that Spencer expressed in a transition to socialism, while at the same time radicalizing liberal principles about things like liberty and equality through their extension to the economy, which I suppose brings me to my last point, where I differ with Spencer, perhaps to a certain degree, which is I'm very comfortable with what we might call normative theorizing, right? Putting forward moral arguments for my position, which is expressed in the very title of my book, The Political Theory of Liberal Socialism. Now, a lot of Marxists are understandably quite critical of normative theorizing, saying things like, look, what we should be doing instead is dialectically analyzing the social form and the social totality as it exists right now, and demonstrating the way that certain contradictions emerge within it, and seizing political opportunities from an interpretation of those tensions and contradictions. And I want to be clear that I think that it's an extremely valuable theoretical enterprise, one that liberal socialists haven't done enough of. But I also think that there is something valuable in making moral arguments and developing programs for the future, so long as we are sensitive to material realities on the ground. Marx once had a disdainful kind of characterization of this, where he said, socialists who like to do this are essentially coming up with recipe books for the cook shops of the future. And certainly there are various forms of utopian socialism that I'd say fall into this paradigm. But the form of liberal socialism that I'm trying to argue for in my book is intended to take seriously the Marxist critique of power and still put forward what looks like a realistic alternative to the status quo that is dialectical in its sensitivities, in the sense of acknowledging that, and again, any transition from liberalism is going to require, any transition from capitalism is going to require that we carry a lot of liberalism along with it. So that's the main argument I'd say I put forward for liberal socialism in 3 prongs.
Thank you. Yeah. Anything else that you want to say about the genesis of your work, or why or how you got involved in the left, or why it matters to you, just in terms of where you're coming from?
Well, it's a really cliche story, right? I'm a millennial. So the 2 things that were probably the most important for me were the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? That really radicalized me early on. And then there was a Great Recession, that happened around 2008. I was dirt poor for a while. Every friend I had knew was dirt poor. And, I didn't really have a way of thinking through that constructively at the time. I think it was only 19 or 20 or whatever it happens to be when the session happened. But it did start to instill me, shall we say, with a kind of natal anti-capitalism. So that by the time I eventually got around to reading people like Marx, reading people like Adorno, reading people like Zizek, who was a big formative influence on me, a lot of it just clicked and made sense to me in a way that it probably wouldn't have had I not gone through these kinds of experiences. So I think those are the 2 single biggest, life events or world events that encouraged me to transition to the left. And I guess if you want a third one, it was just reading a lot of critical theory, right? I was interested in this material. I thought it was really interesting. And I read a lot of it and I became convinced by it. Simple as that.
Wonderful. And Spencer, I'm sure you've got things you would like to say after all of that, but also in doing so, if you could say a little bit about your own background, the bit about maybe how you met
Sure.
Cutrone and have been instrumental in Platypus, and even what that is for people, that would be great. Because just quick
Sure.
aside, I am assuming like a non-leftist audience here. Like, I know there's a lot of you here, maybe even a majority, but it's not all. And a lot of you come here for all kinds of other stuff that I'm doing that ain't that. So yeah.
Yeah, so I am a full generation older than Matt. I, from what he said, I guess he was born in the late 80s.
1988, baby.
Right. So 1989, I went to college. And I'm not like Chris. I wasn't like a leftist, right? I wanted to be a scholar, and I thought that being a scholar might open the way to being an intellectual. One of the things that one of the stakes of Nietzsche is about that, right? It is about the crisis of the intellectual life. My formative influences, or my mentors, I was very scholarly. I like to learn languages. I like to learn exotic histories. That's a side of me that will never find expression on a podcast. So I'm a scholar of South Asia and of South Asian languages. That's what my PhD is in, is South Asian languages and civilizations, with a double PhD in history. My mentors were people like Richard Rorty, Jürgen Habermas. These are the people that I studied with in the 90s. And then when I went to graduate school, Moishe Pistone. And it was in the late 1990s, studying Marx in the Frankfurt School, that I met Chris. And he and I immediately hit it off, and had a few very productive years, I would say, of intensive dialogue with Moishe. Our relationship with Moishe began to sour when we formed Platypus. Platypus, I guess what I'll say is, like my role in Platypus, and that has to do, in a way with, why I have opinions about Nietzsche. I have opinions about Nietzsche because I I love powerful books and ideas, and I think they have to be grappled with, and I think Nietzsche's on that list. But I haven't, unlike Matt, I haven't published on Nietzsche, and I may never publish on Nietzsche. My students have, right? So there are essays that people can find by my friends and students: Sunit Singh, Jamie Kiesling, Ethan Linehan, all of whom in different ways have written about Nietzsche, Nietzsche and Marx, Nietzsche and the Frankfurt School. And they express, I think, an entirely different, and I want to get to this, but maybe not just now, an entirely different approach to the question that's rooted in an ignored lineage or trajectory of thinkers, what I would term the dialectical tradition, that doesn't arise, that doesn't begin with fascism, that doesn't begin with Heidegger as the first reader of Nietzsche or the first reader of Note, or that doesn't, focus on Kaufmann, and that certainly doesn't take, the post-war Lukács, or God help us, Domenico Lasordo, as any kind of last word on Nietzsche. About the points that Matt raised, the notion that ideologies express underlying social conditions has got nothing to do with Marxism. That's just straight liberalism. Liberalism is self-consciously the thought of commercial society. It's not that that this comes from somewhere else, right? The idea that forms of subjectivity are related to forms of social practice is an originary insight, especially of the High Enlightenment. So arising in figures like Rousseau, very clearly expressed in something like the Discourse on the Origin of Inequality, taken up by a figure like Adam Smith. Adam Smith, who has arguments about like effectively modes of production when you read the Theories of Jurisprudence, Kant, and Hegel, right? These are people who understand philosophy, in Hegel's immortal phrase, as the self-consciousness of their time in thought. And they mean their time in the fullest possible sense of the practices of society as a whole, both individuals relating to other individuals, individuals relating to themselves, society relating to nature, etc. So I wouldn't say that I'm making some kind of like special Marxist argument when I say that bourgeois thought is the self-consciousness of the emergence of bourgeois society. That is the thought of the Enlightenment, right? So that's what distinguishes modern philosophy, right? Is its historical self-awareness. As for the Marx and the critique of the Gotha program, or the larger issue, what I would say about what's really at issue with Matt's notion of liberal socialism is his embrace of a certain trajectory of revisionism, right? And he's honest about this, and I appreciate that.
Could you elaborate a little bit on what revisionism is for you? Because I kind of take on that position as an identity almost, because I've been called it enough times that I'm just like, fine. But what is it to you, and why does it matter?
You're a revisionist too, Dave, but less self-conscious than Matt. Matt embraces the notion, the argument of Edward Bernstein, which, after all, has had a lot more, in some sense, and if you will, in a kind of exoteric sense, a lot more purchase in the world, which is the notion that Marx's ideas are good for his time. And in order to be true to Marx, we have to revise him, right? That's the idea. That's Bernstein's idea, and he makes that into it, and that has consequences for the strategy and tactics for socialism. In particular, for Bernstein, the question of socialist revolution what had to be revised, right? That the goal of revolution was nothing to him, right? The process
To
was
Bernstein.
everything. That's Edward Bernstein, right? He was an immense socialist thinker, right?
Right.
It's a absolutely legitimate position for Matt to espouse, but it does mean that he doesn't view Marx and Marxism the way I do, right? And I would just say that the sort of the second order, I mean, Matt would focus on John Rawls as a inspiration, but I think the real question is, how does he think about Ralph Miliband? How does I'm glad that you're loved there, Dave. May we all be.
Spencer said that he's glad that I'm loved. Yeah, I'm doing a little fake beer and cigarette break, but I've been streaming since like 5 a.m. So yeah, man, this is my little break. But thank you.
I hope you're not wearing diapers. I hope you've been able to take bathroom breaks.
I have. Yeah, I have it. My office chair is actually a toilet. It works out great,
So, just on the issue of the critique of the Gotha program, right? What's going to persist? When Marx talks about the persistence of bourgeois right? What persist after what? Persist after socialist revolution, right? Persist after the seizure of state power, right? That's the issue, right? The issue, in other words, is the relationship of a political strategy to the transformation of society. And Marx is saying that the goal of socialism, the goal of the socialist workers' movement, is the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat, right? That's the limited goal of the various political formations, whether they're workers' councils, whether they're unions, whether they're socialist parties, right? Whatever political forms the socialist revolution may take place through, and of course those are different and have different roles in a political revolution. The transformation of society will only begin after that political project has taken place, right? That the actual transformation of our social relations, of the bourgeois social relations that we have, whereby we sell our labor to live, whereby we are commodities that sell our labor. That form of society, that underlying basis of our social cooperation, which is in crisis, can only be overcome after having established political conditions, namely that the working class is in power in the sense of having seized state power and replaced the agencies of coercion of the state with the working class, right? So rather than the police and the military, those forms would emerge out of the working class, whose political practice over decades would have prepared it to undertake that kind of responsibility, right? So that's what I would say is that what Marx is saying is, and of course it's a basic point, the working class seizing power isn't socialism. It doesn't create a free state, right? So it's an anti-Lassallean, anti-statist point, but it also isn't the achievement of socialism in the sense that you can just declare the state over, And like the anarchists want to just abolish the state, because the state is an expression. It's not only that our thought is an expression of our social relations and our social practices. The state, for Marx, is an expression of the self-contradiction of capital, right? That's what Bonapartism is, right? That's why we have cops. That's why we have armies. That's why we're in, there's a perpetual war in capital, right? Is that this is the way that, in the absence of the socialist workers movement achieving the dictatorship of the proletariat, which would, of course, have to deal with the self-contradiction of our social freedom. This is the way that self-contradiction of that social freedom is managed in the meantime. And so I'm holding up a completely, in a sense, utopian, in the sense of nobody thinks it's possible, right, memory of a project of socialism associated with Marxism, associated with orthodox Marxism, associated with revolutionary Marxism. Because I think that project, even if that project is impossible in the present, and I heard your comments about, social conditions are different and the PMC is closer to the levers of power and all of this, I would say that the failure of socialism, not as an idea, not as like a philosophical debate that failed, but as a failure in real history, right? As a failure that's happening all around us, and that's a material fact, a failure of socialist revolution that's in this pencil, right? That phenomenon is not going away, right? There's a reason why we're haunted by Marxism, right? And that we don't just move on, because it's a debunked, it's an exploded, it's a historically discarded ideology, except for the fact that we keep turning to it. And you have to ask yourself, why? What are the real reasons for that? Is that just a failure of imagination, or is there an actual historical fact in ourselves, in our society, in a newborn baby, and in this, and in the layout of our cities, that expresses the failure of a historical project? So that, I think, also addresses what I would say to Matt about normative theorizing, right? I think that normative theorizing depends upon a conception of history, whereas I would say that that history, and specifically the history of Marxism, weighs upon the living like a nightmare, right? That it is with us, and we're not simply in a position to, in a presentist and a historical way, theorize normatively, but rather we're tasked to work through the regression and catastrophe of the 20th century.
Okay, I think that's a really good setup here for all of my questions that I'll have related to reading and how we're reading and blah, blah, blah. But before I ask those, let's let Matt respond.
Sure, thanks. Well, I wanted to say three key things, right? So the first one is I certainly don't think we should be discarding Marx. In fact, my livelihood in part depends on us not discarding Marx. With Marion Trail and Ben Burgess, we have an essay collection coming out soon, Flowers for Marx, which kind of makes the case for its enduring relevance on the 21st century. So just to anyone listening, I'm certainly not anti-Marx in any way, shape, or form. Spencer is right, though, in the sense that I'm a revisionist, in the sense that I think to be a proper historical materialist, one always needs to be cognizant of the material realities on the ground, right? What is valuable about Marx's method is not how it presents us with a kind of trans-historical analytic of power or even of capital, right? But instead offers us a method to pierce through the various ideological forms of reification that are present at any given time, to understand the inner operations of the social totality and how it instantiates various forms of domination. And I think to be true to that method, we need to update our account of capital and the social totality for whatever kind of period we happen to be living in. And I think there's some great Marxist theorists that are doing that right now, right? I mentioned Soren Mao in Chicago, and I'll do that again. I think his work, Mute Compulsion, is really fantastic as a kind of 21st century Marxist theory that is true to the spirit, while not necessarily being beholden to a 19th century historical framework. Now, how that relates back to liberal socialism, which is my second point, is that I certainly do not think that any consistent liberal socialism purely needs to be committed to a conventional or parliamentary route to power, right? One of the things that I continuously foreground is that liberalism itself has a revolutionary history that it is very, very much tried to forget, right? This is a point that I bring up from drawing upon Samuel Moyn, right? So Samuel Moyn has a very good book that came out not too long ago called The Liberalism Against Itself, where he points out that throughout the 20th century, many liberal thinkers internalized a lot of conservative authors and their points about the need for order, regularity, a lack of utopian ambition, and he kind of recharacterized liberal tradition as fundamentally being about very similar kinds of things to what conservatives have always argued for. And Moyn points out that, of course, liberalism came into the world as a fighting and indeed revolutionary creed, right? That Marx very much understood, right? It brought about a fundamental transformation in society. It committed society in a way that had never been seen before to liberty, equality, and solidarity or fraternity. But the revolution, in many senses, was incomplete, precisely because very few liberals, with a few exceptions that I talk about in my book, in the 18th century, were cognizant of the importance of challenging economic forms of power, the way that many liberals, or almost every liberal, was cognizant in the 18th century about the necessity of challenging political forms of power, namely the aristocracy. So what I would argue, right, is that what liberalism needs to do to make itself relevant in the 21st century is to complete this ambition of trying to achieve a society committed to liberty, equality, and fraternity for all. God, I want a cigarette because of the two of you right now. Soon. Where was I? Yes, complete the project of securing a society committed to liberty, equality, and fraternity for all, precisely through extending liberal principles to the economy where they have not been extended historically. And I think there's a lot of great work being done by liberal and liberal socialist political theorists and activists right now, precisely to think through how it is that we could complete the revolutionary project of liberalism by engaging in this kinds of extension and challenging forms of economic domination. Just one person that comes immediately to mind is Elizabeth Anderson, also at the University of Michigan, who wrote a great book recently, Private Government, where she talks about how most Americans would not tolerate the kind of things that you experience in the workplace if the government was to carry them out. Say things like, bathroom breaks requiring you to wear a uniform. If anything, they would have a revolution. But she says there's something extremely odd about the fact that Americans will be liberals in relation to their government and demand rights, political participation, certain kinds of agency in relation to government, but they want to demand those in relationship to economic firms, where we actually spend a lot more of our time. So that's my second point. And then the third point that I want to make, which I suppose brings us back to Nietzsche, is again, I do to a certain extent reject Spencer's characterization of liberalism as purely an expression of changes in the economic mode of production. This is where I don't really empathize with economic reductionism. If anything, my understanding of liberalism owes quite a bit more to Nietzsche in a positive sense. Because one of the things that Nietzsche points out is that liberalism, socialism, and the commitment to democracy all share a deep spiritual core in terms of their commitment to human equality and the importance of human equality. And it's precisely this core commitment to equality that makes Nietzsche so insistent that we need to reject liberalism, socialism, and democracy, and indeed their predecessors like Christianity, and go in many ways back to a more aristocratic way of organizing society that I think is necessary to confront the nihilism of the time. And I think once you take this Nietzschean read on history and you realize this deep affinity between liberalism, socialism, and democracy, you realize in a way that I think is quite important how all these doctrines are very, very contrary to the way that the political right wants to organize society. Because liberals, socialists, Democrats, at their core believe that people are moral equals and that moral equals should live in a society that's characterized by liberty, equality, and fraternity for all. Whereas the political right is committed to this idea qua Nietzsche, that there are recognizably superior people in society, and that it's better off for society to be a hierarchy where the recognizably superior people, whoever they are, wield enormous amounts of power over everyone else. And I would hope that all of us, liberals, socialists, and Democrats, would reject that. And given the ascendancy of the right now, I think it's more important than ever that we foreground the things that bind us together rather than the very serious, but I say less serious differences that often drive us apart.
All right. I have to, okay, if you want to smoke a cigarette, Matt, now would be a good time. You know, you can go for it. Everyone gets a turn.
I need to go all the way down my elevator and outside, so I'll be back in fucking like half an hour.
Oh man,
and if I'm going all the way down there, it would need to be 2 cigarettes at the very least to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, not yet then. Well, okay, this is great. We've got a lot.
Luckily, my office is on the ground floor.
Good, yeah. Well, we've got not mine. I had to go all the way down there, but you know, it worked out. So, all right, my big question then for you, Spencer. I'll have one for Matt, but my big one for you, Spencer, is why you taking all of these shots at Lizardo when last time you were on, you said you hadn't read his like 800-page work on Nietzsche, the aristocratic rebel. Like that's a pretty important document when it comes to making sense of his politics, which, you know, as Matt characterized, are reactionary. And for me, reactionary is not the most meaningful term anymore. Being commonsensical in a million different ways today can get you called that. So it's a term people throw around. But when it comes to Nietzsche, like the way I say it in the afterword of my book was, he's not our friend if we're workers, because from his standpoint, he would be happy for us to stay as workers. He's actually freaked out by the idea that workers might get a taste of free time and want it. And for me, that's a goal. And I have had a taste of it and I do want more of it. And so, you know, it's like, oh, he's kind of an enemy in that sense, but he's also, I agree, like an inspiration in a sort of sense. Like he's also a fantastic writer. And there's a sort of debt I do have to him. I know that Matt doesn't like the critique from the standpoint of ressentiment. I get a lot of mileage from that, but you know, I'm open to that conversation. But what Lizardo did for me, and I get it, you call him a Stalinist and all this other stuff, but it's like, we can get into that, but at the level of what he did, you know, with his operating assumptions, going in and reading Nietzsche as closely as he did, is unearth like a continuous thread and tendency throughout his entire body of work that is very, very for leisure time for the aristocrats, and everybody else works and works and works, right? And that we can say like, well, no, but that's not. Well, how can you say no if you didn't even read it?
Well, I have read it since.
You read it, the whole thing since that conversation?
I've read the whole thing, but I've read as much as I could stomach.
Okay. So take it away. What's your position on Lizardo? Why don't you like him? You didn't like him before you read him. Now you read him and you still don't like him. So what's your position on Lizardo?
Okay, I'm just going to make one comment about what Matt said. Okay. Again, because he's trying to paint me as this like crude materialist, right? The issue of bourgeois social relations is an issue of freedom, right? It's not just an issue of, you know, materiality. And again, there's a critique of materialism as conservative that's bourgeois that I agree with. Right? Rousseau criticizes the Enlightenment's materialism. He declares himself a Christian philosopher because he believes in the freedom of man. Right? He believes in the self-transformability of mankind. And of course, bourgeois thinkers are not. You know, they don't think of the economy as a realm devoid of freedom, right? So the comments about, you know, oh, we should extend liberalism into the economy. Liberalism's constitutively extended into the economy. We have It's about social cooperation. It's about um, our the transformation of our relationship to nature. It's about the way that we're continually transforming the labor process. It's about the unleashing of human ingenuity in how we make things. It's about the fact that we're no longer slaves, right? It's about the fact that we are free as workers, and it is in the name of the third estate, right? The bourgeois revolutions are revolutions of the third estate. These are free people who are workers. Of course, capitalists are, or what we would call capitalists, are included in that. And it's, I don't want to go into why, but it's important to think about why, because we still think that. And yes, liberalism has a venerable revolutionary tradition. In fact, any future revolution will be in the name of bourgeois rights. It will be in the name of, limiting the power of the imperial state. It will be in the name of the rights of the individual. It will be in the name of the rights of free speech. It will be in the name of the rights of labor, which is a bourgeois right, right? It's not, this is a canard that, the economy is somehow is just a domain of, quote, exploitation, unquote, right? Being a free laborer is the basis of our freedom. And the problem is that free labor is not available. Right. The problem is that there's a crisis of the commodity form. The problem is that there's an immense amount of unemployment. There's an immense amount of conformity as a result of the need to find employment, right? To fit in. There's a deep authoritarianism. It has all kinds of ideological significance. It's not a merely material fact. Again, it's a crisis of freedom. About Nietzsche, this notion that you first start, this is what I said to you last time, that you first decide whether someone is right wing or not, is the wrong way to read. What's at stake in Lasordo and in Lukács, who's a much deeper thinker, even the late Lukács, the Lukács of the destruction of reason, is a more interesting thinker. He's a more interesting Stalinist than Lasordo. Lasordo argues by guilt by association. He's constantly bringing in right-wing thinkers to illustrate his points as if they apply to Nietzsche. He claims that Nietzsche is a German nationalist. This is just plainly wrong on the facts. Right? Nietzsche is a good European. He's a critic of German nationalism. He's a critic of German imperialism. He hates the thinking of his age because he sees it as aligned with German imperialism. It's right there in the essay on David Strauss, and it's consistent throughout. The essay on David Strauss is in Untimely Meditations. It's at the heart of his break with Schopenhauer and his break with Wagner. And he is arguing, and this gets to the last conversation, that the destiny of Christianity, as and he's the way I would put it is that Nietzsche is the last young Hegelian. Right? He's thinking through the Hegelian problematic in a way that's deeply tied to the contemporaries of Marx, Marx's milieu, and people like Feuerbach, people like Bruno Bauer, etc. And so he sees the crisis of bourgeois society as a crisis of the whole of history. And so he gives you this very complex, very heady story about the entire trajectory of Western civilization. I'm talking here specifically about, I think the Nietzsche that you ultimately have to hang your hat on, Nietzsche in his last writings, in the genealogy of morals, in Beyond Good and Evil, in Ecce Homo, in the Antichrist, in the Twilight of the Idols, in the case of Wagner, right? That whole wonderful body of work. And he's saying that science and that the men of science, the intellectuals of his day, are the true heirs of Christianity, the true heirs of the ascetic ideal, right? And that the science and in the other, so it's a crisis of, if you will, the scholars and intellectuals who he sees as having betrayed the promise of the Enlightenment, right? Who are completely bound up with their projects and think, and do very good work, and they go through all their archives. He tends to talk about historians and the like, philologists like himself. But they are not men who are contributing to the self-overcoming of the crisis of society, but rather expressions of it. And the socialist intellectuals are likewise expressions of the crisis of the ascetic ideal, people like Eugene Goering, who are filling the working class with the idea of the need to create a workers' society rather than to overcome the society based on work. And therefore, they are filling the working class with long expostulations and sermonizing about the dignity of work. They are, if you will, workerists. And it's a totalizing critique of the entirety of society, the totality of society. That's why he can talk about the planet Earth as a kind of, misery chamber, right? What would we look like to aliens, right? He's not talking about just the working class or the socialists being the problem. He's talking about a crisis of the entire society in its highest expressions, in its highest symptoms: science, socialist intellectualism, the working class, right? And he's arguing for the self-overcoming of their crisis, right? That they represent, in some sense, the legacy of the Enlightenment, even as they represent a regression from the Enlightenment. This is where the deep resonance with Marx is, right? This is why Marx doesn't think there are any more philosophers, that all philosophy is sub-Hegelian, why all political economy is sub-bourgeois and vulgar, why he thinks the working class is a symptom of a crisis, that it has to work through itself, it has to overcome itself, it has to overcome the proletarian condition. This is the deep interest of Nietzsche, and it's a legacy to the whole of modernism, right? This is where, like, Lasordo's account that is just taken over by these new, pardon my saying so, millennial anti-Nietzscheans. They don't read Karl Jaspers. They're not reading Samuel Beckett. They're not reading Albert Camus. They're not reading Karl Löwit. They're not reading Thomas Mann. They're not reading George Bernard Shaw or William Butler Yeats or Max Weber or Stefan Zweig, or on and on and on. The highest expressions in literature and in philosophy of the 20th century, right? Except for Heidegger, who's read narrowly as a fascist, right? Which I think, is an important thing to note, but there's a much wider milieu there that he's a part of, and including the modernist milieu of Weimar Germany. And I think, you get this kind of, Stalinist affirmation of realist literature, of socialist art, anti-modernism, right? When you just say Nietzsche's an aristocratic, which is just, it's just wrong, right? It's just, first of all, it's wrong. But secondly, it's a discarding of an entire legacy intellectually that you can see in the way that Lasordo reads, right? Lasordo just doesn't think that any of that matters, right? He can just say, how does he put it? It's Heidegger, it's Elizabeth Forster, Nietzsche, and Heidegger. That's the first phase of Nietzsche's reception. Then it's Walter Kaufmann. Then it's the only thing that the millennials are taught by their professors, namely post-structuralism, right? What their professors learned in graduate school. So it's Deleuze and Foucault. And then it's leftists who have discarded Nietzsche, like Malcolm Bull and Domenico Lasordo, right? And it's a very narrow conception of the significance of Nietzsche and the implications of Nietzsche intellectually. Why is that important? Marxism should not be afraid of the whole legacy. Who else read Nietzsche? Freud read Nietzsche. Who didn't read Nietzsche? That's in the 20th century, right? What does it mean to just discard this and say it's right wing? He's in favor of the aristocracy, really? He's criticizing himself. He's criticizing himself. He is the highest embodiment of the ascetic ideal. He is to overcome himself. His society is to overcome itself. It's an utterly Hegelian critique of the legacy of Hegel, of the legacy of the Enlightenment. That's the deep resonance with Marx, is that it's a dialectical critique of the crisis of the dialectic. Right, this is what I was saying last time. Nietzsche's a negative dialectician. So what is the Marxist Nietzsche that they have to throw out? They act like it doesn't exist. These are gigantic thinkers. Lukács, Walter Benjamin, Adorno. I know you want to discard those. I heard you say that earlier, Dave, right? Oh, these few Marxist thinkers. These are the essential thinkers of Marxism in the 20th century, right? If you want to understand how you get the antinomy of logical positivism and fundamental ontology, right? How do you grasp that? It's the disintegration of dialectical thinking in the 20th century. Who's going to tell you about that? Okay, it's a handful of thinkers. Maybe it's a threadbare legacy, but that's the legacy that I stand on. And as I say, other people who that I've helped to educate make this argument. They make it in places like the Platypus Review or Sublation, and I know that everyone can dismiss that, right? But they're advancing the Marxist negative dialectical argument, which I think is most profoundly expressed in Adorno's and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment, but deeply influenced by Benjamin. And it's not a right-wing legacy at all, and it's not, trying to turn Nietzsche into something else. It's about getting at the core of his thought, which, taking him as affirmative of the dominating classes of Greece or the Middle Ages, is totally missing his analysis of his time. He's not in favor of the people who think that the opposite of good is bad and opposing the Christians. He's identifying himself as a legatee, as an heir of Christianity, as an heir of the Enlightenment. He's making it very clear, right? And that's why, Lasordo, it's lazy. No serious scholar could read this way, where you just say, well, there were these other thinkers who were talking about Germany this way, or there are these other thinkers who were talking about the legacy of Christianity, and they were right-wing, and what they said is this. And Nietzsche's broadly resonant with that. No, what is Nietzsche saying? Why is he, one of the handful of the most important modern philosophers, up there with Kant and Hegel, right? No one would be that lazy with Kant or Hegel, right? That's why, this, and I don't care how many millennials historical materialism gets to promote that book, right? It's rotten. And it's lazy.
Hey, first of all, Lizardo's no millennial. He's
the defenders of it.
He's of your generation, isn't he? Is he, or maybe?
No, he's a boomer. I'm not a boomer. He's old. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
he's a new leftist.
Well, I want to push back on the generational thing later, but for now, I really want to just let Matt have the floor for as long as he needs. We have about, wait, what just happened? Do we lose Spencer?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, it's messing
The
up
void
my,
claimed him.
No, I'm here. I just had to
Oh.
get up for a second.
Oh, okay, no worries. Okay, well, I want Matt you to take as long as you need to respond, but also we'll be closing out here in the next 14 minutes, and I want to make sure you both kind of get to say some closing statements that are more of an invitation for more thought on the part of the audience, maybe for you both in the future when you have conversations either here or elsewhere. But because we'll never get to really do the thing. But for now, I hope that this is a call to action for everybody to look into these matters for themselves. To read the Platypus Review, to read Matt, to read Tut, to think about this. Maybe check out Lizardo on your own, come to your own conclusions. But also, I know I kind of have to go back to it now with this perspective, and I'll be thinking about it for sure for the next year. But for now, Matt, take it away.
Sure. Well, there are a few things I wanted to say just before I begin my core discussion. The first one is I don't think that any millennials are saying we should cancel Nietzsche or dismiss Nietzsche. In no small part because I think that a lot of the most influential figures on my generation precisely were Nietzscheans or profoundly inspired by Nietzsche, right? Michel Foucault or Gilles Deleuze are just two examples of the ones that Spencer mentioned, but we don't even need to go back that far, right? I think the greatest working political theorist right now is an author called Wendy Brown, who some people might have heard of. And she has done an enormously good thing in applying Nietzschean concepts like ressentiment to understand the operations of neoliberalism, post-Trump in particular. So I think there's an enormous amount of gas left in the Nietzschean tank. And no millennial I know was interested in canceling Nietzsche. What we want to do is kind of resituate him politically where he belongs, so that if we do decide to read like a parasite, to use Tut's terms, and take things from Nietzsche, we do so self-consciously. The second thing I wanted to say just in defense of Lizardo is I don't really think anybody who wrote a 1,000-page book on any figure can be characterized as lazy, right? And I want to make it clear, right, that when Lizardo characterizes Nietzsche as a nationalist, the point that he was trying to make was that was early in Nietzsche's intellectual career. The time when Nietzsche, for instance, signed up to participate in the Prussian army in the Franco-Prussian War, precisely because he felt this kind of Germanophilic desire to destroy the French Revolution, in particular after the French Commune emerged. But certainly by the time he hit his middle period and his late period, he evolved well beyond that in the way that Spencer described, right? Coming to feel contemptuous of German nationalism, although for specific reasons, which leads me to my main point, right? I just don't think there is denying politically that Nietzsche fundamentally is a reactionary and an aristocratic radical. I'm not a conservative, I want to be clear. And this is also where I think we need to be careful in understanding how the right operates. So I pulled up a quote from Nietzsche in The Gay Science, which is the point where I think you start to see his mature political views emerging. And then I'll discuss them in my own terms a little bit afterwards. So in The Gay Science, he says, "We conserve nothing, neither do we want to return to any past periods. We are not by any means liberal. We do not work for progress. We do not need to plug up our ears against the sirens who in the marketplace sing of the future. Their songs about equal rights, a free society, no more masters and no more servants has no allure for us. We simply do not consider it desirable that a realm of justice and concord should be established on earth. We are delighted with all who love, as we do, danger, war, and adventure, and refuse to compromise, to be captured, reconciled, and castrated. We count ourselves among conquerors. We think about the necessity for new orders, and also for a new kind of slavery. For every strengthening and enhancement of the human type also involves a new type of enslavement," right? And this is very important in understanding his transition to aristocratic radicalism, right? Nietzsche did not think that the conservatives of his day were competent to push back the tide of egalitarian minority in a way that he saw was sufficient. And he makes this very clear in the Antichrist, right? So in the Antichrist, where he's talking about the emergence of socialist movements, who I also want to point out in the Antichrist, he says he hates above all others for ruining the working man's instincts for servitude. But he says, look, in Germany around the time of Otto von Bismarck, workers are being given way too much power. They're being educated. They're being taught that they're entitled to political participation. And Nietzsche says, what a foolish idea, right? We want to establish, in a very racist way, what he calls a race of Chinamen as workers who will be content with their lot. And he says, why would you want to educate the workers to be anything more than Chinamen? If you want to have active political citizens in the way that many conservatives say they don't, then you should obviously educate them to be this. But if you want a nation of slaves, which is what you should really want, then you train them to be slaves. So this is Nietzsche essentially castigating the imperial conservative government of the time for not going far enough in crushing the socialist movement and building up the workers' instincts for political agency. So everywhere you look throughout Nietzsche's oeuvre, you see commentary of this sort, right? In The Will to Power, right? He insists that Christianity is just, as he put it, or socialism is just the residue of Christianity and Rousseau, and is fundamentally a decadent and nihilistic philosophy that needs to be rejected for what he calls a society of rank ordering. Now, the reason why he hates all these things is very complicated, so I'm just going to give an abbreviated version here. But it's also the case that he doesn't want to simply return, again, to any old ruling class, precisely because older ruling classes failed to contain the thrust of egalitarian modernity. So on Nietzsche's telling, right, what emerged with the world with the transition to Christianity is the slave morality, right, with its bifurcation between good and evil. And what the slave morality was able to accomplish that he thinks is remarkable is precisely ruining the instincts of the aristocrats by getting them to internalize for the first time these real feelings of guilt about being aristocrats and to transition society away from an aristocratic society to one that was a lot more egalitarian in its orientation through the medieval era. And one of the things that he thinks is remarkable is that Christian morality eventually gave birth to the conditions that led to the erosion of Christian ontology. And he's very expressive about this in The Genealogy of Morals, where he says that all great things bring about their own self-overcoming. And it's the Christian will to truth that eventually led to the death of God, for example, because this will to truth eventually led Christianity to its most striking inference, the inference against itself, as he puts it, where people started to ask, is God actually real? Motivated by this desire to be faithful to the truth that Christianity had taught them. And what he was deeply disappointed by was, even though Christian metaphysics was disappearing, nonetheless, Christian morality was still continuing, albeit in radicalized and secularized form, where he's very expressed that the inheritors of this Christian slave morality are things like liberalism, democracy, and above all, socialism, which is why he said he hated it above all other things, because it has this poisonous doctrine of equal rights for all. It rejects the idea of an aristocratic society, and it's going to bring about a decadent and nihilistic society, precisely because the working man or the average people or the herd should not be in charge of society. They're only going to bring about a debasement of the culture. Now, had Nietzsche lived longer, it's quite possible he would have developed his own political theory or account of the ideal society that was going to overcome this decadent egalitarianism that he saw sweeping over the world. But he gives us a lot of clues about what this would look like, right? So in Beyond Good and Evil, he says, every elevation of the type man has hitherto been the work of an aristocratic society, and so it always will be. A society which believes in a long scale of orders of rank and differences of worth between man, and needs slavery in some sense or other. Without the pathos of distance such as develops from the incarnate differences of classes, from the ruling classes' constant looking out and looking down on subjects and instruments, and from its equally constant exercise of obedience and command, it's holding down and holding at a distance that other, more mysterious pathos could not have developed either. In short, precisely the elevation of the type man, the continual self-overcoming of man, to take a moral formula in a supra-moral sense. So Nietzsche is very express about this need for aristocracy, not just because he thinks politically and institutionally it's necessary to counteract the thrust of egalitarianism, but precisely because by establishing aristocracy, you develop the kind of people who become used to commanding, used to ordering, used to transforming the masses into instruments for the pursuit of great projects. And this was Nietzsche in his more PC mode. Let's just put it this way. In The Will to Power, he could be even more ruthless, where at one point he actually says, I do not grant the great mass of people, the unfit, as it calls them, any right to life. There are unfit peoples, and they're not entitled to life, right? And Jorge Brandes, who coined the term aristocratic radicalism, was one of the first people to detect this kind of radical reactionary or radical right instinct in Nietzsche. And he wrote to him and said, I'm characterizing your philosophy as a kind of aristocratic radicalism. And Nietzsche wrote back to him saying, that is the cleverest thing anyone has yet written about me. What a wonderful idea, right? You got it exactly right. So when Lacerdo characterizes Nietzsche as an aristocratic radical, we don't need to take Lacerdo's word for it. Brandes is the one who coined the term, yes, but Nietzsche signed off on it and thought, yes, that's correct, right? So just to wrap up, all this isn't any kind of call for canceling Nietzsche or denying the kind of existential value of Nietzsche as a thinker. And I should point out, autobiographically, right? I was profoundly moved by Nietzsche and became interested in Nietzsche precisely when I did lose my faith and read people like Camus and read people like Yeats and T.S. Eliot to try to think through my own kind of spiritual crises. And I think he can be very valuable that way. But if, as leftists, we are going to draw upon Nietzsche, we need to be very clear about his own political orientation and, to use Tutt's term again, read him like a parasite, appropriate the kind of things that are useful and constructive for a left-wing project, while recognizing that Nietzsche himself would be very contemptuous of us doing so because he was, at his core, an aristocratic radical.
Do we have time for me to respond to that?
Not really, actually. I've got to close it out here. So, I mean, maybe hint at a response that will come. That
Okay.
all of these conversations are kind of overflowing their parameters, but that's good. I think it will provoke a lot of thought from everybody. And so, thank you, both of you. You can each, say your goodbyes, basically, and tell people where to find you.
Well, people can read my books. They're out. I've edited a couple of volumes of Marx. There's more to come. They can read the second volume of the Platypus Review Reader, which I just finished. But I'm not really online. So I just wanted to say that Marxism is a critique of progress. Marxism is not progressive, right? Marxism, and that's the fundamental difference, right, with the kind of revisionist stream of thought that Matt has, right? I would identify Matt's thought as being much more in that mode of, what I would argue is a kind of statist progressive liberalism. When Nietzsche says that socialism is decadent, he's saying it's a high expression of his time, right? His whole society is decadent, right? That's why it's an analysis of, that's why it's not about progress. It's about how what looks like progress is driving regress, right? That's the profound resonance with Marxism, once again, right? When you read him saying we need a new slavery, right? You, first of all, have to understand that Nietzsche, of course, as I talked about last time, is not a politically responsible thinker. No politically responsible person would put it this way. But what does he mean? He means, as Matt rightly points out, that slavery and the slave revolt of morality is what has made humanity interesting. He's constantly talking about how much healthier aristocratic society and aristocratic values are. They're healthy because they're animal. He's constantly describing human history in zoomorphic terms, in terms of the animal kingdom, because the same values of nature that exist in the animal kingdom have persisted into human history. So the aristocracy is like beasts of prey. The slaves are like sheep.
Mm-hmm.
The priests are a shepherd, right? Mm-hmm. He's constantly playing on this language. Slavery made man interesting, made man free, made man unnatural. Right. That's Rousseauian to the core, right? Just go start with the discourse on the origin of inequality. And so when Nietzsche talks about mankind needs a new slavery, he's saying we need to subject ourselves to a new world historic discipline, right? It's a freedom that involves giving the law to yourself, right? So freedom is indistinguishable in all of human history from the self-enslavement of mankind, right? So Nietzsche's playing, and you have to learn how to read. And like I said, it's not going to be politically responsible. You have to enter into the spirit of it.
I have to cut it there, but I do want to say that I think,
sure,
Matt,
I'm done.
I think Matt knows how to read, but there's a big question about hermeneutics that you do raise here. And I know what you mean when you say this. You're not trying to be insulting. So I will invite you both, if you want, to write up a little reflection on this about how you do read and why you read the way you do for the Discourse in Search of a Method anthology Theory Underground is putting out in this fall, or at least we're accepting proposals for it. And basically, we're going to have a bunch of pieces on how to read, why you read the way you do, or maybe how not to read. And the question of method is very important. A lot of people think in this sort of post-Protestant world that's functionally illiterate and structurally stultified of time energy, oh, the text just speaks on its own. And of course, that's not true. I think you both know that you have to bring some kind of a method to the text. You both have a different method. And I look forward to following up on that, hopefully in writing, and then we can talk more. But for now, I really do have to cut it off, and I hate having to do that. I really do appreciate both of you. Thank you so much for bringing it today. Take care.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Thanks, Matt.
We
Thanks, Dave.
cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications. You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture the scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, you know, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried, and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy, and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, you know what, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added tier 0 and tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals.
No.
2, 1. All right, we're back. What's up, everybody?
Yo.
We have a surprise guest. We only have a couple minutes here to do what we need to do, but let's bring him in. We've summoned the fucking the new Lemur King. Let's go. What's up, chat? How y'all doing? Let's see. Can I get the 3-speaker view on here? Well, you got to turn your camera on before I can do the 3-speaker view there.
He just now got in. It took,
Hey.
So camera on, Mikey. It was a lively chat, dude. A lot of people popping off in chat. It was more contentious than I expected it to be. This last conversation.
Yeah. What was your takeaway there, Nance?
So my reaction as I'm packing, I'm finishing laundry, and I'm all scattered. But I've been listening, and I felt affronted. Just like you know what? I'm just gonna say it, man. Like Spencer, I've seen you for years. I've been kind of watching my elders, my betters, maybe. And I do genuinely try to come at everything from this position of I'm just an idiot. I'm trying to learn. That's the point of, reading the books we're reading and engaging in the conversations we're engaging in. Shit's fucked. I want things to be better, and I want to learn because I want to see if it's even possible to contribute to the bettering of the world. And to be told over and over again, ultimately, you're not reading. You're doing it wrong. You can't do this. You're just dismissing. You're just discarding. Like, I mean, look, I understand I'm probably overly emotional right now because I am so stressed out. I'm all this shit. But I really, I was hurt right now. I felt dismissed. I felt discarded offhand. I don't like being told I'm not doing what I'm trying to do. And I feel like, well, what's the point then? I should just stop. I should just give up. Like, I'm an idiot. I should just go back to work. I don't like fucking feeling that way. I don't like feeling like someone's telling me to do that. But I've been told all my goddamn life.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, I've got opinions. Go, Mikey. What's up, man? How you doing? We only have a minute. We want to hear from you.
I'm just kind of checking in. I don't know if I can be there for post game. Not sure, but just sliding through for a second.
Yeah, man. Sorry, it's going to be so late. We really wanted you to be able to be there for the post game.
I mean, and still maybe, I don't know. It just depends,
Cool.
There's other stuff going on, so if I can make it, I'll be there.
So what did you think about that conversation then?
So like I've been, again, I kind of lucked out today. I got a few stops, and so I was able to listen for a little bit and then go back in the warehouse. But I mean, on that particular one, I caught the end of it, so I feel like that one I probably should have listened to from the beginning to be able to comment. But I mean, look, just initial thoughts on it is, I mean, those quotes, those are hard quotes to bend into some emancipatory universalism, right? Like, I don't, like, I understand there's this art of reading, and, you know, you can do this, especially with scripture, where it's like these words, you know, he's using slave in the sense of like the type of existential position that is actually interesting or that's not what the fuck he's talking about. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, at least that's where I'm at with it. Where I'm like,
But do you think that that is the approach that if he had had more time, Spencer would have taken it to?
well, then what, I guess that would be my question. How do you get out of that unless you want to try to give all those terms? He kind of was doing that at the end where he's like, well, see, this means this, and this is like, it's almost a code, right? And look, I mean, there's a way you can do that, because I mean, it's true that Nietzsche in Genealogy of Morals and all that, he does say that, you know, the slaves are the interesting ones. They're the ones who, I mean, it's almost Hegelian too, right? Because mastery for Hegel is a dead end. It's the whole line of phenomenology of spirit as it develops out of the master slave or bondsman, servant, you know, dynamic, whatever. It's the slave that carries on this dialectic. And so even though obviously Nietzsche and Hegel would have a lot to disagree on, they both see the slave position being the one that is the engine or motor of human development, right? In a sense. But we're getting into this territory where he's like, okay, the quotes that Matt brought, I think he wants it's going to be a tall order to convince me, at least, that those quotes are championing some sort of emancipatory universalism.
Right. Well, it's just
That's a hard sell.
Yeah. So I look forward to hearing what they'll say about that as we continue on. For now, on the whole topic of contradiction conversations and them not being debates where we're going to sit here and say there's losers and winners, but the audience that is to do the reading, by the way, Spencer is in the chat saying that he does think that everybody has to do the readings for themselves, blah, blah, blah. Thank you, man. Yeah. And so, yeah, as far as this new genre is going so far today, that was round 3. We got one more coming up here. How you guys feeling about this experiment?
Well, first off, I mean, I don't know, like I've been all day in my head referring to these as contradictions. Like I
like it. Yeah, I think that's what it is. They're converdictions.
No, yeah, converdictions, conversations, contradictions, right? Because if you just start referring to, oh, we're going to have another contradiction, it needs its own term, right? This is one of these moments where, like Todd's going to be here in a little bit, and I know Todd doesn't like neologisms that much, but I'm sorry, there needs to be a term for this specific thing, because that's the point, right? Like an original term it's part of like the inauguration of the thing. There's times to invent new terms, in my opinion, and this is one. And I don't think just calling them conversations does it justice, and I don't think calling them contradictions becomes too confusing, right? It just needs its own term, and this is certainly not debate me bro shit. So it's not debates. You've been stressing that all day, and you know we don't like debate. Debates are showy. It's almost like how Baudrillard talks about the transversality of sports into politics. Like, I don't want a sportsification of philosophy, right? that's rhetorical bullshit. Dialectics in the meaningful sense is what has been going on here today. And so I don't like, all day I was like, there needs to be a word for this. And I don't know. I think it's going to be hard to find a better one than contradiction.
Dude,
and
I love it.
So yeah. And no, I caught Helen talking. That was great. Michelle, that was great. The contradiction between Samuel and Justin was incredibly interesting and like, wow. Okay.
Like that's the thing, man. That was interesting. Like that was one of the most interesting things I've seen. I had no idea what would come of it. I just knew it was going to be interesting. And I also felt like there was a point where if I wanted a real debate instead of a contradiction, I saw the avenue and I decided to not allow it to happen. And so I feel good about that. I don't, yeah, what were you going to say?
Look, I just think with the first time in the meeting, I think it's important to establish a discursive rapport with people before you really, because that's a heated issue, the Judaism, Christianity thing, right? Like, I think if they're going to discuss that, and I really hope those two come back on for another discussion in the future, that's an antagonism they need to work out on the basis of an established rapport. And so I think that went fantastic. I really love that. Yeah, I caught the tail end of Matt and Spencer. And then what else? I didn't get to see much of Benjamin. I didn't get to see any of Peter Rollins. Who else am I missing somebody? Oh, Eliot, that was fun. Glad you finally got to talk to Eliot. So yeah, it's been really great so far.
Yeah, and then Eliot and I think the Kirsty, who is Eliot's co-conspirator there, I think that was Kirsty and Eliot were both in the chat after he was on, and so he got to ask that question, which was, I mean, it's such a basic question that it's like, I think but it's like, no, those are the kinds of questions that literally matter, because that's exactly where anybody who's getting into philosophy coming from a modern or high modern kind of, or even like a postmodern perspective might just be like, isn't this kind of silly? Why are we doing this? And I thought the responses were real good. Like the rise in astrology, the rise in tarot, the rise in like little personal religions, like which aren't as powerful and miss the like if we're thinking about organizing principles and actual like the equivalent of statecraft, but like at the level of superstructure, like just it's a person thing. Were you gonna laugh at my slip there?
You said state crap. That was a good slip.
Statecraft. Yeah.
I thought you said state crap. I don't.
Yeah, I cut myself off because I didn't know what I was saying.
Well, wait. If I misheard it, then that's my unconscious. So
I think I said statecraft is what I said,
and I heard state crap. So,
but I cut myself off. Yeah.
You had a slip of the tongue, and then I had a mishearing. But no, like I mean, everything said. Eliot's joke. I knew where he was going with. He was setting up the joke, and I still cracked up when he did the joke, which was, "What does a egotist say about communism?" I don't know. What does an egotist say? Thank you for the wonderful question.
Yeah. I love that one. I do that one to Anne all the time.
Yeah, I knew where he's going, but I don't know. It was fun. But no, I mean, look, I guess Eliot's work has, because I haven't read his second book. I read his first book. I guess I've never gotten into Max Stirner, and I take it that Stirner's big for him. And I don't know. I feel like I should know more about Stirner. And so, yeah, I need to read a second book when I have a chance.
Yeah, man, I didn't get to ask him. I literally was like, man, I should have asked him about Stirner. I like Stirner, and also like Catherine Malibu coming on from Stirner, and like I can't wait to talk to Eliot again, because there's so much to talk about with that.
Oh yeah,
he's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we didn't even get into some of the stuff I wanted to get into, but that's every one of these conversations has been like that. But we got 3 minutes maybe 5 to close out here. Contradictions. What do you think of that, Nance?
I like it, man. Because it is, yeah, we're on the internet. The sportsification of thought often takes the form of debate here on YouTube and other places on the internet. And I think you've done a great job of resisting that. I think all the interlocutors have done great jobs kind of resisting the urge to like talk over each other and kind of make it vulgar in this negative sense. I think it's great. And like the focus on writing after these conversations rather than saying, yeah, we'll bring you back on and we'll have another debate. Like, no, I want to see essays that come out of all these conversations from the participants and from the audience as well. Like, I know every time there are these contradictions that come up, I'm like, shit, I got to write about that now. I got to write about that now. I have a backlog of essays I need to write just from being in the audience. So I think that's a great kind of like, that's part of this new format as well, this new medium, like rather than debate, like, no, these are doorways to ongoing conversations that will hopefully outlast us, maybe even, rather than just, give me a bunch of fucking likes and views on YouTube and ultimately masturbate. It's been great.
Just what I like so much about what you're doing now, I'm like, look, we want a future where time energy is emancipated. I'm sorry. That's a future where there are going to be people who are still conservative, people who are liberal, people who are Christians, people who are occultists, people who are Muslims, people who are Jewish, right? Like this idea of, oh, if you're going to do theory, you only have to talk to leftists who, like, I'm over that shit. Like, even if I'm some sort of just, I like my French theory and, I'm not religious, but so what? I'm not the center of the universe. Like, there's a lot of people in this world, and if we're going to get anywhere with time energy emancipation, we need a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds and religions and perspectives to get on board. And that's really what a universal politics would be about. And you're not going to do it by going, oh, I'm not talking to somebody who's a libertarian. I'm not talking to somebody who's an occultist. I roll. Oh, you like astrology? You can't be part of the revolution. Like, I'm just over that kind of shit. So I don't know, like, again, like hearing Samuel and Justin talk was, for me, incredibly refreshing. So
yeah.
And I say that as somebody, like, I'm not coming from their perspective on things, right? And I still love hearing what they had to say today. So
yeah. Well, we're about to roll a brand new video that I made the other day. I hate to say, and we'll come back with the conversation here with, the contradiction with Todd and Chris. But before I roll it, I just want to say a couple things about it. First of all, most of the time I just turn the camera on, talk. I don't edit, I post. And this is DIY stuff. We don't have time and energy to mess around with this. People are here for it or they're not, and I just do it. But I put a little bit extra work. It took a couple days to put together this Illich promo that I'm about to roll. And it got like 60 views the day that I put it out. And it's like, most of my videos get like 300 to 500 by the end of the day, and if it's like a bigger name that's involved, it'll get 1,000 by the end of the week to potentially 2,000. This had like 60 views. And I was like, man, I put more work into this than any other video. So I'm going to play it here, but I hope that you will all go actually watch it on your own time later because there's a lot of thought that went into it, a lot of poetry, a lot of philosophy, a lot of like actual, like, I don't know, like Bryan and I spent the better part of 6 months talking about this course. And then we spent the last couple weeks kind of agonizing over the PSA. And then we spent a solid 4 hours writing this, what you're about to hear. And so a lot has gone into it. I hope that you will watch it, hang out, crack a cold one, get ready. We're about to come back for the headlining contradiction of the day. We'll be right back after this. The program will resume shortly, right after this DIY commercial that is not for any sponsor other than ourselves. Thank you for watching.
Whether we are already fully in the grip of the techno-capital AI singularity or not, we likely feel as though there's not much we can do.
As allies of future generations, we aren't giving up so easily.
To quote the author of Manifesto, the Mad Farmer Liberation Front, we wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what our life and our children's lives may be.
This fear is not new. The question of technology, media, and institutions became unavoidable in the 20th century. Yet when we think of institutions, the most radical critiques people have encountered came from either Michel Foucault or Jürgen Habermas. These thinkers towered over the theory scene in the 1970s and 80s as radicals took their long march through the institutions.
When it comes to theories of social change, the tendency is to put our hopes in leaving the existing institutions, the current order failing, or some overnight revolution to bring us salvation. Otherwise, we lean in and do the best we can with what's afforded by the existing institutions. Reform or revolution, nothing ever changes, so we keep putting our hopes in education.
So progressives say, if only more people had access to better education, then that would solve the problems. But they have not thought seriously enough about the nature of our institutions, or this thing called education that they offer.
The most radical critiques of schooling that teachers encounter issue from Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks, and Henry Giraud, but none of these ever got to the root of institutions themselves. The theorist who did this was Ivan Illich.
Gaining brief stardom in the 70s, Ivan Illich was the father of the deschooling movement, inspiring hundreds of radical schools and generations of homeschooling parents. But this characterization of his work as the anti-school guy was his ultimate demise, for that only takes account of a surface level of his work. Illich was immediately misunderstood and quickly abandoned.
The issue goes far beyond schools. We spend our entire lives mediated through institutions that totalize, instrumentalize, and reduce humans, all of our possibilities, to something predictable, calculable, and exchangeable, easy to control. The interests of state and capital here overlap entirely. Our desires are thus turned into commodities and our time energy into labor power. Illich doesn't stop here, though, for institutions are not the whole picture.
When people think of schooling today, they think of studying for exams, not learning for the sake of learning. When people think of hospitals, they think of treating illnesses, not human-to-human care and well-being. When people think of transportation, they think of speed and efficiency, not the possibility of sustained, regular, and meaningful connections. When people think of reading, they think of collecting information, not lingering with an idea. The move from schooling to scolae requires serious inquiry into the conditions of possibility for this mode.
I'm calling for a sincere and earnest revival of Illich. While most introductions to Illich limit their engagement to his earlier works, a series of polemics against schooling and institutionalized consumer society, I want to go deeper and lead us to a more robust understanding of who and what a human is for Illich. With his help, we will reopen the question of what we are, what we can be, and the types of lives we are willing to give our time and energy to bring into being, if there are to be humans in the future.
This course begins on June 13th and goes through July 4th, 2024. It meets on Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You can enroll at theoryunderground.com/courses/Illich-1, or just click on the link in the description. For those who just want to spend a month really thinking about schooling and institutions, this is a fantastic way to do so. But for those who are looking to go deeper with a community of truth seekers who are going beyond the current theory scene to form an intellectual milieu, this is a fantastic way to do so, because the Theory Underground 2024 conference at the end of October, 23rd through 27th, is going to have special panels for presentations related to this course. Any student of this course will have opportunities to present, and those presentations can ultimately culminate in submissions that may be accepted into the anthology we are doing on the critique of schooling and education, to be published either at the end of this year or at the beginning of 2025.
Thank you.
We hope to see you there. And welcome, Todd. How's it going, man? We're not recording for the podcast, but I'm going to start a recording so we can introduce the new term contradiction and talk about the philosophy of it all for a second, because Mikey was just going off on that, and I was like, stop. We'll wait until we're back with the audience, because this is content, God damn it. So let's just do it. All right. Mikey just invented a new word, and Todd has mixed feelings about it because Todd doesn't like neologisms. And Mikey said, behind the scenes, he said, "Oh, well, your prohibition on neologisms has what? Go, Mikey. You explain yourself."
I've transgressed. I'm filled with jouissance from transgressing Todd's law of thou shalt produce any neologisms.
Yeah.
So what is it?
That's because
there's
I think I have
exception.
that. I think I have that law because I have read Lacan, and this actually exists in French. There's a whole book on the words that Lacan has invented. Someone had to publish an entire book on that. So that is a real problem, I think, for a thinker. I mean, we have, like, English has 1 million words. So, I mean, I understand French is more impoverished than English. It has like 20% as many words. But still, there's enough. We don't need. Okay, but now go ahead. You come up with. It's a good one, so I give you credit.
Hold on. Before you say what it is, I have to say, didn't Shakespeare invent a bunch of words? Didn't every great philosopher?
Of course. Yeah, but artists are different. I think I give a lot of leeway.
Oh,
to
they
the
get
artists.
to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not the philosopher, because I mean, this is, I think, a good Hegelian. Hegel invented no words, right? Like, I think the philosopher, and I think this is an interesting difference between someone like Deleuze and someone like Hegel, right? Like, for Deleuze, philosophy is inventing concepts, but for Hegel, philosophy is discovering what's conceptual in what already exists. So I think that's why there's this, and Heidegger was a great inventor of words, as you all know, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway, Mikey, sorry. Go ahead.
But like I've heard you grant that ecstasy is a word that should probably.
It's a good
exist.
one. Yeah. No, I know. There are exceptions, and you just came up with a good one.
Well, okay, but the point is, though, think about, like, technology, the internal combustion engine. Like, as you make new things, you have to give new words. You can't just call an engine a stone. Like, when you're making new things, a new signifier for them, it's like, you're not, if you use an old signifier, in some way you're just reducing it to something that already exists. And the neologism, or just making up a word, I guess, it's an inaugural act that signifies on some connotative level that something new is happening. Now, we know that sometimes just creating a new word, the concept isn't new, it's bullshit. But I think sometimes when there's these moments where something new is emerging, there needs to be a new signifier to mark the inauguration of the event.
I don't disagree, but the owl of Minerva takes flight only with the falling of dusk, right? Like, I think that is true for artists, for inventors, for Henry Ford. But he was not an inventor; he was just a capitalizer on somebody else's invention. Unless he invented the assembly line, maybe he did invent that. That seems to be different than the theorist or the philosopher, right? That's all I would say. I just don't think.
But transcendental idealism marks this event of Kant's. Like, Slavoj, when we were talking to him, he was like, "No, I'm not Badiou. Like, I think there can be a philosophical event." And for something like with what Kant did, I think this marking it as transcendental philosophy, I think it needs that signifier to mark, like, no, this is a rupture. And I mean, Kant himself, as this was happening, I mean, he used that term for himself. So
he did. Right, but they were terms that existed already.
Were there people talking about the transcendental before?
No. He brought words together that were
Okay.
separate, but
Yeah.
he didn't invent word. I mean, maybe that's a distinction without a difference. And if that's true, I apologize. But I do think that, to me, that's important, that he was your, I mean, I absolutely agree with you. I think there are philosophical events, and I think that's where Badiou is just wrong. And I'm on Slavoj's side there. But I think that like what Kant is doing is showing how we can bring these two things together, transcendental and idealism, and showed something new. But he's not. It's just different than a new word. I mean, you have me on extimité, right? Like ecstasy. I think that's a pretty good new word, and it's funny because that's one of Lacan's. I almost said Kant. That was a great credit to Lacan.
Does time energy get a pass?
I like time energy, although that's a kind of a Kantian one, right? Because both of those words exist, and you're just bringing them together in this a unique way, right? Like I don't think that's neologistic, right? Like,
well, then that means that what Mikey's doing is fine. So what is it, Mikey? What are you doing?
Well, no, I did. So for me, what you're doing and what these conversations are, they're tearing with the negative in this Hegelian sense. And they're not just even, I mean, some of these will probably be one-offs because it'll be hard to get people to come back all the time to carry on the conversation. But at least in theory, these are supposed to be ongoing conversations. And the point is, it's like, it's a conversation, but it's a contradiction, but it's not a debate because we're not trying to have a winner or loser. We don't want this to be like a sports event, right? And so I think the proper term for it is contradiction.
Contradiction. Yeah, contradiction. I like that it's not a debate because debates both have a winner and loser. And one of the things I find interesting about debate is they're not invested. You cannot be invested in the position that, like people that are actual debaters, right? They have no investment in the position they're debating. In fact, sometimes they're only assigned it when they get to the debate, right? Like they know they have the information for both sides, and then they get, you're going to be pro this time, and so I feel like in a way that's a kind of synecdoche for the problem of debate itself, right? Like it's almost like you can choose either side.
Well, think about it, like sports is not, sports is its own thing insofar as like, it's not a form of inquiry. It's not trying to get at the truth, right? And if what we're trying to do is, maybe we don't get at the truth in some final sense, of course, but traffic with the truth as maybe we could put it. You don't do that if you're trying to win. Like it's a whole different mindset of like, it's rhetoric versus dialectics to me.
Right. And I also think, I really like the way you put that. And I think that you're trying to get at, because you're also trying to find the internal contradictions of your own position, right? Like it's not, like sports is not about, like no team wants to discover its own internal contradictions. Like that's what they're trying to avoid in beating the opponent, right? Like the tension between Belichick and Brady, well, it evaporates when you beat whoever it is, right? Like who they beat, the Rams in the Super Bowl. But when you don't have that opponent, then that internal contradiction. So I think that's another part of what you're saying, that it's about the internal contradiction. The position becomes apparent when you're not just in this oppositional win-lose dynamic.
Yeah.
Has that played out so far today, Dave?
So far, I mean, from what I've gotten to see, it's been great.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be the fourth out of we've had three so far, and the first one was it was a lot shorter than the other ones. It was myself and one of my longest fellow travelers, and then the other ones were just fascinating for me. Sometimes I felt like I don't want to get to it. All I want to say about the contradiction conversation idea for now is the only winner is the audience member who is trying to genuinely think through things. That's the only winner. And the point is because it's too easy for someone in a conversation with me or anyone else to be like, oh yeah, well, this is what I think about that position. But if that position isn't there to speak for itself, now I understand in a sort of sense, like how are you going to do that? You can't have everybody who represents that position. There's going to be contradictions between the people who represent that position. And so there's always going to be this issue of, but you'll never have it perfect, but we can at least bend the bow by trying to make it so that sometimes if there seems to be this one we keep going back to, and if there are sort of noteworthy figures that more or less embody these positions, then to allow them to hold space and to be able to make sense together and to hopefully be convivial means that there can be more of a possibility for dialogue between human beings that aren't in those positions or who aren't those people, but also like thinking itself, because I think thinking itself, we are all kind of divided between different positions that we're working through, and we're not able to work through those very well. At least I'm not. When these different parts of myself, because once an idea gets into it, becomes a part of yourself, aren't able to talk it out, and like they kind of have to be able to talk it out. And if you haven't seen that modeled, then you get stultified. And so I just see it as absolutely essential, and it comes from my own frustrations of listening to people and wishing that they would talk to each other. Not you, but it's just like it's just like it's almost why I now that I have this thing, Theory Underground, I prefer to bring people on and talk to them myself rather than watch other people talk to them, because I'm just like, no. I just get triggered. I'm like, no, I wanna talk to them because I'll ask these questions and no one's asking the questions I want to ask. And it's because I'm not just thinking about what I want to hear, but I'm thinking about like the conversation. Like I like it. I care about it. And so Contradiction, man, I like it. Thanks, Mikey. Great job. Great contribution today.
And I just think this is important because, I mean, and this is something I've gotten from Todd from even before I knew Todd on, listening to Why Theory. I mean, look, there's this tendency, and the three of us especially know it all too well with online theory of philosophy, which is a lot of people want to take all the different terms from all the different thinkers and smash them all together in a paragraph and try to act like they're all compatible, and you can combine all these things. And like Todd's always emphasized this. I'm sorry, Deleuzian metaphysics and Hegelian metaphysics are not reconciled. There's a contradiction between them. Of course, there's points where you could say, oh, right, well, Deleuze has something interesting to add to something Hegel said. You can connect them in various ways, right? But the kind of essential contradictions between ontological theories, ethical theories, epistemological theories, right? This is what gets glossed over with online theory. And the core issue, like you deepen your understanding of your position by bringing it into friction with other positions. And that's really the dialectical motor of thought to me. It's not, we all know, it's not thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's, okay, let me see the contradiction at play here. All right, if the contradiction goes this way, then what do we do? What's the next position? And it's this movement of friction and contradiction. And the point is, you don't have a grand synthesis. The point is the movement of thought through these antagonisms. And you can't do that if everybody is isolated or siloed. The Deleuzians stay over there, and the Lacanians stay over here, and the Heideggerians are over there. And politically, if the libertarians are over there, and the communists are over here, and the liberals are over here, like everybody, in a weird sense, they're substantializing themselves, and they don't even realize it because they just isolate. And that's the shit I hate. And I think that when you bring different positions together like this, not in a debate mode, but in the Hegelian sense of tearing with the negative, the deepening of contradiction, that's where it's like the wellspring of thought to me.
You think I just was thinking about what you said. Do you think it's anti-liberal? Like it's not, like I think isn't what you're responding to this liberal notion of each figure is the isolated individual, and then they can either come together or not. But I think this is a joint conception of Hegel and Marx and all of German idealism after Fichte, that actually the starting point is the collective, right? Like it's only it's only as a collect, like you emerge as a singular subject out of the collective. You're not first an isolated subject. And I think what you're getting at is the way these positions think of themselves as like it's possible to even be isolated. But I think, like, if you think dialectically, you're always in relation. You're not. I mean, that seems like to me there's a fundamental split between. I mean, I think we should have obviously conversations with liberals, but I think there's this fundamental break between liberalism. I mean, in the largest philosophical sense, not in the liberal conservative sense, and someone who's dialectical, because someone who's dialectical thinks there's always a relation, and someone who's liberal thinks no, first I'm just isolated, and then, like someone like Rawls, who I think is great in certain ways, he thinks first you start out isolated, then how are we going to come together in a fair way, right? Well, okay, what if we're not isolated at first? We're together first.
Yeah.
Then,
well, too, I mean, in a psychoanalytic sense, what we're doing is hystericization, right? I mean, it's in actually being able to meaningfully dialogue with somebody who doesn't think exactly like you, that you cast doubt on your own positions. You have to rethink them. You have to sort them through in a new light. And right now, like, look, we know that our friends Dwayne Roussel and Mark Murphy, they're doing this thing with, a la Jacqueline Millier of generalized foreclosure. But I also, like, this is where I feel like still closer to Slavoj, where I look around and I just see a bunch of perverts, in the sense of everybody knows better than me what's best for me, right? And they're just the instruments. They like, and it's funny, it's on the left, it's on the right, at least the actually existing right, actually existing left, right? And like, you do that kind of thing by not reckoning with the other. Right now I sound like Levinas, but you constantly are just going, nope, nothing to learn from you. I'm the instrument of the truth or the good or whatever. I know how to solve the contradictions in society. I know how to fill in the mother's lack, right? I know how to do it. You don't. You're the problem. You're getting in the way of, like, if that's the mindset, then we've seen where this really took hold in 2016, and it's gotten us nowhere. So I think everybody needs to be hystericized by everybody else and loosen up a bit in that way.
I think that's really good. I think a generalized perversion is much more accurate than a generalized foreclosure, right? I mean, it's contra this Jacqueline Millier thesis of ordinary psychosis, right? Like, I think that,
No, and I'm with you. It's just, here's my problem. I see truth in what Dwayne and Mark are doing, though, where I do see this impulse to, like, okay, we are so atomized. They don't really talk about it that way, but capitalism atomizes us so much that the thing that's like our fundamental organizing principle is some kind of idiosyncratic jouissance or synthome, however we want to talk about it. And in that sense, it's like prohibition doesn't, like, in the sense of, like, my social duty is greater than my idiosyncratic enjoyment, right? I see how they've gotten to that point.
Yeah, but I think that's wrong, Mikey, because I don't think, I think that the enjoyment's never idiosyncratic, and I think it's tied to the social duty, right? Like, I think under capitalism, enjoyment is a social duty, right? Like, so I don't think that would be my response to. I was just talking to, we were just talking about this idea, this Millerian, thesis, and I made this point to him that I think that, I mean, obviously it's not a point to him. He thinks that too, but I think that is, I feel like that's, you can't separate. I just don't, I feel like there's this whole over emphasis on this idea of santome, right? This, like, the idiosyncratic nature of my own enjoyment. And I'm not sure that it's typically or maybe ever idiosyncratic, I guess.
Because they also talk about what is islands of jouissance.
Yeah, I know. I'm really against that way of thinking. Like, I just think it's.
No, but I haven't seen, like, and if I ever get a chance to just talk to Dwayne and Mark about it, I guess, I mean, can't we explain what, like, I do see this sense of, like, I have a focus or sense of obligation to my enjoyment, right? But but that means it's, it's not generalized work. If you have a sense of duty, even if it's duty to your enjoyment, that's gone through prohibition, etc.
Right. Right.
in the,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
and to me, all of
It's
this
mediated. Right?
and
It's
it's
mediated.
mediated by the superego, and they seem to
Yeah.
leave the superego out of this.
Well, I think isn't the superego the key psychic agency today? Right? Like I think
Yeah.
that, like I don't think I don't think it's possible to understand someone like Trump without understanding that superegoic pressure that he brings to his supporters, you know, and it's interesting that I think he has like he enacts a superegoic pressure on the left too in the opposite way. I think he's just completely a figure of superego, and I think that he gets that whenever I hear this association of Trump with the id, you know, this line from I don't know, some fascist playwright. He says, "When I hear the word culture, I release the catch of my Browning." And I think that's I like that. It gets said. It's like I reach for my revolver or something, but that's the actual line. And some German dude, I don't even know who it is. Not a famous playwright, but that's how I think when I hear that the id thing. Like I just think he's not an id figure at all. He's just pure superego. It's like pure pressure to enjoy, right? Like
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Russ wrote on in his paper in Underground Theory.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, like, okay, so to me, I guess on the landscape, I see the official spokesmen, spokeswomen for movements or institutions are in this kind of perverted mindset. But the rest of us, can't you explain this kind of emphasis on our, like, at least maybe if I say idiosyncratic, I don't mean non-mediated. I mean focus on, like, all I've got is me because I don't really have a meaningful community. Like I know this feeling of like suburban isolation more than anybody. And like, I guess I am my only project because I don't have this greater, I mean, here, yes, but like in everyday life. And so I guess my thing is this truth that I think they're getting at. I just wonder, can you get at it by saying, look, we're all still neurotics. It's just that the superego rules us more than the traditional big other. And that's where this sense of like, fulfill yourself, find your, you know, blah, blah, blah. Right.
Yeah. I think it's really great. I think it's really great, actually. I think that like someone theorizing the relation, like what you just said, right? Like theorizing the relationship between big other and its typical form and superego is, I think, that's to me, a really fascinating task today, right? Because I think it's becoming clear that it's always been clear, but those are distinct, right? And I think that they and how they operate is distinct, and yet I think they both have this relationship to the other's demand, right? Like the other, not the other's desire, right? But the other's demand. And so the question is like, what is the difference between big other and superego in terms of the way that it shapes the subject? I think that's a huge.
And then I wonder, like, all of this comes from the fact that Millier says, look, in the clinic, the old traditional neurotic symptoms don't seem to be there anymore, that there's this new era of symptoms in the clinic. And I just wonder, like, okay, so this is what brings him to posit this thing called generalized foreclosure. But can we not account for this shift in symptoms with the rise of the superego? Couldn't that be this other thing that's modified why we don't have the typical traditional neurotic symptoms the way we used to?
Yeah, that's Mikey's next book. Yeah.
Oh God.
Okay. All right. We're gonna end this recording in just a second. Any last words anybody have on this new term, contradiction? Because this recording that we were making just now is about contradictions. Anyone have any final thoughts on that? Nancy, you have something you want to say about it?
No, just that I think it's great. It maybe defangs and debarbs a lot of the sensational bullshit that gets trapped up. And I really do think it's going to be super generative. Like firsthand experience, just being in the audience for these conversations has given me so much to write about. And these long drawn out conversations, we're not just here to get internet points. We really do. I believe everyone that comes to these conversations cares about the future. And that's why we're here in the first place. So thanks to everyone who's been involved.
All right. Thank you. All right, and now that recording is over, welcome, Chris. We're not recording on the new recording just yet. Anything that you want to say before we're on the new recording?
No, I'm just joining, so I wasn't following. I was
Cool.
in traffic on my way home.
Cool. Mikey and Nance, you can go cameras off here, and then once the setup is all good, I'm gonna get it going. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Let's just change my spot here with Todd so that I'm the little box. 3, 2, 1. All right, everybody. Welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host today. This is the last segment of an all-day epic live stream marathon at Theory Underground. An ELM2 is the acronym for that. And this is the fourth contradiction of the day, a contradiction conversation. And we're really excited to be joined now by Todd McGowan and Chris Cutrone. How are you two doing?
Good.
Oh, sorry. You said my name first, so I should say first. I'm doing great, David. Nice to see you, and good to see. I've never met Chris before, so it's good.
That's right. Good to meet.
Yeah.
When I had first announced that this was going to happen, Rudy, who's in the chat right now, which is crazy because he's in Germany, so it's super late. He was like, I was just Googling Cutrone and McGowan to see if they had ever talked. So you know that the demand's already there. And then today I've had people all day saying that they've wanted to see this conversation happen. And so, you know, as far as my assessment of the theory scene today goes, you two are, I said it in the Substack post actually, and Todd raised a question about it. Like you're kind of like a couple of father figures in the scene, and maybe godfather figures, you know. On the one side, we have, I would just say, the left, like the old left, and the analysis of its, or the, we'll let you explain your position in a little bit here, but the Platypus Affiliated Society, and then on the other side, this more Zizekian approach that is, well, as Chris would say, French. It's Frenchified. And so I thought, you know, well, then I guess you're German and he's French, and so I guess it's all about croissants versus brats today. Yeah. So
I'm not German myself, of course. I'm Italian and Irish, and I'm really American.
You are what you eat, man. I'm sure you are what you read even more, right?
Freedom fries. No, as opposed to the French fries.
Well, I guess I'll just say I met you both on tour. I interviewed you each for the documentary Underground Theory. You're both in the Underground Theory volume. Most people who are in my audience are in some way following both of you. And I think you've both been on other places, but never at the same time. You've been here, you've been at Sublation. There's been all kinds of places that you've both appeared. So finally it's happening. And so for the audience who doesn't know who Todd McGowan and Chris Cutrone is, I'm not going to do this whole thing where I do it, you know, the justice, that introduction. But basically it's Why Theory, the podcast, one of the most important podcasts in the world, in my opinion. I know Todd hates it when we butter his biscuit, but then Chris, the founder of the Platypus Affiliated Society, which is instrumental in organizing educational conversations outside of academia related to Marxism and its failures. So with that, is there anything, Todd, that you would like to add by way of introduction?
No, let's just start. I'm ready to start. Chris can ask things. Yeah.
Anything you'd like to add?
No,
there,
that's a good intro.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a good intro.
All right. Well, then in that case, I'll just start it off with a little history lesson. For those who are not aware, before Theory Underground, there was a channel called Theory Pleeb, and I used to be some kind of left tuber. I was a Bernie activist, but I always loved Marx, and I was always interested in psychoanalysis and psychology, and I've been studying that stuff for 10 years. And well, Theory Pleeb, it got to a certain point where I was like, I don't want to have a persona online. I'm going to stop pretending and I'm not being myself. It's impossible, but also I'm not going to have this theory plebe persona because I didn't know how to manage it and the expectations that were being put on it, much less the Patreon dynamic with a lot of activist patrons. I didn't like that. By the way, shout out to my 2 new patrons today. Thank you, Matt and Kurt Lantic. Thank you guys. But no, I mean, because I started a new one, but that's because I had to theorize, like, what am I doing? And so I had to start all over again. And Theory Underground was how I was starting all over again. But before it became Theory Underground, it was Theory Plebe. And I was talking to Chris, maybe this was the second out of 3 conversations we had in 2022. And it was called Adorno, Who, How, Why, or something like that. And I think it was like actually on Adorno and Lenin. And like basically like, how is it that you like you're super into Lenin, but you're also into Adorno? And so like that whole conversation is up, everybody. I made it available a few weeks ago. It had been unlisted for a long time. And I made it available because I wanted people to be able to do their homework before this conversation if they were so inspired. But basically, at some point in that conversation, you tore into French theory. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I think the most provocative thing that you said was that you take Lacan about as seriously as you take Proud Boys talking about retaining their semen. And I was like, how can yeah, you said that.
I was definitely teasing you, but go ahead.
I know. And we had our fun, but I did bring Todd on the next day for like a little response, and that was like a young Jijikians assemble, blah blah blah. And
I watched that.
Yeah, it was fun, right? And so, but we never actually got a chance to let you two like talk and meet. But I want to start it off with, how did you get into politics? How did you get into theory? And why do you care about the thinkers that you care about? And who are they? And I think we'll start with Todd, and then we'll come to Chris.
Okay, so I don't know. I want to try to make this the least tedious I can. So, because who cares about my little existential crises when I was in high school reading Jean-Paul Sartre? I mean, that's sort of the origin of my philosophical thinking, but that's maybe the origin of so many teenage boys' philosophical thinking. So it's uninteresting. But I wanted to be a monk when I was younger, all through college even. So I also grew up this is embarrassing. I worked on the Reagan campaign in high school. So I went to college as a right winger, but I went to play football, and I went to a Quaker school. And then I read Marx in college, and it was a radical kind of undoing of all the things that I thought. And I came home one day and I said to my dad, like, okay, your days are numbered. You know, the proletariat's going to rise up. And he's like, I sent my son to this school, and now he's a pinko. I remember this exact words. He's now a pinko communist. And so I was in college. I was very committed to Marxism and communism. And so it was only in graduate school that I encountered Freud and psychoanalysis and Hegel. Hegel was also important to me. And that's when I never left Marx's economic analysis of capital. I still, in fact, I just wrote something about that. But politically, I think I became more aligned with, in a way that I'd have to explain this, but with Freud and Hegel. I don't necessarily disagree with what Chris said about Lacan. Actually, I know you took it back, but I just wrote this Cambridge introduction to Lacan, and I only did it because my friend Mari Rudy asked me to co-write it with her, and then she died, and I felt like I had to finish it, and I really felt like, God, he just is so annoying, and I think he just puts everything. We were having this discussion with Mikey about Lacan's neologisms, and I was saying that there's a whole book in French about all the words that Lacan has invented, and I just find that so annoying. And it's one of the things that annoys me about Heidegger too. To speak to someone you love, David. And I like that about Hegel and Marx, that they're not and Freud, they're not inventors of words, right? So I like that they discover concepts in what exists. So that's my trajectory basically. So it was it was really this incredible Marxist conversion as an undergrad, and then this encounter with Freud and Hegel, and Slavoj was important in that. Like, I would have thought Lacan was worthless if it wasn't first, and I did. I had this whole, like, I was very anti-French. So it's interesting you associated me with the French and croissant, because I was very anti-French. I like despised Derrida and Foucault and Deleuze, and I hated that whole line of thinking. And Lacan, I grouped in with them, and it was only through Slavoj that I saw, oh, well, maybe there's this Hegelian Marxist dimension to what Lacan is doing that's disguised in his many obfuscations. So that's sort of that's probably much too much, but that's it.
Fantastic. And how did the question go again? What was the question? It was like,
you said, how did you come to your political and philosophical position, I think is what you asked.
Yeah, and who are your key thinkers and why? Yeah.
Oh, I would just say Hegel, Marx, and Freud for me, right?
Okay.
Like those are the ones. I mean, I you're going to say I need to put Lacan in there, but I wouldn't want to do that. So. Just because I also dislike him personally so much, but I find it hard to. I know that seems like a terrible reason to not follow someone as a thinker, but I really, it's hard for me. You know, like Heidegger too. I mean, not the political about Heidegger. I don't care so much about that, but I find him just personally,
even personality wise.
Yeah, I just mean personality. I just find him distasteful, and that's how I find Lacan. Just, you know, like having sex with patients, and I just all the kind of crap, and like I just and just the dandyism. I just the opposite of a dandy, and so I just like that's what I have to say. That's what I love about Slavoj. He's the most down to earth guy that I've, you know, someone. Like I was once, we were taking him out to dinner. We're like, we can get a sandwich for you there at this nice place. He's like, no, just pull over to this CVS. He goes in and grabs a can of Spam and a quart of orange juice. He goes, this is a good dinner for me. And I thought that's my guy right there. I thought, even though I'm vegetarian, I don't eat Spam, but I thought that was just right when that happened. I was just like, that's the best. And so I really appreciate that, and you could never imagine Jacques Lacan doing that.
When I first met him, he was coming in off the street to the conference that Mikey and I attended back in, I don't know when, 2017 or 2018 or something like that. The one in Athens, Georgia. And he was coming in off the street with Russ before I knew Russ, and maybe you, I don't know, but a handful of people. All I could see was Slavoj Žižek, and I was like, oh my God, it's him. And he was talking about that because he had just done it again. He was eating his Spam.
Yeah.
And he said that it's his favorite thing about the United States is that he can go into the gas station and get a full meal for under $5, you know? And I was like,
I know. Yeah.
Okay. But with that said, then how about you, Chris?
So, okay. I guess I've been a Marxist since way back. And, you know, since reading the Communist Manifesto as an adolescent. And I think that the part of Marx that always captured me was the political Marx. You know, if we're going to, talk about it that way. Meaning, I came to philosophy fairly late. I had read some things, but really I studied it only when I was in graduate school. And so I didn't have, I had some background, but not a full appreciation of like German idealism. And Freud was someone who I encountered in high school, interpretation of dreams. But I'm not sure that I took Freud terribly seriously until later. And not even in college. Really, I got my second education in Freud teaching Freud because I taught Freud in the College Core at the University of Chicago. And I was instructed in my teaching of Freud by a Freudian. He was an actual, like, dyed-in-the-wool, like, member of the Psychoanalytic Society, Freudian. He was himself an analyst as well as a professor of human development. And so I would say that in many respects, I had the kind of reverse trajectory that a lot of young people in the last generation, like with the millennials, have had, because a lot of people have come to it via like Zizek, and then Oh, did I cut out?
Just for a second.
Okay,
It'll be
things seem
okay, I
normal on
think.
Okay. So I, really came to a different kind of appreciation through Adorno of philosophy and also of psychology and sociology. So I, like I said, I gave myself a kind of a second education in graduate school. Up to that point, I had really studied Marx and Marxism from a political science, political theory point of view. So Adolf Reed was a mentor of mine, and he's a political scientist. And I did basically a political science major at Hampshire College, and I studied history of revolutions in the 20th century. So Russian, Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Cuban revolutions, and the Iranian Revolution. So I studied those things in detail. Like I did these long research projects on those things and really approached them through political history, political theory, not even political philosophy, really. And when I was in college, certainly postmodernism was very much in vogue. Everybody was a Foucauldian. Judith Butler was like an underground, zine hit with the students. They had a zine called Judy, fanzine of Judith Butler. And I'm gay, so I was surrounded by people who were into that queering everything kind of mentality. But meanwhile, I was like a hardcore Marxist. I was a member of a Trotskyist group. And in many respects, I was even more Marxist than they were. Because I'd bring up questions to them about like, but where's the Marxism? And they would be kind of annoyed with me about that. Adolf Reed also would sort of sometimes get annoyed with me about that as well. Even though he's a much more hardcore Marxist than people tend to know through his writings. He's like a left communist, like a council communist, like a real kind of hardcore Marxist in that way. So that's, in terms of thinkers, Marx kind of stands out. But then I did have this second education when I did my grad work on Adorno. And then the Frankfurt School kind of opened up things for me in a particular way. And I think I would not have been interested in the Frankfurt School if I hadn't already had a background in Marxism. And a real kind of appreciation of the actual history there, the political history of Marxism. And then the Frankfurt School gave me this other kind of appreciation for classical sociology, for Freud, and for philosophy. I think Adorno taught me philosophy. If I had a teacher in philosophy, it was Adorno. And then like in terms of a living teacher, it was Robert Pippin at the University of Chicago. And so those were Moishe Postone was an important teacher for me, but it was a battle between me and him because he was against traditional Marxism. And I kind of took his point, I took his criticism of traditional Marxism, but I also thought he was selling it short. He was selling historical Marxism short. So I would say that's how I came to where I've been, and then I've had this other public life with Platypus. Without Platypus, I would have just taught Frankfurt School critical theory academically with this kind of understanding of the history of Marxism in the background. With the Frankfurt School, I'll just say this, because this is probably something that maybe, Todd, you and I have in common generationally, is the reception of the Frankfurt School in the 80s and 90s was very eager to assimilate Frankfurt School with postmodernism. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of like, oh, they're saying the same thing, but differently. Whereas I had, because of my Marxist background, I knew that they were opposed to that. They were opposed to the Heideggerianism. They were opposed to this kind of legacy. And they really understood it as like a post-fascist, like, Habermas famously called the postmodernists the young conservatives. And I always thought that he was right about that.
Quick little follow-up on that then. So if you have three main thinkers, my initial guess was like, I was going to be like, it's going to be Marx, Lenin, and Adorno. Then I was like, but wait, is Freud?
Absolutely, yes. Well, Freud's there. Freud is there. I mean, and Hegel's very important to me, but I also have to say Nietzsche and Kant are very important to me too, in terms of philosophers. Kant is, extremely important. I feel like, and maybe this is the Pippin influence, but also Adorno's influence. I don't think that Hegel really makes sense without Kant. So, when I think of the thinkers who are near and dear to me, yes, I mean, in terms of being a political thinker, Marx and Lenin also, it's funny because Lenin has this kind of strange currency, whether people are for or against him. I think that they have a kind of caricatured image of Lenin that they either like or they dislike. This kind of ruthless guy, this kind of ends justifies the means guy. They either love him for that or they hate him for that. And I think that that's not true. That certainly isn't what's important to me about Lenin as a thinker, or as a political figure, as a historical figure. So those would be, but they're very different. Marx is different. Lenin's different. Adorno's different. It's not like Marx and Lenin are the same. They're actually quite different from each other in many respects. And of course, Adorno's different yet again. So it really depends on what we're talking about. But I would say that one of the challenges for me, especially teaching the humanities and teaching critical theory in that context, has been I think that people tend to be pretty naive about politics and about basic questions of political theory. Again, old style political science, because now political science is more of a quantified statistical discipline, right? But like old style, I mean, I guess what would be called political philosophy, really. I feel like most readers of Marx and most people interested in Marxism tend to not really think of it in that way. And that's the way I've always thought about it. I studied with political scientists in college. And like I said, I studied political history, a history of movements, history of parties, and that kind of set of concerns.
Thank you. So one thing I want to just say up front is that this is also really cool because I haven't had an opportunity to really be plugging your guys' courses that you're teaching at Theory Underground this year. And so I will be putting it up on the screen at some point while they're talking. They won't see it, but everybody on the YouTube side will. People listening to this on the podcast in the future, the links will be in the description, blah, blah, blah. But the reason that I wanted these two courses to happen, Introduction to Marxism, as well as Lacan's Seminar 11, is because, well, Lacan's Seminar 11 is basically an introduction to the Lacanian version of psychoanalysis. And so basically on the one side, it's like the sort of platypus approach to Marx, which is very much like this political Marx, which is not, it doesn't get the best representation on my channel, that's for sure. And Chris is always just like so generous, even though like, yeah, we might have our disagreements and stuff. And I'm always there to learn if someone's got something to teach. And the thing is it's one thing for a professor to just be teaching something in their own little world. It's another for them to spend the better part of a couple of decades trying to bring that not just to other people like, oh, Jordan Peterson's just got a message to tell the world or whatever. No, it's like you actually, you haven't been a public intellectual that way. You've been kind of behind the scenes organizing conversations between all kinds of people that are actively doing politics or who are super disaffected. And that includes people who are, I mean, it gets crazy. Like the people that you will put on panels, you get in all kinds of trouble for it because some of them are untouchables.
Oh, it was to spend somebody, to invite somebody.
Right? It is. It always is. Yeah. And so to me, it's like that makes you a kind of authority when it comes to Marx. Now, maybe not the, but I think that anybody who wants to talk about political Marxism had better spend some time with Platypus, right? And so that's kind of how I see the course that you'll be teaching. And then, of course, Seminar 11 in July, it's going to be amazing. So Seminar 11 in July, and Introduction to Marxism with Chris Cutrone will be in October. And so I guess the big question then, and Rudy had actually suggested this in the chat, but it's kind of already where I was thinking about it with Mikey, is the question of dialectics itself. What does that mean to you? And I know that for Chris, it's going to be largely informed by Adorno and negative dialectics. And for Todd, it's going to be this going to Hegel through Lacan that Zizek does. And so, like, in a sense, I don't know if it's fair to call it negative dialectics versus retroactive dialectics. Todd, how would you characterize this kind of dialectics?
Well, I think it's Hegelian. I don't know that it's Lacanian. I mean, maybe. Is Lacan? I mean, I think there are ways in which Lacan is unbeknownst to himself Hegelian, right? I mean, I think there's a certain period in his thinking when he is, but namely around Seminar 11. But I just think it's Hegelian. I think my conception of dialectics is completely Hegelian, and it's the idea is that everything exists. I think two things, right? Like everything exists in relation. Like Lukács says in History and Class Consciousness, the name dialectics just means like thinking everything as a totality, right? And I think that means like seeing the relation between, like thinking of nothing in isolation from itself. So there's a kind of anti-liberal, liberal in the sense of like we begin as isolated subjects. So some kind of anti-liberal sense to dialectics, right? And then the second thing is that when you see the relation, then you see the way in which the relation is a contradictory one, right? Like that there's not harmonious, there's no, for Hegel, I think this is, to me, the great insight. This is what he means by absolute knowing, that there's no harmonious relation at all. And and this would be where like my reading would be contra Robert Pippin's. Like, I don't think there's, like you get to the end of there's not mutual recognition at the end. And certainly this guy, Robert Brandom, wrote a great book about Hegel. It's a commentary on phenomenology, basically called A Spirit of Trust. It's 800. It's like twice as long as phenomenology. It's a great book. But the point for him is that you get to this point of Hegel's idea, or his ideal even, Brandon puts it, is one of mutual recognition. I don't think that's the case. Like, I think that part of what Hegel's great insight is, and I think in a way, this is what Adorno thinks of as negative dialectics, but I would say this is already Hegel's own project, is that all we can do is reconcile ourselves. So the term in German is Versöhnung, like to reconcile or reconciliation. All we can do is reconcile ourselves to this contradiction, to this failure, to this disharmony, right? And that, to me, that's what dialectics names.
Right. So I would say, okay, so this is where my disagreement comes in. So I mentioned Kant, right? So I would say that, the reality of the subject, meaning, and also the actuality of the subject. So Hegel's infamous comment, the real is the actual and the actual is the real, right? So in other words, the substance of the subject also. And I don't think that's, well, first of all, I would start off by saying I'm not sure about like liberalism starting off with the isolated individual. There are some strands of liberalism that are like that. But I would say that liberalism is also the source of our idea about the individual being a product of society. In other words, the social individual. That individuality is an achievement. It's not a starting point. It's a kind of a result. It's not an origin. And with respect to Hegel, I mean, the negative dialectic part from Adorno, it's actually based on a phrase of Lukács, which is the positive and negative dialectics in Hegel. Meaning that for some reason, what Hegel thought together became separated after Hegel. In other words, left and right Hegelianism. And that problem that was at the inception of Marxist thought recurs in the 20th century, meaning Marx had to deal with the division of left and right Hegelianism, or young and old Hegelianism, a kind of a progressive Hegelianism or revolutionary Hegelianism versus a conservative Hegelianism. And Marx was not simply on one side or the other of that. And in many respects, Stalinism in the 20th century reproduces that problem, meaning that Marxism in the 20th century becomes divided between a kind of affirmative Marxism and a more critical Marxism, or a more positive Marxism and a more negative Marxism. And that's a, kind of a, not a matter simply of thinking. That's actually in the reality of society in history, that actually occurs. Right. So that's where I think maybe for me the difference between Freud and Lacan also comes in, which is to say that I think that Freud might, I teach Paul Ricoeur, so he's the coiner of this expression, the masters of suspicion. Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud as the masters of suspicion, that they make us not just doubt, not just be skeptical of, but also to be suspicious of any claims to knowledge, right? So Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud as the originators of suspicion about any claims to knowing the world. I don't think that Freud actually is that. I also don't think that Marx and Nietzsche are that, but I certainly don't think that Freud is that, because I think that Freud starts out with the capacities of the ego and the possibilities of the ego developing even in adulthood, so I don't think that it's about reconciling oneself to the impossibility. It's more about the capacities and the possibilities. So that's why I started with Kant. Kant and Hegel seem to be about, given all the mitigating factors, still we have actual subjective agency. Freedom is possible in history, and not just at an individual level, but at a collective level. Social freedom is possible, and individuals can participate in that despite misrecognitions, despite contradictions. And I think that that's where there's a certain kind of pessimism that sits in the 20th century. And I associate that with also 20th century readings of Hegel. So I take it that someone like Lacan is influenced by Hegel, but via the 20th century reception by people like Kojev and others, and who are basically expressing what for Hegel would have been a pre-bourgeois kind of situation, like lordship and bondage, master and slave dialectic. In other words, Hegel thought that world history had overcome that kind of antagonism. But in the 20th century, it seems like we're kind of back to that. We're back to a kind of constitution of the subject, right? Rather than being able to proceed on the basis of, okay, the bourgeois subject has been established and now is encountering this problem of capitalism and has the capacity to overcome it. The workers as bourgeois subjects have the capacity of dealing with this problem of capitalism and overcoming it. I think that there's a great deal of not only skepticism and doubt about that and pessimism in the 20th century, but there's even suspicion of it. Right. So, and warranted by the Stalinist experience, all sorts of things happen that seem to warrant not only doubt and skepticism, but even suspicion about Marxism as a political project. Granted. And yet, I think that's still our only way out. That's still the only actual possibility. And so I don't see Marx as saying that the bourgeois subject is not real. I don't see Nietzsche saying that the bourgeois subject is not real. I don't see Freud saying that the bourgeois subject is not real. I also don't see the Frankfurt School saying that the bourgeois subject is not real. In other words, it might be in distress, it might be in extremis, it might be in self-contradiction, but it also has the capacities for overcoming that contradiction. And not in some, absolute way, but to take the next step in freedom. The next step in freedom is possible beyond capitalism. We may not believe that, but I uphold the idea that people thought that and they weren't wrong about it.
Well, okay. Thanks, Chris. So I would just say a couple things. I think, look, your insistence that Hegel is your point about this terrible split that happens afterward, I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, that's like one of the great disasters in the history of thinking. So that's something, I'll come back to that. But I think that you're absolutely right to say Kant is the fundamental point of, Kant and Fichte, right? The fundamental point of reference for Hegel, right? And I think you're right that Kant is probably, in my view, the great, if not Hegel, the great theorist of freedom. And so what I was saying about reconciling ourselves to contradiction is in no way was I saying that means that freedom is impossible. I think that is
on freedom. Yeah, let's not reconcile
I think
ourselves.
that's Hegel's image of what freedom is. I think that's an image of what freedom is, that freedom lies in, and I think this is an interesting, to me, difference between Hegel and Marx, that I think for Hegel, freedom lies in the embrace of contradiction. And I think maybe, I have Marxist friends that I have this kind of debate with, and they're like, well, no, you could see maybe Marx is saying this and that, like, it's really like that the communist revolution would allow us to have this kind of embrace, right? That he's only, when he says that, like this line in the preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy, when he says like bourgeois society is the last contradictory form, like, well, maybe he's saying in economic terms, but we still could have this like ontological grasp of contradiction, which for Hegel, I think, is the basis of our freedom. So I think that I absolutely agree that we have to think in terms of freedom. We have to think in terms of overcoming capital, because as you say, I think that's absolutely right. Like if capital is the end of the line, then there's no way out of the global disaster, right? Like I think that's in total agreement with you on that. And I also think that it seems like it's a shame today. What you said is exactly right. We're in this like hermeneutics of suspicion, right? Like that's like, no one talks about Ricoeur, but he's kind of won the day on that, I think. Like, and you're right that he's reduced these thinkers that are not really thinkers of suspicion. So, of course, it's like Descartes, right? It's doubt, but in service of a larger project, right? So I think you're absolutely right about that. And I think that there's that if you can't think, like just the way I've heard you speak about this, and I thought it was very compelling that there's this kind of like, just kind of reflexive identitarian movement on I'm even hesitant to call it the left, but like on the liberal, let's say the liberal left, right? And I think that's not an emancipatory position, and it's an abandonment of freedom. And I think everything you say on that is exactly right. So I'm totally with you. My point is just about the idea of contradiction, that for Hegel, it's not that freedom lies in this encounter with it, because then you see, like, because in contradiction, you see that you don't fit in, right? Like this like failure. And I take your point about liberalism. I think that I was probably unfair about that. But I think that in contradiction, you see that you don't, this non-fitting in, I think is absolutely crucial
non-identity.
That's to your freedom, right? Like, I think that's Adorno's point too, but yeah. So anyway, so that would just be my. So in essence, I completely agree. It's just maybe even just a terminological, semantic kind of.
It does become, it becomes terminological. Maybe for the benefit of the audience, I think that you and I could clarify. First of all, of course, when English speakers hear contradiction, they hear illogical. Right. And when they hear something that doesn't make sense, it's like a logical fallacy, or it's incoherent at the level of a consistent thought. And that's, of course, not what we mean by contradiction. right? We mean real contradiction, and like
Right.
not just a Socratic contradiction, like a thought error that you improve dialogically through clarification, through debate. A real contradiction. My hesitation about this with respect to Hegel, I go all the way back to Marx, to the early Marx, 1843, 1844. So, a critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, and then a critique of the Hegelian dialectic and philosophy as a whole in the economic and philosophic manuscripts, where he just says, of course, Hegel is true, but it's a metaphysics of labor. And it wasn't always true, and it need not always be true. In other words, it's true for our moment. It's true and it's true in two different respects. It's true as an image of freedom, bourgeois emancipation through labor. But then it's also true as unfreedom in capitalism. And that's the challenge. So, in other words, like that freedom lies in the contradiction. I think that Hegel has a very positive view, like a productive view of contradiction. But I think that that form of freedom in capitalism has actually become a form of unfreedom. And so the challenge is, can we think freedom, however incipiently, beyond this kind of bourgeois dialectic? And I think that's, by the way, where Heidegger and his progeny, the French fries, that's where there's a kernel of truth, actually. Because, again, they're seeing the unfreedom in the Hegelian dialectic, right? They're grasping the truth of the unfreedom that's articulated in the Hegelian dialectic. But, again, what gets elided is the distinction between a kind of bourgeois emancipatory moment, that kind of productive, constructive aspect of freedom, which still goes on under capitalism. It's still happening, but it's now contradicted by this other thing, which is that actually the dialectic in that sense is what's keeping us in this form of unfreedom now. Right. So that's the tricky part. It's kind of like there are two sides to the contradiction, or there are two sides to the dialectic, we might say. So the dialectic itself would need to be overcome. That would be the Adorno point, that there might be freedom beyond dialectical contradiction. The dialectical contradiction might have described a process of freedom, but maybe there's going to be a freedom beyond that dialectical process. That would be my suggestion.
I see. Yeah, I mean, that's really good, because I think that articulates, because that is not my view at all. So that nicely articulates the difference, right? So
could you help me out here really quick then, Todd? Because there's a point in the stream after a certain amount of hours when my brain gets a little mushy, perhaps, but I
assume so. Yeah.
Okay,
we're at the wrong end, man. I don't know why you put us here. We're giving you at your worst.
Yeah. Yeah. But I was just telling the chat, you guys are doing so good without me. I don't even need to do anything here. You guys I could leave. But no, but really quick, Todd was so clear. It's like dialectics, he boiled it down to two things. Of course, it's a bunch of other things, but he made it very easy for us all with its relations, and those relations are contradictions, and that's the starting point. And then Cutrone did this sweeping thing, and I was trying to hold on to the threads, and then it was slipping away, and then it went deeper, and then back and forth, and then you were like, but this is where we disagree, and I'm like, what is the disagreement?
Wait.
Please lay it out for me. Yeah, what do you understand the disagreement to be, Todd?
And then
yes, please.
Let me do it, and then let Chris say how I missed it. Okay, so I think that I'm trying to say that that freedom is for Hegel, and and not for Kant. For Kant, freedom is precisely our ability to. This is what's the radical move of Kant, right? That freedom is our ability to give ourselves a law, impose a law on ourselves, right? And that's completely against. Chris is going to be upset with me because I'm going to say the word again in a pejorative way. It's completely against the liberal tradition of how we conceive of freedom. Kant's in this way anti-liberal, but okay.
It's
But
Rousseauian.
Hegel's what? Right,
It's
right.
Rousseauian.
Yes, exactly. Hegel's point, I think, is that freedom is attained when we grasp our contradictory structure as a subject and our contradictory relation to the social order. And Hegel thinks that this is a unsurpassable point in human history. He does not think it's like this is a point like that is just a historical insight he thinks that we've got it. This is, and he says, he's very clear, this is the end of history. He doesn't mean like things aren't going to happen. What he means is once you uncover, which he thinks he has, the fact that contradiction, and Chris is right, that it's not like, oh, this Socratic like I contradict you, you contradict me, and through that method we get to some kind of truth. That's not what contradiction means for Hegel. In fact, Hegel obeys, sorry, this is a little detour. Hegel obeys the principle of non-contradiction to discover the inevitability of contradiction. So it's a little bit confusing. But he thinks we're never going to get beyond that insight, like that insight, and then we're never going to get beyond that materially because, and we can. But he doesn't think we can't find better ways
self-consciousness
to relate to
that we've achieved it
philosophically. But he's not an idealist in this stupid way. Like he thinks like, no, society has to change to be equal to this insight about freedom.
But we have the resources.
So it's not,
we have the resources for it. Yeah.
Right. But I think there's a real difference because, and this is true, Adorno thinks that there's some point beyond this dialectical like in Minimum Morality, I think he's very clear about this. Like so that beyond contradiction be some like a togetherness of difference, right? Like that would be utopia. So I think that there is this, I think that would be how I would characterize it. Like, is this like point of dialectical contradiction, that's the great insight? Or is there this movement beyond that dialectical endpoint, right? I think that's, to me, that's how I see the opposition playing it.
Right. So let's bring Marx into it between Hegel and Adorno. So, or Lukács for that matter, the historicization of the Hegelian dialectic, right? And it's not to say that Hegel was wrong. It's rather that in his historical moment, the only way to grasp freedom was to say the freedom of the present, of his time, was the result of all prior human history, that could be appropriated in a particular way and achieve a certain kind of self-consciousness. And the basic contours of that self-consciousness were achieved. And then after that, it would be a matter of working through the details of it. Right. So it's not that history is going to stop by any means. Right. Actually, freedom is going to continue to be explored. But it's going to be explored in essentially these terms. And in a way, he says, people were always exploring freedom in these terms. They just didn't know it. Right. Whereas now we know it. Right. Whereas I think that what Marx does, and also what Adorno and Lukács also and Adorno follow Marx on this point, is to say that, well, actually, history was not always about this dialectical process. In other words, it must necessarily look that way in retrospect, right? So the anatomy of the human is the key to the anatomy of the ape, right? So it's like a real knowledge of the past, but it's also a specific knowledge of the past. And so I think that the danger is like that one would raise a kind of romanticism, or, like Ricoeur would be an example, but Foucault would be an example, like other ways of knowing. Oh, don't forget that before bourgeois society, before modernity, there were these other ways of knowing, and holding that out as like a model for the future.
Isn't like Dawn of Everything the great example
almost like,
of what you're, sorry, Chris, do you know this book, Dawn of Everything? Isn't it a great example of what you're just talking about?
It is. That's right. Is that Yuval Harari?
No, it's not the Harari one.
Who's the writer?
It's
the new Graeber.
The guy, it's the Graeber and David. What's the other guy's name?
It's Graeber. That's right. It's Graeber. That's right. Yeah. It's a posthumous Graeber. That's right.
Yeah.
No, that's right. And that's right, exactly. And so that kind of romanticism, the question is, what's the rational kernel in that, in recognizing that there was a difference, and that this kind of bourgeois totality that's come into existence, it's real and it can incorporate difference, but that in a way it projects back onto the past a dialectical process that wasn't necessarily there. So the way that I like to put it is, I understand why Hegel says that there was a dialectic coming out of the ancient Mediterranean world into the Germanic Christian world that gave birth to bourgeois society and freedom. I understand his point, but I also would just maintain, you know what, the Middle Ages were not really dialectical in the way that capitalism is, right? In other words, lord and serf is not at all like capitalist and worker, actually, or capital and wage labor. Very different thing than the caste system of the pre-bourgeois world. And so again, like, I understand his point, because bourgeois society makes it so. The bourgeois society makes it so there is this history coming out of the ancient Mediterranean world into the Germanic Christian Middle Ages. There is a sort of a through line that's established. But what that tends to suggest, and I'm not even sure that Hegel, again, I don't think that Hegel was saying, the story of freedom is over. It's like a move that all philosophers do, right? Although I do think we have to take seriously the idea that Kant, as he said, invented philosophy, and there was no philosophy before Kant.
Agreed.
And we have to take seriously Hegel's idea that Hegel completed philosophy. So the 25 years of philosophy, born with Kant, finished by Hegel. I love that. But of course, it's not really literally true, right? In other words, we could say that all philosophy after Hegel is like sub-Hegelian. We could say that. But we could also say, because it's in the era of capitalism, that in many respects Hegel could not anticipate, that the philosophy that comes after Hegel is trying to think through something. There's a discontent with Hegel. It's kind of like Hegel completed philosophy, but then all of a sudden people start pulling at the threads. Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, all sorts of people. And that the reason that they're doing that is because this consciousness of freedom is actually inadequate to capitalism in some respects. And not just in the details, right? But at a more substantial level. So that's, where I feel like that's maybe the difference.
There's so much to say there.
I want you guys to be able to return to it, to unpack it some more. But also, I want to dig into something a little bit. And when I was originally saying the thing about how I could have pulled any professor who teaches this stuff to talk, but it's another thing when, all this organizing, kind of doing underground theory in a sense. That's why you're the godfather of underground theory in a sense, right? In the Marxist scene, you've been doing all this organizing, right? Well, but the thing is I don't know what the Lacanian scene would be without the LAC conference. And that was the other part of that thread that I forgot to bring back. And it's like, Todd is like if it wasn't for you and a couple other amazing people, Todd, like LAC wouldn't have been the thing that it's been for so long. And I think you very early in the conversation were kind of just like, Lacan sleeping with his patients, making up words, asshole. Yeah, I could just stick to Freud. And it's like, but come on, you would not be able to do what you do with psychoanalysis if it wasn't for Lacan, and you're the LAC guy. And I really want you at this point now to bring in why Lacan matters for your politics. But first, I want to take a step back from everything we've been doing, and I want you both give it to me quick, short and sweet here. What is the left for you? And I'll preface that by saying Chris Cutrone, he's the last Marxist. He's the last Marxist, and and in the lore, and the slogan of, or the motto, I guess, the battle cry of platypus affiliated societies: the left is dead, long live the left. And I'll just say the thing that they never say, the funny thing, if you actually look into it, the platypus thing, it's a wonderful story that comes from Engels. I'll let Chris explain it to you all, but do explain the story because it's amazing. But yeah, what is the left? We'll start with you, Chris.
Okay, so there's the left in our time, and then there's the left historically. And I guess for me, and of course this is a peculiarity that doesn't make sense to many people. For me, the left means Marxism. In other words, I take that term from the history of Marxism, the idea that there was, like, within the history of Marxism, a left and a right, like Rosa Luxemburg versus Edward Bernstein, or Lenin and the Bolsheviks versus the Mensheviks, that there's a left and a right that way, but that it only makes sense within that history, and we've become deranged from that. And of course now left means like progressive capitalist, right? Progressive liberal capitalist. And in the United States we have, really just two versions of liberalism. We have progressive liberalism and we have conservative liberalism, and both of them get bent out of shape, trip over themselves over capitalism. And so I think there's even a question of whether or not the progressives really are the progressives and whether the conservatives really are the conservatives in terms of the actual dynamics at work, because this is what capitalism does. So Marxism, like, to say the left is dead, long live the left, it's the king is dead, long live the king, right? Meaning that the spirit might continue, but would have to be embodied in a different way. So it's not about like people on the left. It's more like the left as a project, the left as a principle has sort of vacated the scene. Marxism has vacated the scene, but could come back. Could the spirit of it could come back, and maybe even in a post-Marxist or non-Marxist way. I'm always open to that if it's earned, if it's legit. Now, the platypus point, so my friend Richard Rubin came up with this when we thought we were going to start a journal. Instead, we started an organization with some students, which is much better than starting a journal. And it's the anecdote from Friedrich Engels, who read about the platypus in the newspaper, and he was like, oh no, this has got to be a fraud, because there could be no such creature, right? Because he had a very teleological understanding of natural evolution. And then he was chagrined to find that there was actually a platypus, that they really did exist. And so this is a little bit of an object lesson, that if there were to be a rebirth of an authentic emancipatory political movement within capitalism, seeking to go beyond capitalism, it might be unrecognizable in terms of people's assumptions today. It may not fit into people's established conceptions or classifications, categorizations. The favorite four-field meme: authoritarian, libertarian, capitalist, socialist. It's like, well, where would actual like historical Marxism fit on that? It would be kind of everywhere and nowhere on that map, right? It wouldn't fit, exactly the way people think about socialism as a kind of statism, nor would it fit like capitalism if it's like, I don't know, libertarian, anarcho-capitalism. It wouldn't fit authoritarian versus libertarian either. It would sort of defy that kind of categorization, and yet I think that that's what needs to come back, right? Pardon me. So I think that it's an important symbol, the platypus, because again, it's neither fish nor fowl, if you know that expression. And it seems to be a mashup of things, right? So because Engels thought that some taxidermists had taken body parts from different animals and had created this cadaver of a platypus, right? So the only evidence that they had of a platypus was a cadaver, and he was like, somebody made this thing out of like incongruent body parts. And then he saw the platypus in the zoo alive, swimming around, and he's like, oh shit, it exists, right? It's not like made up, a mashup of incompatible parts. which is the way original historical Marxism has to appear today. It has to appear to be all over the map and nowhere on the map, and it has to appear as a mashup of incompatible parts from the present's owned assumptions. So today, the way things are classified politically, it would have to appear as some kind of weird monster, made up of incompatible things.
I'm glad to hear it from your mouth, because just reading it on the website, I've been under the assumption now for a long time that the takeaway was supposed to be different, and that the takeaway was that Marxists cannot recognize what the left has become.
Maybe today. In other words, certainly the people who call themselves Marxists today have a very hidebound understanding. In other words, here's another Adornoism. Our thinking should not be reduced to classifying things. Like, our concepts should not be about slotting things in, pigeonholing things, just sort of mapping things out and classifying things, like saying, okay, this is this thing and that thing's the other thing. That's like the very opposite of thinking. It's what Adorno and the Frankfurt School called positivism, right? And if that's all our mental function is, if that's all thinking is, then that's a shame. If it's just about like pattern recognition or something, like this, I explain this to my students. I'm like, thinking is not what you think it is. It's not like just cognitive processing, because animals do that. Humans do something else. They do something more synthetic and creative when they think. They're not just recognizing and slotting things into recognizable categories, right? At least actual thinking, right? So maybe 99% of the time we're not thinking in that way. That's fine, right? It goes back to Kant, right? So, he basically says, look, empiricism and rationalism can describe like 99.99% of our cognitive processes, but neither can explain that one little bit that happens sometimes, namely freedom, our cognitive freedom, our thinking. They can't explain that as a synthetic faculty, as like a creative process. And that's actually what needs to be explained, because if philosophy can't explain that, then you don't really need philosophy. You can do science, you can do other things, right? You only need philosophy to explain the freedom of our thinking. You don't need philosophy to explain a cognitive process that we share with animals, basically.
Thank you. All right. And then
right.
Todd.
So certainly Marxists today, most people who call themselves Marxists are not thinking. They use Marxism as a substitute for thinking. Let's put it that way.
How about you, Todd? What is the left?
So to me, I like what Chris is doing, this idea. Like, I agree totally that what's calls itself left today is often not what I would call the left. And I think it's imperative to do something like what he's describing, like have our own conception, that then we don't just say like, oh, these are the choices that we have available to us, and that's just what we're gonna opt for. But instead to say, no, there's this thing that doesn't fit, right? That we're gonna promulgate, like we're gonna take up that. And I think that's absolutely imperative. And I'm just going to put it in my own little jargon, and I apologize for that. But to me, like, to be left is that to be in struggling on behalf of the universality of non-belonging. Like, that's just what it is. Like, leftism has to be universal, and it has to be about this commitment to this a utter non-belonging. Like, there's no group to belong to, like no symbolic identity. And this is getting to you wanted me to talk about the Lacan influence. So this would be the Lacan influence, right? So Lacan's, I think I wanted to say a couple things about what I think is important about him, because you're right, I have probably wrongly dismissed his importance for me. And here's what I think. I think two things. One, I think he has this one concept, and so he he theorizes desire. Chris brought up the name of Alexander Kojève, this great Hegelian thinker, and who really shaped basically French thought of the 20th century. I mean, Kojève, I think there's a really good argument that Kojève is, along with maybe like Heidegger, Wittgenstein, and Lukács, the great thinker of the 20th century, right? So I think that doesn't even seem to be an extreme position. And one thing Kojève does is try to bring Heidegger, Marx, and Hegel together into an amalgam, right? But he's the one that theorizes desire as the desire for recognition. And so that's influential on Lacan. But what Lacan says is, well, that's not really the extent of our desire. Like, actually, we don't desire the other's recognition. We desire something that actually blocks what we want, something that causes us to miss the other's recognition, right? Something that gets in the way of it. And so his notion of this objet art, which I think he says it's in his seminar 21, he says, this is the one thing that I invented. And I think usually people, when they say that, they're wrong. I think Lacan was right. This is the one thing he invented. And I think that idea that our desire is structured around not the object that we desire, but instead the thing that is slightly in the way of the object is really an incredible insight and unanticipated historically, not by Freud, maybe by Freud, but not theoretically thought through by Freud. So I think that's really important. And the great example of this is if you see one of my twin sons drove our car into the Chipotle, the pole in front of a Chipotle, and so the bumper is now bent in, right, and then the bottom fell off, and there's all these problems. So I look at that and I'm like, you know what? If he just hadn't have done that, that car was in fine shape, right? So that little dent in the bumper is functioning as an objet art, right? Like, it's a bad thing, right? I wish their bumper was, but it makes a nice front of the car desirable. Otherwise, I look out the front of my car and I don't give a shit. It's just it's an old Prius, it barely runs, it's fine. I don't care. But now I look at it and I go, wow, I wish it had a nice front on there, right? Like, so that little thing in the bumper that caused by that Chipotle pull, that's objet art for Lacan, right? So, and I think that you can think about that. The great example is in the person that you're in love with or desire, the way in which they have some slight little defect. I wish they could just not have that slight, but that's the thing that if it wasn't for that, they would be undesirable, right? So that's a really important idea for
Or unloved.
You're right.
Unloved.
Right,
like,
right, unloved. Yeah.
Because that's exactly the other thing about we shouldn't confuse those things. In other words, maybe I'm just going to be a hopeless romantic for a second. But we love the flaw in the other.
No, that's absolutely Lacan's point.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely right. Lacan's point. Absolutely Lacan's point. Right. And so I remember this person that was in my for my sins when I was in 6th grade. I was sent to a Christian school because my parents thought I was headed down the wrong path, and there was a person there that was she was like perfect looking, right, and no one desired her, and it was the most fascinating thing, right? Like, and it's exactly what you said, Chris. Like, she just was too perfect to be desirable, right? And I think we see people like that all the time. Like, you see them and you're like, I couldn't love that person because there's no flaw that I could latch onto. And I think that's one of Lacan's great insights, that he allows us to kind of think love and desire in this other sort of way. And then thing. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. I was going to just say, I'll throw a little wrinkle in there, which is to say, desire as a source of suffering. Love is a source of suffering. In other words, I think that what you're describing, because I think, again, to like an English-speaking audience, the French have they're kind of the Romans. They're the last holdout of the Romans, right? And so I feel like desire, love, it's all about suffering, right? And I don't think that connotates quite the same way to our audience, right? Because they're thinking of love as the end of suffering rather than the structure of suffering or the meaning of suffering. And by the way, so this is again maybe some little difference, which is the contradiction. In other words, contradiction as suffering, and also absolute knowing as suffering, but suffering with meaning, right? And I think that there are a couple of ways of thinking about that. One is post festum, the L of Minerva flying at dusk, the meaning of historical suffering and the meaning of present suffering. But I also think we do have to overcome this form of suffering. Doesn't mean overcoming all suffering, but maybe the suffering we have in capitalism, that it's meaningless now. In other words, that we're suffering meaninglessly in capitalism, and we do have to overcome that, which doesn't mean overcoming suffering per se. It doesn't mean entering into a realm of meaninglessness. But the political project is about overcoming suffering, not reconciling ourselves to it.
Right.
And that's where I think that the psychology of acknowledging and recognizing our suffering is a little bit different. Although in the 20th century, I could see how it would be associated with the project of the historical left. In other words, that there's a moment of disenchantment in the mid 20th century where it's like the utopian project of the left seems to be an attempt to overcome suffering that has only produced more suffering. And I think that the move of Heidegger and the post-Heideggerians, and even like Kojève, his understanding of Hegel, is to basically say it's a mistake to try to overcome suffering, and that it actually makes suffering worse. And it threatens to produce a kind of meaningless suffering. And I think what they did was they projected onto the Marxist project what is actually capitalism. Right? That they sort of start to associate capitalism with a kind of institutionalization of a kind of the meaningless suffering of capitalism. And then they were like, no, we can't, we reject this attempt to overcome suffering that only produces more suffering, greater suffering. And the task is for us to accept the horizon of our suffering, right?
Yeah, but a couple things. Yeah,
kind of
no,
absolute meaning of our existence.
In many ways, I agree totally with what you're saying, right? So in many ways, and I think that yeah, like the project of capitalism, the promise of the commodity form, is this promise of an infinite excess, right? Of like I'm going to overcome suffering through the commodity, right? Like the idea of, I always think of John Galt's motor, right? This like thing that's like self-perpetuating, right? So you don't have to, you put a little labor into it, and then it just creates value just on its own, right? Like it's purely self. And I think that's in certain ways the capitalist fantasy. So I think that what you're saying is right, but I think, and I do also agree that there's a danger to this, like, oh, accept suffering, that way we don't. But I think look, to the promise of escaping suffering is a capitalist promise. I mean, I just think, point the line, right? Like that's the capitalist promise. And so, but I think the key is to say, can you see the way in which, and I think this is like, so I'm going to say another nice thing about Lacan. I think this is what's great about Lacan, that for him, like, can you see the way in which you're suffering? It's not just this Heideggerian accept our suffering, etc. Right? It's instead like, can't you see the way in which our suffering is tied to is the way that we enjoy? Like that's, I mean, this, and I think there's all these Lacanian people that complain about you can't translate jouissance as enjoyment, because what they think what is lost precisely is dimension of suffering that's attached to jouissance that is not captured in the English enjoyment. I hate that kind of thing, but I do think that's one of the Lacan's great ideas, really. And I think it seems to me like that's not this romanticization of suffering that you're rightfully afraid of, right? Like that seems like a different thing. It's like a way to say, okay, yeah, we can transform. We should be trying to transform society, transform our relationship to our suffering. right? In a way that, so that we can, I mean, like, to me, like, sometimes, like Frederick Jameson in Political Unconscious says, in the future, we won't even suffer from death because we'll just be a collective, and you won't even feel like someone dies because the collective will live on. And I just think, when I read that, I'm like, that's just like, I like Jameson. I thought that was stupid.
Dystopia.
Right, it's a dystopia, and for one thing, like, even if the individual death is nothing, it's at least a metaphor for the heat death of the universe, right? Like, so eventually, even the collective dies, right? Like, sorry, right?
No, I would say that the issue is, again, I think that the agony of the last century is that it lived in the shadow of a failed attempt to overcome capitalism that then we resent as a kind of utopia. And also we look at the results of it and we're like, oh, it's dystopia, right? The East. And so it's not about overcoming suffering per se. It's about overcoming this specific form of suffering, so we're free to move on to the next form of suffering. Right? Agree. Can we suffer in a different way? Please.
Yeah.
Than capitalism.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
Agree.
That's the goal. The goal is to free ourselves to find new ways to suffer rather than being stuck in this way.
Yeah.
I like to make the distinction here between suffering and misery, right? Just because it's like orders of, and that's arbitrary, but it's an order of magnitude thing. And I maybe I got that from Mikey, I'm not sure, but it's how we talk about it in our conversations, which is like, yeah, let's get to where we can all just share in the fact that we all suffer at bottom. But in order to do that, we'd have to make it so that some people don't have to be in misery, so that some of us live in this weird, there's like a numbness kind of misery where you're just in this sort of numbness and you're not living because everyone else in the world is working, so that you can just live in this weird bubble of comfort that is actually miserable. And then of course there's the misery of the
meaningless
children,
suffering, right?
The meaningless suffering of the slaves who make it so that you can be in that little bubble, right? And so it's like, yeah, I see that you're both going to be able to more or less agree when you're coming at this. Now, Todd, I don't know if you'd say, maybe I missed it, but did you say the thing about non-identity being essential to your conception of the left?
Yeah, non-belonging, but certainly non-identity. Right? Like,
sorry,
I think
that's right.
I didn't develop the idea, but I think that Lacan's other great contribution is to see the difference between subjectivity and symbolic identity, right? And so he conceives of subjectivity as what can't be captured in your symbolic identity, right? And I think one of the things, and I think that's a really valuable thing for the left today, because I think that we're so enmeshed in this I am my identity. And I think for Lacan, he rightly sees that I am never my identity, right? Like that no matter what.
It's a narcissism problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's a narcissism.
Yeah.
And the way that I understand the difference between Freud and Lacan is that they're facing a different problem. In other words, that for Freud, a kind of narcissistic problem is like a limit case for what he's trying to deal with at the level of the neurosis. Whereas I think that Lacan is living in an era where not just Lacan, but many followers of Freud are confronting a different kind of problem. And it is a kind of more pre-Oedipal narcissistic problem that capitalism has engendered. And that, where again, we're kind of tormented by an impossible desire, a kind of, this will make no sense, a narcissistic ego ideal, right? Where actually ego ideal should be the opposite of narcissism, and yet that does become our ego ideal. And I think it's very hard for us to relate to Freud. Like, Freud seems to be part of a different world, whereas Lacan speaks to us more directly. And
well,
all
I think,
that I, right? What
yeah,
I think is that
right,
that makes Cutrone the first person in world history to say that Lacan says something directly. But great job, yeah.
No, but I think one way to
really
say, Chris, what you're saying is one way to think of it is the different ways in which they conceive of the superego, right? Like, so for Freud, the superego is this massive force of prohibition that wants to stop us from doing what we want. And Lacan says there is nothing that commands us to enjoy other than the superego, right? Like it's just exactly the opposite, right? I mean, Lacan would say, no, Freud already thought this, but really, and I think it's what you're saying, that like when you said this ego ideal that's narcissistic, like that's what Lacan means when he says there's the force of the superego is this imperative to enjoy. So or in other words, you could say like what we feel in Freud's era, what we feel guilty of is like, oh, I want to sleep with my parent, or I want to like kill the father, some kind of violate some prohibition. Whereas today, and in the Lacan's era, I think what you feel guilty for is your failure to enjoy, right? Like you're like, what? God, I missed that sale. What the hell? How did I miss that? Or like I oh my God, I missed someone else got that last model of that thing that I wanted and I didn't get it, right? Like all those kind of like failure to, or someone else is with the incel, right? Like they're utterly,
oh my God,
they're utterly determined by this superegoic force that's saying someone else is enjoying more than you are, right? And I think it's unknown to Freud. Like it's just that kind of process is unthinkable for him. But in Lacan's universe, that makes perfect sense.
You know, Adorno has a phrase that's great on this point, which is the pressure to be permitted to obey.
Yeah.
Right? That, you know, it's almost like the only pleasure that we have in advanced capitalism is when we submit to the, you know, to the dictate, you know, to enjoy yourself. And, you know, that also means, you know, enjoyment, I think, in both senses. So I don't think, you know, he wasn't doing the jouissance thing, but I think that he also thought that submitting to suffering, being given permission to submit to suffering, was also a satisfaction, right? It was a psychological satisfaction. It sort of gave some like ersatz meaning to existence.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I always think of with this idea, just quickly, because like that, I think of the Goebbels' speech on the total war speech, where he's like, you've worked 8 hours, now we're going to work 10 and 12, 14, and the crowd's just going crazy. Like they're going crazy at the fact that they're going to be sacrificing more, and so they're like, he's giving them permission to enjoy their obedience, right? Like I think that seems to me exactly in line with what Adorno is saying.
It's very peculiar.
Yeah,
it's very peculiar because again, the positive function of the superego for Freud is, you know, conscience, is serving a higher ideal, is like, you know, that kind of early kind of exaggerated kind of idealization. You know, but again, that's a kind of a narcissistic pleasure, and that's not to stigmatize it, but to just say that it's a very kind of primitive pleasure, and that we have to be able to handle that. In other words, that we have to achieve a certain level of maturity where we're not simply in the thrall of that. Right? So, you know, losing yourself, you know, I teach Freud, and students always come at me with Lacanianism or pseudo-Lacanianism, actually. More like R.D. Langism or something. Because they're like, well, what about ego death? And I'm like, children, please don't. Like, please don't desire ego death. Please don't. Like, you know, that way lies madness. But they, you know, because, you know, they're like, but okay, so Freud's telling us this, but what about the pleasure to be free from yourself? Right? And I'm like, we should be, so here I will be a master of suspicion. We should be suspicious of that in capitalism because it tends to serve very authoritarian ends.
Yeah.
Right? Even just in the consumerist way that you were talking about, like even in the more benign way, it's still pretty dark.
Yeah. Totally agree.
And, you know, I'm not going to say that, look, Marxism succumbed to that in the 20th century. In other words, a lot like the mass movements that most people associate with Marxism were as authoritarian as fascism, absolutely, and cannot be disentangled from that psychology. I just like to remember, actually, people like Marx and Engels and Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg and Trotsky, they weren't down with that kind of authoritarianism. They actually wanted people to think for themselves. They actually kind of assumed that people could think for themselves. They assumed like workers could make political choices, right? That they weren't just doing it because there's a pleasure in obeying. That would have struck them as completely contrary to what they were trying to do politically.
Right.
Chris, is psychoanalysis essential to your Marxism, to your approach to politics, to how you think about the situation, to how you think about a solution or a way forward? And if so, why?
I think that psychoanalysis, I would say my Frankfurt School approach to psychoanalysis is that psychoanalysis describes something real, something that's historically specific, and it paradoxically describes both something to be overcome and something to be attained. Right? So Marcuse has a wonderful essay called The Obsolescence of the Freudian Concept of Man. And he said, it's not only an image of a past to be recovered, the Freudian concept of the psyche, but also a future to be attained. Right? In other words, that socialism would be the achievement of the bourgeois subject and not merely the negation of it. Because, of course, capitalism has already negated the bourgeois subject. And so in many respects, emancipation would look like the restoring of that subject, but also in order to be able to get beyond it, potentially. Right? So I think that a lot of like,
is that to say that you're taking this Marcuse line then that if socialism were to achieve its victories or what have you, the human subject, it would become unsplit. There would be no more unconscious, no more repression, no more drive.
Not in the way that we experience it now. That would be the idea. In other words, the way we experience it now, because of course there's like repression, there's repression. In other words, there's, we have to learn to filter and to order the world, and, and people have probably always been doing that. But this contradiction, to go back to what we were talking about earlier, between the conscious and the unconscious, it all depends on what we mean by contradiction. Right? If we're thinking about it as like productive, as like a productive tension that's constitutive, that's one thing. But if we're experiencing it as a split self, then that's another thing. Right? In other words, is our self in that contradiction, or is our self lost as a function of that contradiction? I just have in mind, like I said, French fries, schizo criticism, Deleuze and Guattari, right? And I'm like, no, like that's capitalism. Like capitalism is psychotic. That's not freedom, right? So that's my fear, is that, and it does do an injustice to Lacan, but I think that Lacan gets assimilated to other things that are more about like celebration of a non-subject, basically. And it's like, well, no, right? And so again, it has to do with how we understand the contradiction as constitutive, and also the contradiction as something that's actually disintegrative. And I think that in capitalism, it's something that the disintegrative aspect is more prominent than the constitutive aspect. That we have to sort of abandon the aspiration to be an ego in order to function in daily life in capitalism.
Perfect.
We have to sort of surrender ourselves to these processes.
I think that's the sensible answer, and it makes a lot of sense. But Okay, now I'm being redundant. That's how late it is. So we'll be closing this thing out pretty shortly. But Todd, how about you? How essential is psychoanalysis to your politics, to your Marxism, to your conception of the situation, and how you see a way forward, and why?
Well, it's absolutely essential, and maybe for the reason Chris said. Although I would not. I mean, I think Deleuze and Lacan are about Deleuze, Guattari versus Lacan. I think they're about as opposed as can be. Like I think that I don't think there's any risk of this like celebration of the schizo and Lacan. Like I think that's not. But I do think that, like to me, I guess to me that the something essential to my way of thinking about politics is it's a term we haven't talked about today, is the idea of and this is Freud's great discovery in 1920. I think that the unconscious. I like what Chris said about the productive versus the destructive. I think that's good, and I or the productive versus the dissipating. I agree with that. But I would just say that I think that this idea that Freud comes up with in 1920 of the death drive is really just absolutely crucial to the way I think about politics, and that is, how do we think about our own self-destructiveness and the self-destructiveness of the society, and integrate that into our thinking about politics. And I don't think that, and I think one of the differences probably between us on a lot of these questions is this, like you want to say, I think that these are historically determined ideas, and I almost never want to say that. So that's
or at least conditioned.
Conditioned, right.
Determined, conditioned.
Right. Yeah, I almost never want to say that. Because I think that, and this comes back to a statement you made. You quoted Grundrisse, which is it's one of Marx's most Hegelian moments, where he says, but then I thought you added a little twist to it that I'm not sure I agree with. So what Marx says is that anatomy of the human holds the key to the anatomy of the ape, right? But what is that? That doesn't mean that the ape causes the human. It means that in a certain sense, the human causes the ape. And I think
that's right.
I think this is where Marx isn't Hegelian or, let's say, Freudian enough. That Hegel's, I think, his entire philosophy, and I think this idea of death drive is all about this, is about a philosophy of Nachträglichkeit, of retroactivity. Like, so when you say yeah, the past was totally different, I think Hegel's right on board with you. Like, he's like, yeah, like I'm recounting the history of the present, right? Like, I'm not recounting history as a movement from the past to the future. I'm recounting the history of the present, right? And so I feel like that to me is just utterly central to my way of conceiving of politics. And it makes me think that the real political change is, and I think Trump kind of gets this really, like Trump really understands this better than the left, that you change the past, you don't change the future, you change the past. And then that changes where we're going, right? Like, you give us a different past. I think that's what Hegel's doing in his philosophy, saying like, this is the history of the present. And if we understand history in this way, then we're headed down this one path. But if we don't understand history in this way, then we're headed down this disastrous path, right? So I feel, and that's why he says history is the history of freedom, not because it's really the history of freedom, but because Hegel, in a political act, says we can see the history of freedom in this, what's happened, right? And that's a political act on Hegel's part.
Yes.
And so that's where
it's about the freedom of the present. So the freedom of the present unlocks the freedom of the past.
Yes.
And then would you both agree that that's also the next level kind of way of reading the history? You know, the history is a history of class war. Class struggle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right. Because I mean, Marx himself would have said it's not evident. It wasn't evident to the Greeks that history was the history of class struggle. It's only evident now, and that's why this great invention of Marx. It's an invention, right? Of class struggle. He rewrites the past in order to make this thing evident that was only, I mean, in Hegelian jargon, it was there in itself, right? But then Marx makes it for itself, right? Like, and that, I think it's like that.
Right.
Like that, when Chris says like the Communist Manifesto awakened him from his dogmatic slumber, I mean, that idea is really the key idea of that text, right? That history is the history. I mean, it's the opening line, but it's the key line, right? Like history is history of class struggle, because
And
that's
it's also
the
an
way.
exhortation.
Yeah.
Exhortation. We have to make it so.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So having, like, how did it become the case? What was the possibility of the present in the past?
Yeah.
Which wasn't necessarily determinately so,
right,
but made the present possible. What was the potential in the past that allowed this to happen? And to grasp that, because that's how we grasp possibility in the present. Right. So on the non-identity and non-belonging, I want to say something about that. Because I think that speaks to the psychology aspect of it. In other words, the desire to belong, and the desire to become identical. Self-identity as an aspiration. I mean, this is where I do think that Hegel's important, in the sense that, and again, not understood at a personal level, just at an individual psychological level, but that the attainment of self-identity is also the attainment of non-identity. That, in other words, once self-identity is achieved, then it yields a new contradiction, right? Meaning it actually, it's not like we have this heterogeneity difference, and then, pardon me, it becomes identical, and then that's it. It's more like, no, actually, and this is getting back to the point about Adorno that you mentioned earlier. It's about difference not simply existing, but as the result. In other words, the possibility of becoming different. So I always, I use this example in terms of being gay and why I hate the gay gene. It's like, I'm not demanding the freedom to be gay. I'm demanding the freedom also, to one day not be gay. Like, in other words, like, let me be different from myself also. Let me become different from myself. And of course, that only works as a rough analogy, because what we're really talking about is the society that we're in. Can the society become other than itself? Can it become something different? It's not about trying to fit the square peg into the round hole. It's not about trying to take things that just are different and make them the same. It's about, okay, we are this thing, capitalism, and it's differentiated, it's heterogeneous, but can we become something different from what we are now as a society? All right, so that kind of notion of contradiction. The contradiction is the possibility of difference that doesn't exist yet. All right, so non-identity, not as like, because I think that the thing with belonging is that I fear that people will hear it as, something's always left out. Something's always left out of the equation. And it's like, well, actually, maybe what we want is the possibility of people who fit in now not fitting in, right? So in other words, it's not about who doesn't fit in now exactly, but it's also about the possibility of a future difference being produced. Diverse multiplicity, that's the phrase from Adorno. The image of freedom is an image of diverse multiplicity rather than heterogeneity, right? So not originating in difference. Maybe we do originate in sameness, but the possibility of becoming different.
Well, guys,
non-identity as a.
I hate to do this because I, at this point, have a list of questions that is very long that I would like to actually get into, at least a couple of them. There's a couple ones that I think might really get us into some weeds, though, or open some cans of worms, and might be very, very exciting. But I also have a responsibility here to kind of stick to the schedule. You guys being the headliners means that we got to go over, and we had to go over because things started a bit late and everything, but I know it's very late.
Yes.
I know it's very late. Hey, Chris, that you can't control that. And so, I know it's very late where you're at, and I really appreciate you both for being here. And I would love to resume this in June once the tour is over. Once we had some time to think about it and come back. I really look forward to seeing some productive conversations follow from this. I've seen in the comment sections before people who are really into Lacan or really, really into Marx but hate Lacan just get ridiculous in the comment sections. And you both have your own little fandoms. And so I want you guys, okay, and that's not the right way to say that, but I want you guys to set a good example on the way out here. Maybe say a word to your audiences about your thoughts about this conversation. And I honestly, I just couldn't be more delighted. I really, really appreciate you both. Like I said, you guys were driving this thing without me. I wasn't needed. I could have eaten dinner actually, but no, really, really thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'll give you each an opportunity here just to say your closing thoughts, and then we'll close it out.
I'll start. Yeah, Chris, it was great talking to you. It was well worth the wait, and I thought it was perfect. Like I really liked the points of conjunction and also the points of distinction. I couldn't have been better. So I really appreciated that, and I hope that I don't have any fans, so I'm not going to speak to them.
No, I mean it's tricky, right? So it's a polarized world. I hate that kind of polarization, because I think that people think that that maybe they're looking for people to prohibit. Maybe they're looking for them to ban, to put a ban, it's a funny thing, because on the one hand, I feel like I'm desperately trying to, maintain the worthwhile character of Marxism as something to investigate. But then when I see that people get very kind of narrowly centered on or focused on Marxism, I'm like, read some non-Marxism. I think that Dave, you posted something about eclecticism, right? And you're just like, but Marx was an eclectic. And I was like, well, I feel like, okay, Dave, are you complaining about me? Right? Are you saying that I'm like anti-eclecticism or something? And
No.
I actually think that no, but I took it a little bit to heart there. And
No,
I was like,
wait,
no.
hold on. Was that your tweet? Was that your tweet? Was it your tweet?
Was
no,
about eclecticism?
No, I retweeted I retweeted Doug Lane, who was saying he was saying something about eclecticism. He was saying like people who think they have to read something outside of Marx. He said there's a word for that. It's eclecticism, and it's a way of not reading Marx.
And you were responding to that.
I retweeted it, and I said, like, this was just a few days ago, actually. That's why I remember. But I retweeted it and said that I said there's a difference between eclecticism and reading widely to understand the situation, and the difference is if you have a method and an aim, and it's you're refining how you do it or something like that. I'm sure it wasn't that articulate, but
No, it was. It was actually pretty pithy. I thought that I made a point.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think he's eclectic in the sense of just kind of patching things together. No.
No. Right. There's a project, but so then I would say, okay, I guess academically, but also maybe in the public world, my kind of caveat about Lacan, because this was true of me too. So I had read Interpretation of Dreams in high school. I thought it was kind of interesting, but mind was not blown. Let's put it that way. And then I read some Lacan in college because I was doing like cinema and media studies. And so we read some Lacan. And so what I tell kids now is, you know what? Lacan is like a little bit meta. You got to start with Freud, because you need to know what Lacan is talking about first. Like, in other words, you can't start with Lacan and then read Freud, because it's going to kind of disorient you. And so it's best to start with Freud and then see what Lacan adds, right? See what he's bringing out. And also think about that. Think about the difference as well. And also think about the difference historically. So I would never say, be a Marxist, not a Lacanian, because I'm not even sure what people understand by being a Marxist. If it doesn't mean being critical, right? So it's like, I mean, we experience this in academia, right? That kids think that there's like a toolbox, there's like methods, and you got your Lacanian screwdriver here, and you got your Marxist wrench over here, right? And it's like, it doesn't work that way, children. You know, like, no. It's like, if the screwdriver isn't telling you, like, what the hell is a screwdriver, right? If you just think you can just use it, no. That's the wrong way to start out. So yeah, the factionalism of intellectual life, I mean, it's like everything else in the society now. Things are very polarized. People do feel the need to find someone or something to hate, to counter-identify with. That's really unfortunate. I wish that there was more like breathing room, more room for thinking, considering, you know, more room. Also, I don't know if you've noticed this, Todd, young people are very anxious. They don't have much tolerance for being confused.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, totally
that's the only way you learn. The only way you learn is to be confused for a while. Right. You know, and just have the patience for that, but it seems very hard. It seems like that's not really available.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I think we
want
live in a world today, and I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I wouldn't want to polarize. Like, in other words, you know, the differences that we've articulated shouldn't be polarized. It should be, have you considered this? Have you considered that? You know, it should be, I'm interested, the only interest that I have in Marxism is in the problems and questions that it opens up. Not, if it's used by people to shut things down, that's the opposite of what I think is worthwhile about it.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay.
It
Thanks,
was really
David.
a pleasure.
Great to talk to you, Chris. Yeah.
Me too. Definitely.
Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back after this with a quick little organizing conversation with Nina Power and Cadell Last and a couple of the organizers from the American Idiots Tour, the Theory Underground Tour, going to Europe next week. Nance is packing right now because he's coming tomorrow to Boise, and then we're going from Boise to the EU. And there's information on that I will share in the chat here. So some of you, it's way past your bedtime. You better get out of here right now while you still can. Oh, wow. I just realized how I look over here. Everything's all split up. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm going to roll the PSA, and we'll be right back with this organizer conversation. We're not going to do a regular post game. We might do that later. But for now, that's it, guys.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications. You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added Tier 0 and Tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals to our conference in Mexico on the last weekend of October 24th through 27th is out. Establish contact if you're interested, and make sure to submit the form before June 1st. Welcome everybody to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McKerracher, and of course here's Nance. We've both been here today for the Epic Marathon live stream. But this segment is actually pre-recorded. This is the Saturday before, and we are joined by Nina, Wukac, Cadell, and Carl. Great to have you all here. Welcome. How's it going, everybody?
Great.
Yo, fantastic.
It's that Zoom leg because everybody's got to unmute and then remute. Well, what you see on the screen here, everybody, is the newest draft of the American Idiots EU Book Tour 2024, where we are going to be going to Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford. Now, about half the participants or organizers for these various events are either present or are represented. And so really what we wanted to do in this conversation is just talk a little bit about some of the events that we'll be doing at these various stops. But first I'll say something about the title. Let Nance say whatever he thinks is important information that should be added to that. And then we'll probably just let each person kind of introduce themselves. And then we'll linger a little bit with Nina because she's got to leave first. And then we'll just go from there. And this will be about a 50-minute segment. But basically, the American Idiots Tour, it's titled obviously after that Green Day song or an album. And the amazing artwork here was done by Luke, who's a subscriber at Theory Underground. So instead of a grenade in the hand of the fist, it is a brain. And over the brain is the time energy symbol, which, you know, over the last year of finding out about chaos magic, people have been teaching me is actually also a sigil. I didn't know that, but it is apparently. And so that's what's over that brain. And the two books in the bottom right-hand corner, Underground Theory and Time Energy. Well, Underground Theory has pieces by Nance, myself, Nina, and Cadell in it. And of course, it opens a whole field of anthologies to come that will hopefully include works by people like Wukac and Carl, or people who are presenters, organizers, participants at various stops along this tour, because this tour is not just a book tour, it's also kind of like a distributed conference that is going towards future anthologies. And so the last thing I'll say about it for the people who don't have eyes on screen is that on the wrist, or the arm, I guess, of the fist that's holding the brain, it says workers intellectualizing anti-intellectualism. And so the idea is like, we're American idiots. We don't want to be, but anti-intellectualism is one of the symptomatic major exports of the United States. And, you know, it just kind of comes with neoliberalization, of course, but we'll be talking about the causes that drive that reaction, because that is a legitimate reaction from regular working people. It's a legitimate reaction. And so that's kind of the theme, and we'll get into it. But Nance, what would you want to add to that?
Yeah, just calling it American Idiots. It's fun. It may be sensational. It may shock people. I mean, if Dostoevsky and von Trier and even Byung-Chul Han can use the word, we can use the word too. But yeah, I think performing this thing where it's like, I'm an idiot. Nevertheless, I want to learn more. I want to expand my mind. There's so many people in my life, in my family, that just say, well, I'm an idiot, so I'm not even going to try. So I think, yeah, man, we're going to champion our idiocy. We're going to champion our journey up to the top of the mountain. And I'm excited.
And we also defend the right for people to say, I'm not going to try, and I'm just going to work my job and live my life. And the fact is not everybody should have to do the work, right? That's another big part of what we're pushing. But with that, let's all just like introduce ourselves, and we'll just go according to the order here. Nance and I can maybe say something about ourselves, but this is the channel we're always on, so I think at this point we probably don't have to. But we'll just go Nina, Wukac, Cadell, and Carl. You can talk about how you got involved and kind of how you're going to be participating, and the various stops along the tour that will be meeting you.
Okay, so I'm Nina Power. I am senior editor at Compact Magazine, which is based in New York. I was an academic for 13 years, and I want to say, first of all, stay away from chaos magicians and chaos magic, whilst also maintaining touch with the signifier and its mysterious and elusive nature, and be playful. But I think there's enough chaos already, right-hand path only, magic-wise. But I think this question actually you're raising about who is an idiot, like the idiot originally is just someone who is outside the city, right? It's somebody who is like not buying into the doctrine, the dogma, like the convention. And you know, all of the great thinkers really, from Diogenes and Socrates actually, and they're like inverted versions of each other, but are at odds with the doctrine, and I think this is like a totally necessary and honorable position for anyone who's thinking, as we all are. So I think the idiot is like a deeply, heroic figure, and I have to say, as somebody who spent a lot of time with members of the PMC, the professional managerial class, and people who are supposedly educated and actually from very cultured backgrounds, like a lot of these people are very, very stupid. You know what I mean? Like literally stupefied. Like they are careerists, they're materialistic, they are cowardly, they're not actually that interested in thinking. So I'm very supportive of, as I say, every time I'm on your stuff, like of all of these kind of para-academic, post-academic, anti-academic projects, precisely because, as Spinoza says, people think, right? Like this is reality, and it's this division of like the idea that it's middle class people or whatever who can think is just absolutely nonsense. So I think Reclaiming the Idiot is a fantastic project. So I'm speaking at the London event, which is May the 24th, at my friend Pierre's new place, I guess, called Verdurin, after the Proust salon host. And it's actually very exciting that we have this space now, because obviously we're kind of cut out of many places, like in the art world, and a lot of us are sort of persona non grata for lots of reasons in conventional and institutional places. So it's very, very good to have somewhere where people can hang out and talk and think together collectively without fear of, being kind of whatever, punished for this kind of thing. And really, like in a seminar, people have, in a way, almost like a duty to get things wrong or to explore things. And that's become quite difficult in lots of places where people are like afraid to experiment with ideas, or just to say something that's stupid or idiotic. And we should bring that back. So just briefly, I'm going to be talking at Pierre's probably about the use of affective language in politics in recent years, particularly around concepts of hate. And I want to do a talk on the dialectic of hate. And I think the way in which this word and this very powerful accusation is used, and how it's actually used to shut down thinking. But it's kind of complicated, because where we situate hate in ourselves, and we're all capable of it, is becoming, I would say, very in tension with like the law, like the nomos, right? So we're having all this massive expansion of hate speech legislation. And it's one of those things, like we sort of know what it is, we sort of know what hate is, but the law sort of doesn't know what it is, and yet it's kind of invoking it. And it's something that we're like often very afraid of, and we don't want to be thought of as a hateful person. Everybody wants to be kind, but like we're in this really tricky affective, emotional, political universe, and I suppose I just want to unpick some of those. So that's my topic at the moment, but it might shift a little bit between now and then. But I'm very happy to be involved, and look forward to it.
Awesome. And then at that event, Helen Rollins will also be there, and she will be talking about her own intellectual journey, how she went into sort of, I think she described it as a kind of hippie phase where she was very anti-intellectual, and then through psychoanalysis got involved again. And but ultimately, this is not supposed to be a gripe session about, everyone's anti-intellectual, or, we want to be intellectual. It's going to be more, like Nina just modeled. It's going to get a lot more into these various aspects of that picture that usually go left untouched. And so really excited about that. Let's just, since we already have the poster up, break the order I had initially said and say, Carl, you're right there. Your Museum of Consciousness project that you're working on, and this awesome spot you got for us at Balliol College at Oxford University. Wondering if you could say how you got involved with that, and maybe a little bit about your research and how this project came together.
Yeah, thanks, Dave, and thanks for inviting me into this. So, yeah, my research is primarily focused on consciousness and the exploration of it. And I think it's for me something that it's our birthright to explore our consciousness, and a lot of people kind of are Netflixing themselves to death. And I still think the things like sound and the universality of music really has the power to democratize the altered state. And I think what we're missing is deep listening. Deep active listening doesn't seem to happen anymore. And I think that if you can learn that skill, you can like build that muscle. It can universally help you across the board, and you can apply it. So I think for me, the Museum of Consciousness came out of the pandemic where everyone was so visually overloaded, mostly with their own image, being on Zoom and constantly like in this narcissistic gaze, being forced to look at yourself all day. And so this was again about bringing people together to shut their eyes, to have the permission to shut their eyes, and to go into their own imaginations. And I'm really motivated by, the cold media that McLuhan talks about, where it's like you build the co-collaboration of the experience because you're filling in the blanks, whether it's like with radio or with reading. There's so much more, there's so much space for you to have that declarative impact on the product, rather than the typical CGI film where everything's done for you and it's like popcorn. It's very, very, it's like hot media. So what is it that we're gonna be doing in the Museum of Consciousness? This particular episode is going to be around the consciousness of time energy. What is it about time that's so plastic? Why is it when we get to 75, the years between 75 and 80, we age 5 years for every year? And I think that it's a fascinating thing, time, and the relationship between time energy, as you've so eloquently mapped out, I think is a fantastic subject to have as a consciousness museum exhibit. So we'll bring together 5 philosophers to talk about it. And the way the structure is that we have a transmission, which is your pitch. And then, we have a Q&A so people can say what impact on consciousness your pitch had on them. And then there's a mini lecture from each philosopher to talk about their Umwelt, their life world. So yeah, I think that it's all around democratizing altered states. My work is very much in that zone.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, we're really excited about this. The Cadell is going to be one of the philosophers doing a transmission. You will be doing a transmission. I will be doing a transmission. Nance will be doing a transmission, as will my wife, Anne Snelgrove-McKerracher, who is in the other room doing sociological research interviews right now. And so she wasn't able to be here because it was all double booked out this weekend. But she's here with us in spirit and is totally honored, as are we, to be at this like prestigious, institution that really is kind of like the birthplace of everything we love about the idea of the university, because we love the idea. We have our issues with the institution, but it's just going to be absolutely amazing to walk on its grounds, much less to do an event there. And so thank you for making that possible. And then, let's just, because we're kind of doing this weird order where it's just like following since Cadell, you're going to be there at the final event, but you're also going to be there at the first event. So maybe you could talk a little bit about being the philosophy portal, opening its arms and being the sort of welcoming and sending off a committee and everything that you're doing. You got to run, Nina. Okay. Bye. Yeah.
Bye, Nina. Yeah, no, this is going to be great. And it's been a long time coming. With these online collaborations, you never know when the chance is going to come to link up in the physical. So I'm really looking forward to just meet you guys, spend some time with you guys in the physical. I think it does really matter. that we take the time not just to organize online, but to organize physically as well. And so, yeah, Philosophy Portal, Theory Underground are going to be opening up the tour. Paris and both of the first two events there, the one in Paris, the one in Brussels, unfortunately, they're both sold out. So I don't want to just sort of give like descriptions about how awesome they're going to be, and then like people are like, oh crap, you can't come. But yeah, I mean, there is a lot of stuff and history going on behind these two events, actually. So maybe I could just detail a little bit that history, a little bit, detail a little bit what's going on behind the scenes offline for me.
Which
and how these
which
two
is
events lined up.
Oh, sorry. It just my corny joke. I was going to say it's fitting because you are, of course, broadcasting from the Freud Museum, so you know a little history lesson seems to be in order.
No, they always let me in. Yeah, they're super kind. Yeah, no. So you know, Paris is basically, it's going to be like, imagine just the archetype of like a bourgeois Parisian salon. And that's basically where we're going to be spending our night. It's at sort of a friend's house and a collaborator's house. I've been participating in her events called the Absolute Salon, which are basically just book clubs about the absolute. So like every month I'll go to this salon, and we have a sort of recommended reading for the month, and we get together with a bunch of Parisian intellectuals and discuss the absolute. And it's sort of been my secret hope over this time that when you guys were going to do your European tour, I was like, we have to find some way to link up the Absolute Salon with the Theory Underground tour. So that's just basically the seed I'm trying to plant here, is trying to link up the Absolute Salon with the Theory Underground tour. And I think that where we've sort of converged on this idea is thinking about the absolute, obviously, in the context of time energy. And here, like, my first sort of connecting point is in your own work, Dave. You sort of talk about how time energy is sort of a non-negotiable first principle for you in regards to your political economic activities, thought, philosophy. And so functioning as that first principle, it's functioning as kind of an absolute principle. It's the starting point from which we think through different relationships, whether they're secular, whether they're theological, whether they're left, whether they're right, whether they're communist, whether they're neoliberal. We are trying to center and foreground the issue of time energy as sort of more fundamental than all of those other distinctions. And so that will be really productive. I think that will be a really fun night. And then on the Brussels side of things, we're going to have more of I think it's going to be more like an extended week where we're going to have a group of people that are going to come together for two events. And this is in collaboration with another friend of Philosophy Portal, Joris de Kelver, who's got a project called The Multiversity, which is still sort of maybe ill-defined, but it's basically just this space where he's organizing alternative educational opportunities outside of the university. One of the most interesting things with Joris and that project is that Joris is an ex-banker. He, from his own sort of narrative story, he talks about that he has jumped out of the golden cage that was his banking position, and has thrown himself into the void. And that's sort of been his connection to Philosophy Portal for the last few years, basically just trying to reassess his entire life approach, trying to reassess his own relationship to money, to power, to careerism, to many of the things you were talking about, or also that Nina was talking about the intellectual class, and as you talk about in your book, the PMCs. And it takes a lot of courage to do, like, it takes an enormous amount of courage to do that, to not only recognize, hey, I'm in this middle class, intellectual class cage where I have security, I have sort of financial peace of mind, but I don't have my spirit, I don't have my creativity. And that's really what Joris embodies in his work. And so what we're just trying to open up there are some more longer form workshop days where we try to workshop some of the principles that he's been working with in his commons work. He's more in the working in a commons organization now and a business that's oriented by commons logic as opposed to capitalist logic, of course, profit maximization. And this is just very experimental. So where are the interconnections between commons logic and time energy? That will be another sort of major theme. So all in all, that's the start of the tour and I just cannot wait. It's going to be a blast, and it's coming a lot faster than, it's like 2 weeks away. So I'm just super pumped.
One of the things I love about Joris is that he's the first person to read Time Energy who was like, that's me. I'm the renegade PMC. It's like, so far, it's like, there's all kinds of, functionally renegade PMC types who do stuff with us. Like, I consider Todd and Cutrone and Zizek to be like, they're all in their own way striking out and helping people in the underground and like just getting stuff to us, like equipping us, for what we do. And so in their own ways, they all are, but none of them identify that way. And it's like, for Joris, it was like, he read about it and he said it was like this light bulb moment where he was like, oh, this is describing all of like the mode and mindset and values of like what I hated about what I was in that was like killing, as you said, his spirit. And so, yeah, we're really, really excited for that connection. And then you'll be there for the Consciousness Museum, the Museum of Consciousness on the other side. So, really bookending the whole thing. By the way, for a quick sec here, want to say welcome to Christopher. Are you smoking a cigarette that is literally blue? Like, is that a blue? It looks like an actual cigarette. Is it an e-cig?
No. It is actually a cigarette, but my camera, my laptop is a fairly old person, and the camera has decided that the cigarette will now be blue. Yeah.
Okay.
But hello, everyone.
I was like, are you joining from like the upside down or something? Like you're cool, man. Well, great to have you. So Christopher is someone who swept in last minute, way past the time that we were taking applications to make things happen. And I'd already told like 10 people, sorry, we won't be able to come to your city. It's too late. But the thing about Christopher was he's like, look, I've already got this organization. I've already got these venues. We're going to apply for funding. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And we'd already kind of put it out there to the universe of theory. We said, roll the red carpet out for us and we'll see what we can do, And so you've really been doing it. And I think it's awesome. And also, look, you and Cadell are both in the Missing Tooth gang. So it's awesome that who called a street oh, no, you got it fixed, Cadell. Oh, my bad. You just got it fixed. Okay. Well, last week not too long ago, he was right there with you. So, it makes us look cooler, I think. But anyway, with that said, I think the order we're going in here, Christopher, it'll be Wukac. We'll say a few things about Krakow and his philosophical and psychoanalytic, student division. I know I got the name wrong kind of here, Wukac. I don't know if that works, but like,
it's good. It's good.
The other version was too long to fit. So I kind of truncated it. Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit about your group and what you guys have been doing and this event?
So I'm Łukasz Sielski. I've been studying philosophy for a few years, and I got involved with Theory Underground like a few months ago, took courses, and when they proposed the tour, I just couldn't resist and proposed a meeting in Krakow. The division, my student division, I just sent you this name because you asked last minute, and I was like, I have a reading group, so this is its name. It's me and colleagues from the university. We read books every week. We've been doing it for like a year now, and we do it in this place, Piwnica Powszechna. It's a nice space in the middle of the city. It's open for free for everyone to come in and do their things, so I thought it would be perfect. And yeah, about the meeting, I would like to propose a little paper I worked on from our CMT. research cohort at Fury Underground on the relations between text mediums, the phone, and how when we switch to texting, we kind of lose the voice, but kind of super ego in the psychoanalytic sense intensifies, and you get more tensions, more anxiety, because I'm interested in anxiety and tension, and that's my research. That's what I research, and psychoanalysis is useful for me in that. And I would like you guys to talk about Fury Underground, because I want to invite like students and also like people from outside uni, and maybe 2 or 3 like doctors or professors. And I would like just like to show students that like, because I'm not interested in researching like in a graduate program, and that's why Fury Underground is like heaven to me, because I want to do philosophy, but I don't really want to like do it in the uni. And I want to show people that this can be done, and it can be done better than we are doing it in Krakow, which is a lot to say, because Krakow actually has a good philosophy department, but it's still like pretty I'm nonplussed after 5 years. So yeah.
It's like kind of one of those things where at the university, it's like there's these wonderful, wonderful professors or really cool groups, but like they are always this exception to the general rule, which means that there's so much like swimming upstream, right? And it's like, well, we're out here, it's still swimming upstream. We're still swimming upstream. It's, you know, because of the medium. And, Nance, you're going to be presenting at, if not every stop along the tour, definitely, obviously Krakow. And so I'm just, maybe you could say some things about some of these events and your thoughts about things you're developing in terms of stuff you'll be presenting or whatever, you know. Or just how you want to, or just how you want to skateboard the whole time, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to be able to go skateboard.
I want to see you skateboarding. Sorry, but
yeah, it's gonna be really cool. I get to go to places in the world I never thought I'd be able to go. Actually, a while ago when I got my passport, I was talking to Dave about how it made me feel stupid because I felt so excited to have a passport. Like I've been to Iraq, and I've been to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, and I spent some time in Germany for the army. But like that was world travel for me as a working class asshole. So now like on the back end of all this, getting a passport and like traveling and seeing the world for real, like the passport was just like this symbolic thing that like I felt cool and special. And then I felt stupid for feeling special. And it was this whole thing. But no, I'm very excited to travel to these places with tons of history and be in the physical places. But I think there's like a meta narrative for all the things that I want to talk about, and it kind of centers around intelligence and how we're using all these different forms of media to instrumentalize ourselves, and like we're getting it all wrong. Like we're focused on the instrumentality of it all and really instrumental reason, and we don't have a good grasp on human intelligence itself. And here we are in the age of AI. And some people think it's going to save the world. Some people think it's going to destroy the world. Really, it's all just like economic at this point. It's like nothing real is actually happening. But because capital has us all as our balls in a vice, all this like economic activity really does change the world. But yeah, like I think just talking about intelligence in these different frameworks and different contexts is what I'll be doing most of the time. And I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see everybody, meet everybody, breathe some fresh air, get out of Arizona, because it's already hot. So I'm hoping it's less hot in all these places.
And now after we finish with the introductions, it's going to be fair game. Everybody will be able to ask each other questions or say additional things. Like I'm really excited to hear Carl talk a little bit about hyperhumanism and the work he's doing on that, because I think that's fucking fascinating and a neglected area of research. But really quick, Christopher, yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, talk about your student or your org and how you got involved with all of this.
Yeah. So the thing was, I came across Theory Underground through the interview you did with Bram in Glasgow, and when you mentioned in the interview that you were going on a European tour, I got really excited, and I immediately messaged Bram and was like, "Yo, put me in contact with these people. I really want to get them to Vienna." And then I sort of heard in the interview, "Yeah, it's in May." And I'm like, "Oh, well, okay. Well, at least I wrote them, right?"
Yeah.
But so when you then replied and were like, "Yeah, no, this actually might work out," we got really excited. So the thing is, so I'm coming at this a lot more from a much more decidedly political standpoint, essentially. I started, or I helped restart an anarchist media collective, slightly over half a year ago or something, and it's been going really well. It's been growing and growing and growing, and we've gotten to a point where we actually now have local factions of this as well. And so because the entire thought behind it was that I very deeply believe that the problem that leftists right now are facing is not necessarily the infighting happening within the leftist scene, as much as that is the case, but that has always been the case. What is happening right now is the fact that there is no international collaboration whatsoever, and people just don't talk to each other anymore. And so my thought behind restarting and helping restart this platform was very much an issue of internationalism and trying to restart a conversation between people that are spread out, and just an exchange of ideas between people that do not reside in the same lived realities that we have here, for instance. So when I heard that interview that you did with Bram, the entire idea of anti-intellectualism, particularly because a lot of my family is actually from the States, and I do travel to the US not regularly, but every now and again. It is something that is extremely important to me, because, like, I studied English philology, and I never finished my degree, but I now work as a translator, and I work with a lot of with a lot of texts that are things that people deal with in the realm of philosophy. So I'm like, I know what you're on about. I just never finished my degree, but it's fine. I still understand, and that's why it's something that is very important to me. That the academics of the academic aspect of this whole thing is not what we're focused on, and that's why I also really wanted to get you to come to Vienna, because I have the feeling particularly the left wing in Austria is sort of resides in like an ivory tower, essentially. And I mean, that is something that I guess you could say for a lot of Western Europe, but like there is such a large discrepancy between people who deal with this and people who are actually affected by it. There has to be some connection there, and I'm very passionate about trying to create a bridge there and sort of get people to say, look, we can do it. Like, it's not that fucking hard, essentially.
That's our whole goal, man. It's just to make people go, oh, look, if Dave and Nance can do it, then like, I guess I could do it too, you know? Like, these American idiots.
That was not what I wanted to say. But
Cool.
yeah, so like that is an extremely important point to sort of just get, and that's why also the venue in Vienna is decidedly a venue that is not within those academic circles. They will have to go there, like, and that was very, very important to me to do that as well.
I kind of want to really quick just segue that over to Cadell, because you had situated the sort of kickoff event as being let's say, you know, as far as recommended reading material, like initially you had in mind the Scene to Milieu piece that I'm publishing with Philosophy Portal in your upcoming anthology, which you obviously should plug. But why did you think we should lead off with that, and how does it relate to doing stuff in person? Not just online.
Well, Scene to Milieu's been kind of like a meme there that it's been a successful meme, and you know, that's sort of hats off to you as an intellectual in general. I feel like whenever you develop an idea, you do really do it in such a way as that you develop what proves to be a pretty socially effective meme. And Scene to Milieu is a perfect example of that. And it's proved very intuitive and intellectually useful for almost everyone who comes into contact with it. I think the general idea here is that scenes, you know, here derive from like thinking about scene kids, as you point towards in your piece, are kind of built around affinity groups and mirroring each other in such a way as that there's sort of like an immediate sense of group identity, but there's not really the capacity for a real intellectual mediation. So I would personally, in my own, so in like the logic for the global brain, I would link Scene to Milieu as immediacy to mediation. Basically, being willing to put in the conceptual work that's required to build a real space of intellectual difference. And I think that theory and that's sort of been, you know, it sort of captures the underlying motive for why, as someone building his own sort of intellectual education platform, I reached out to you is because I wanted to be a part of a milieu, not just a scene. And the conditions of the possibility to be a part of a milieu and not just a scene is that you're actually interacting with other organizations that are on the same level as you. You're not just interacting with either people who have no socio-political power or stakes in the process. And as a and I think that's quite difficult for where we're at, like intellectually, both in academia. I see the regression towards more scenes within departments as opposed to milieu. In my old doctoral department at the VUB, there's this merger between philosophy departments, and they both claim to be interdisciplinary philosophy departments, but they don't interact with each other, and they refuse to interact with each other. So there's that performative contradiction at work. And then online, there are a lot of people who are building sort of YouTube platforms or offering sort of different intellectual services, but they do a generally poor job of interacting with other platforms. And as a consequence, they just prefer to stay within and I know that's hard to do, and there are real political differences, and it's not just sort of, and the milieu is not just a situation where everyone gets along and everything's harmonious and,
right.
and stuff like that. There are real differences, and that's irreducible, and that's politics. But at the same time, there has to be some striving for holding a intellectual space of difference and trying to network and organize with other people who are doing a similar thing to you. so that there can be an ecology of thought instead of a sort of, let's say, an isolated ivory tower of thought, or a replication of an isolated ivory tower of thought. And I sort of hold myself to that standard, and I think the link with Theory Underground is the best example yet of that project or that standard coming into actuality.
And it's not always easy because people will misrecognize or compare and contrast us in ways that grates on us because we're each doing our own thing. But there are these ways that we can do stuff synergistically as long as we know what it is. And I think that knowing what it is the reason why it matters so much to me and Nance when it comes to the tour side of things. It's like we both come from, something profoundly shaped by the 1970s and 80s underground music, hardcore scene. Our entire youths, each of us, our respective youth in our own kind of scene, is something that it wouldn't have been a place for us to grow, or to maybe we weren't always growing. Who knows? But like it kept us out of trouble in a lot of cases in a more productive way, I think. But like that whole scene, like the point was like going places and getting to know people and staying there a while. And it's like though we're doing it in a somewhat very different way. We're not just partying and we're not just throwing things and whatever. It's not the same, but we're kind of in the same spirit. It's like, no, you gotta go out and actually meet people. And if that means like going 6 hours out of your way to link up with 3 people because you think they're fucking awesome, and Capital is saying, don't do it. You say, fuck that. I'm going to do it, man. We're going to meet that person. And, we don't care if that's a nobody. We're fucking nobodies too, man. We don't care. We're going to do it. And we're going to show them that nobodies can do this. Right. And like that sort of, DIY hardcore vibe is like part of why it matters to meet people, but also just like, man, you got to actually vibe check people, and you can't do it online really. And it's like, we did it in the US, and it's like, oh, we got the vibe in some cases. Now we fucking know, right? When it's just screens and it's all leveled out, it's like, you don't really know where a person's at, but once you've sat with them, it's like, oh, okay. Now I know where they're at. And it's like, everyone in the scene online, they're just like, oh, you got to talk to this person. Oh, you got to talk to that person. Oh, you got to talk to this person. It's like, yeah, but if we were like all in a place in real life, like all of us embodied, you wouldn't be running up and saying, hey, you should go talk to this person. You would already know what it is. You know what I mean? And so there's just so much unspoken stuff that's hard to put to words, but people getting the feel for it, I think it's very important. I don't know, Nance, is there anything you'd want to add to that whole, that strain that we kind of often don't bring up?
Yeah, just that like this, whatever the hell it even is work that needs to be done. And it's like, not only is it disincentivized, but it's made impossible by material and structural conditions. Like we just can't get outside of, it's not even about traveling and meeting new people. It's about leaving your fucking house and living in your local world. Like we've all been de-worlded. It's impossible to do anything anymore. And it needs to be done. And it to go back to yesterday, I was saying it's terrifying and it's this and it's that. Well, it is terrifying. It is scary. It is super difficult. Because it's room that doesn't, it does exist, but it's like a crack in the door that we're trying to force open so that other people can come along and help us, break the fucker down, and we can build a house. We don't have houses anymore. We have fucking devices. And everyone that's involved, from the audience who watches to the people who are actually, in cases bending over backwards to make something possible. Like, thank you all for the opportunity, but also thank you for recognizing the necessity of what's trying to be done right now.
I also just want to add on the physical angle. Again, in sort of the spirit of that immediacy to mediation, is that part of what you're talking about, I think, or trying to communicate there, Dave, with the physical angle and the vibe check stuff, is that we have to because the internet just is these disembodied screens and you can meet everyone, right? We have to purposefully reintroduce we have to purposefully reintroduce friction. And what I mean by purposefully reintroduce friction is like actually doing physical events is introducing a massive amount of friction, because you have to get like train tickets, hostels, you have to, go on planes, you're organizing physically is introducing friction to the screen economy. And I think that matters, because you sort of artificially create distance and resistance in a digital sort of screen economy, which is expecting complete sort of a frictionless and zero distance between everyone. And I think that's an important dimension of, with these milieus and forming these milieus, the physical dimension is what actually necessarily slows us down and necessitates the mediation and the patience of the concept, so that we can make these things more real and more tangible than things that are being organized among people purely virtually. Because I think the people who are organizing things purely virtually are just being incentivized by the mechanics of the screen economy, which are basically attentionalist in their nature. And the opposite of the attentionalist direction is a relational direction, which necessarily introduces friction. It's not necessarily the quantity of attention, but the quality of attention that we're looking for. And I think that's another dimension where this project embodies the scene to milieu direction.
Yeah, just to add to what Cadell's saying, I think it's Zizek talks about the digital distance, that we all feel safe because we've got everyone's there, right? Everyone's there, everything's still there, everything's okay. But it's like, it's actually the indigenous that will survive, likely, what's coming, and it's the skills, it's the foraging, it's the getting in the nitty gritty. And as Cadell says, I always talk about this idea that it's this one button solution to everything. Get me a girlfriend, get me a job, get me a hotel, get me a house. I mean, like Nance says, we don't have houses anymore. We have devices, and it doesn't matter where you are because everyone's on this tiny little bit of real estate, and we've been zombified by those technologies. And the love of your life walks past, and you don't even see them. You don't even see them. So it's for me, it's really, how do we become hyperhuman, realizing that we're not even human yet. We may have actually become less human because of the atrophication of all these technologies. These technologies have taken away our humanity, robbed us of our vitality. So it's this human flourishing that I think we're all hungry for. And how do we really maintain our humanity in the face of this disintegration of society? And I think that, yeah, for me, it's like it's an open door. And people are hungry for it, and they need a counterpoint to transhumanism, because everyone's starting to think, fuck, it's inevitable that I'm going to be made redundant as a human. But what people don't know is that what's super interesting now is that AI is already starting to eat itself in this cannibalistic, like the snake eating its tail, because I heard a stat that 30% of the internet is already generative AI created. And when the model that you're feeding on is the entire internet, when it starts to eat itself, it starts to hallucinate, and therefore you are not getting anywhere with AI. AI starts to plateau, so it kind of needs us. It needs human creativity to continuously be refreshed in order for it to flourish. So it is this symbiotic relationship with AI, because we built AI. It's not some sentient other. It's us. It's all of human culture that's being fed into this machine learning algorithm. There is no AI. We need people to understand that it's, as Gerard Lanier says, it's not so much the technology. This is just the latest disruptive technology that we're within. It's not the technology. It's how we perceive the technology. That's the problem. And we will be driven mad before we're human, before we become human. So it's really a case of like making sure that we keep everything in perspective, you know, feed the blue collar workers the simple message that AI is not going to take your jobs because it needs you. It needs us to be creative. It needs us to be in our imaginations for it to work.
I mean, in that respect, I work as a translator, so I am fairly afraid of AI, to be perfectly honest. But in regards to what you were just saying, I recently learned the term Habsburg AI, which I find incredibly funny. So the
Why?
idea that AI is informed by generative text by other large language models, and that then, yeah, I mean that's how AI just becomes utterly useless, because like if it informs itself, it's just a thing that does whatever the fuck it's doing, like but particularly in terms of the physicality of the events, one of the things that I did absolutely want to mention was the venue where we will be hosting the talk in Linz. Willy Fredhaus is a housing project that is very decidedly that was decidedly formed in order to be able to have spaces. That is something that I do think is an extremely important point to point out at this point as well. Like the availability of physical space is not something to be taken for granted, particularly in Western Europe at this point. Like I mean, fucking Dublin is one of the most, if not the most expensive city in the world at this point in terms of living costs. And it just keeps on piling up essentially. And there is absolutely a need for an alternative way of thinking about housing, and thinking about the fact that, I mean, fucking living space should very much be a human right. Like, humans need to be somewhere, and as long as we are continuing down this path of privatization of fucking everything, that will only result in more and more houseless people, more and more conflict, more and more friction, as you were saying beforehand. And that is not something, but that is not a point where we should be heading towards. Like, people have to live somewhere. And the housing project in Linz is they bought a house based on micro loans essentially, and were able to purchase this house. They live in this house, they maintain it themselves, and therefore, and sort of pay rent, so to say, in order to pay off what they got. They get microloans every now and again in order to be able to have the funds to maintain a place, and then invariably, once they've paid off all the loans, they will still keep paying rent in order to pay for other projects to do that. And that is an extremely important and, to my mind, absolutely beautiful project in how to sort of work against gentrification, that you don't buy a house in order to tear it down and build apartments that nobody can fucking afford, and then eventually the working class will have to live in the suburbs and pay by gauze how much to get to their jobs. And like, it's living in Vienna, this is a really important and very very, very actual thing on my mind right now, because like the other day I just saw a video of private security companies harassing people in houses and essentially dismantling their doors so that people will leave, just because the owner of the house wants to get them out. And like that's what I mean, like the physicality of events, the essence of being in a place and being able to talk with other people within that community is an extremely important factor. And I don't think that I would get a lot of people interested in what you're doing essentially in Linz would you not go there. And the fact that this house is being able to host that is an extremely important factor.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, by the way, yes, I am recording Carl. It's all through OBS. So I know it's like, you probably like had this start where you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't say it's recording, because it's, you know, on Zoom, you're used to seeing it say that, right? So it looks like Cadell had to dip, unless I'm just not seeing when people turn their cameras off. I'm not sure. But either way, we're about to close this thing out in the next like 2 minutes. And I think, yeah, when it comes to direct action and mutual aid and like the sort of anarchist thing and everything with like squats and microloans and or what Joris is doing, which seems somewhat related, but on a much bigger scale, where he's doing this commons project where it's like homeowners working together to like buy out stuff, and so they're not constantly paying rent. It's like, I think I see all of this as like if you know people that you can band together with and make something work to your advantage, like do it 100%. And is that our way out? Like, I hope not. I hope that there's going to be bigger structural changes, but you're right. It's not going to happen without like international cooperation between people who aren't just hanging out at Davos, or people who aren't just hanging out, in like these, I know it takes real people who have grown up paying actual rent and whose, you know, families were broken because their parents were too stressed trying to pay bills and not be able to have relationships with their kids and shit. Like if it's not coming from that, then it's always just going to be this fucking rich boy aesthete bullshit where it's like, oh yeah, let's fucking talk about our orgasms and shit. It's like, fuck off, dude, man. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, have fun, but like, we're trying to like talk about not just bread, you know, like man doesn't live by bread alone, right? But we're talking about like real lives here. We're talking about like the ability to be human. And yeah, when we're thinking about like spaces, physical spaces, it's so hard. It's so hard to get a real physical space. And some people have no respect for the importance of it. Really. They're like, why don't you just do everything over Zoom? And, you know, you get it a lot with like these anti-intellectual critiques of environmentalists. I have all kinds of critiques of environmentalists, like to no end. But the one that's the dumbest fucking critique in the whole world is like, oh, they fly everywhere. How hypocritical. Dude, people need to meet. You think everyone should spend their whole life over Zoom? Shut up, man. You got a problem with Greta Thunberg? Fucking say something else. Say something that's smart. And that's the thing, is it takes American idiots to call out idiocy at the end of the day. Like, yeah, fuck Greta Thunberg, but guess what? People need to fly places, so don't have a stupid ass argument like that. Come up with something better. And I also don't mean actually, like, I don't have a problem with her. I don't have a real opinion on the matter, but I'm just saying, like, better your arguments, people. Physical stuff matters. And this whole, like, let it all melt into air. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to, but in the meantime, where are we gonna be though? And it's like, you look at a whole city like Berlin, how hard it was for us to find a space, even though there's all of these ancient commune type, you know, buildings that host events. It's still so hard to just do something. It's like, we just need a space. What's so hard about that? So, you know, but it's amazing that, you know, you find one in a squat. Carl finds one at Oxford University. At the end of the day, it's like, whoa, That's amazing. So I'll let you each say some closing thoughts and we'll close it out. Yeah. But don't everyone rush to go at once.
Yeah. No, there's one. I'm very, very sorry for being late. I was caught up. Longer story is like everything I've been reading, all the theories that I've come up with, that I was confronted with, all come from people that wrote shit while they were working or after they were working. They were not part of the intellectual class. The intellectual class was the fucking aristocracy. It's an extremely important thing to keep that in mind and keep on sort of pushing the idea that we can think. We're not stupid. Like, we might not be the aristocracy, we might not have the means to work to not work and just deal with theory, but we still fucking can. That's why I feel like it's extremely important to bring this to, particularly bring this to Austria and sort of show all these people living in their ivory towers to some extent, like, no, that's not something that we have to do. We can actually deal with this shit. And as a person who stopped, who ended his time at university before I got my degree, that is extremely important to me as well. Like, I do know my shit. I might not have the title to show it, but I do. And yeah. So
thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that's me. Like,
yeah, well, we're stoked, man. Thank you. Yeah, we're really stoked. Carl, got anything before we close out?
Yeah, just really grateful to have even been on this stream, but let alone to be hosting events with you, and really think the time energy question is so apt, and it strikes me that the PMCs and the blue collar workers all struggle with their time energy, and for me it's a question of, yeah, we need to meet, like, people need to meet, and the fact is we've been brainwashed into thinking that we don't, and that it's all fine just to not have a physical reality anymore. It's like de-worlding completely right from Nance, and let's build the world back better.
Build it back better, yeah. I love that. And this is ultimately an invitation for everybody to go from cybernet to organic net. And, you know, in a sort of sense, the organic net is something that's never really set in stone. It forms over time. People form relationships and break relationships off, you know, and like sometimes you have a friend that you don't talk to for 5 years because you're working through something or whatever. But like, that's on the organic side. How do you bring people from the cyber side into the organic side? It can be crazy, and it can be surprising, but it can also be beautiful. And, all right, we're on this. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Can you all hear us? Who's here?
Mikey's here, and Nance is here.
Yeah, I'm on.
Sorry, I had to go turn down the other speaker that was playing in the background. I could hear all of us doubled. But if everybody can hear us okay, if we're coming through loud and clear, then what's up, everybody? There's a lot of you who stayed. And so we wanted to stick around a little bit to say thank you and to say we appreciate you. We see you, Daniel, in the chat there. We see a bunch of you here. It's great to see you all. Kevin, how's it going? Sorry I haven't been active in the chat. I had to go eat and stuff like that. Tyler, what's up? Evan Wells, lots of people multitasking. And so, yeah, welcome everybody to the post game. Pew, 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 pew. What do we want to talk about?
I mean, that was a really good conversation with Todd and Chris. I liked hearing them go into like, what is the structure of dialectics? What are we talking about here? That was really good.
That was amazing.
It's funny. Like I was saying, like when they were talking, I was like, I kind of want to go, Todd, just tell them like the problem is with the whole thing with Adorno is like, okay, this multiplicity of difference, but the point is, from a Lacanian perspective, all of those different subjects are still contradictory. So it gets into this whole thing. It's like, okay, even if we overcome our like main political oppositions or antagonisms, we're still inherently split from within, right? And I don't get. Look, I'm no Adorno expert, right? Like Chris will talk circles around me, like in the details of Adorno. But what I've gotten, I don't get from most of these Marxists that think, think dialectics, right? I don't get them going out of their way to emphasize that, like, individual subjects, individual institutions are inherently split from within, right? And this is one of these things that I think gets lost because it's not clear what the structure of the dialectical movement is, right? And so there's we all know these different ways. Like the classic misrepresentation is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And the problem is with that is like you take the thesis and the antithesis to be what they are in and of themselves, and oops, they come into collision with each other, and then some combination of the two has to be worked out, right? But you go from like one substance into having an oppositional relationship to another substance, and out of that oppositional relationship comes a kind of synthetic combination of them, which is itself its own thing, right? And that's just, I mean, especially from a Zizekian, Lacanian, Hegelian perspective, that's not what's going on, right? So I mean, I bring this example up every time because I think it's the go-to. Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Like if you go, I mean, this is how it works for each mode or shape of consciousness. But the first one on sense certainty, what Hegel's doing is he's showing how this attempt to get at the truth, this mode of consciousness, inherently breaks down of its own accord. Like within its own parameters, it fails to live up to what it takes itself to be, right? And this reckoning with your own contradictions, that's the point of that. That's substance as subject, right? The point is you don't have pure non-relational Aristotelian substances for Hegel. When Todd was emphasizing like dialectics is about everything's relational, like this is that aspect of it, right? But the point is these non-relations are intrinsic to us, and that's why how Zizek initially made this core connection to Lacan, because the point is, no, we're divided internally between conscious and unconscious, and this is this split contradictory relation within us. But it's not just like, oh, I'm lacking a wholeness, I'm lacking ontological completeness, but the other isn't. No, the big move in Seminar 11 is first you reckon with your splitness or incompleteness, alienation, and then you do it with the other, like the other. And that's why we have so much investment in our ideologies, our political organizations, our churches, our bosses, our authority figures, is because we think they have a substantial self-consistency to them that we lack. So if we're in their good graces, they can somehow pass along the secret to being complete or whole. Like that's the whole transferential relationship. And it sounds like I've gone far off from dialectics, but no, this is how Slavoj wrapped all this shit up, is to go, no, like the point is to see how something intrinsically fails or struggles through a process of contradictions in and of themselves. And so nothing is substantial. Like everything is inherently contradictory. That's the ontology. So it doesn't matter if we're talking society as a whole, or we're talking specific institutions, or we're talking us as individual subjects. This is the ontology that Slavoj gets from combining Lacan with Hegel. And so my point is, when Chris was talking about the multiplicity of difference thing that Adorno talking about, first off, that sounds very Deleuzian, right? Instead of contradictions, we're talking differences. But that's the thing. It's like, okay, when Marxists do this dialectic thing, they always put it on the mode of production, right? And okay, even if you did somehow have this moment where you pivot out of the contradictions of bourgeois capitalism, like it for Hegel, Lacan, Zizek, no, it's being itself, it's reality itself that's contradictory, and a Marxist revolution isn't going to solve that. And the point, but they have their points of agreement. It's like the point is to have better contradictions, right? Like to have a better incompleteness to tarry with, opposed to what we've got in capitalism. But I don't know. Like I say, like when they were doing this whole thing, I just wanted to like interject because, like I've heard them both talk about dialectics so much that but I feel like they almost were like two ships passing in the like. I'm like, did they get to the core of the contradiction or not on dialectics? I don't know.
Yeah, man. And I was thinking about how, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm coming through good. Okay. There's a different split. And that's probably what I would want to lead off the conversation we're hopefully going to have in July. Is there's a different, they're talking about a different split. And so the split that Cutrone's talking about can be, a lot can be done about that one. But the one that McGowan's the one that Lacan specifically is talking about, this is inherent to language itself. So that's not going to go away. Drive isn't going to go away. We're going to need to harness it in certain ways. Collectively, probably.
Well, and
yeah, go ahead.
I know. I think like with that it being a different split and it being kind of situated in language, and the fact that we're situated in language, that's constitutive of like the fact that we can even ponder subjectivity in the first place. I think it's especially important to kind of get a good grip on that now, because I do think it is undeniable how like our hyper mediated environment is changing our relation to subjectivity. So yeah, I think I want, I mean, not to say I'm going to pick a side or anything, but no, like I want it to go further, because I don't know how. I think you said it, Mikey. There were two ships passing in the night.
Yeah, at least just on that core like difference in how they think dialectics.
Yeah,
they got close to the heart of it, but then I feel like they said all this good stuff circling it, but they didn't. They like that core thing of like, no, dialectics for us, and us I mean Todd, me, Slavoj, Russ, right? Like our camp is no, it's this intrinsic failure of every identity. But Chris is close to it because he's emphasizing non-identity too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just think that there's this more of the way that they're talking about Adorno with this multiplicity of difference is like, oh well, we transcend antagonism, and now there's just like a free play of differences, and yeah, I don't think we get out of antagonism. So
yeah, instead of moving through, you just move around, and then you can have everything becomes loosey goosey. There's no actual movement in any directionality. It's just kind of like it's like running an end around.
Yeah. And I mean, Todd, you could tell like today, like writing this, he told me like writing this book devoted to Lacan, it like he kind of like is put out with Lacan at this specific moment. And
wait, why?
he's put out with Lacan because I think he had to put in a lot of extra, like he's honoring this thing with Mari Rudy, who was one of his close friends, and she passed away. And
Right.
they had this deal, like, let's write this introduction to Lacan text together. And so once she passed, he decided, like, no, out of respect for her, I'm going to finish the project. And he's focused a lot on Lacan. And I mean, he's told me this. He's like, I don't like this guy at all as a person. And like, because we don't really talk about Lacan, the person. And like, I'm good with that because I don't give a shit what he was like. If he was an asshole, it doesn't matter to me. Like, but if you focus on those details, like Lacan would just like purposely go out of his way to fart in public, like right when he's standing next to people.
What?
Oh yeah, like he would fart, and then like, he would like go out of his way, like he would have people hop in the car with him, and he'd drive like 100 miles an hour through Paris just to make them shit themselves.
Oh, man.
He was an asshole, but I'm like,
I felt that way when you drove me around Raytown, by the way.
Go fuck yourself. I didn't go 100.
Yeah, but like when you're going 40 in a residential, it's kind of like 100, you know.
Hey, I rode with Mikey. I think he's a good driver.
I'm fucking with I'm fucking with you. Yeah, no, it wasn't 40 in the residential. That's not what it was.
Point is though, like, no, Lacan was just an asshole to everybody from all accounts. And you know, you could see like Todd's like, yeah, I don't really like this dude. But I was like, okay, well, just because you're put out with Lacan right now, like, say the thing. And when I say that, I mean,
say the thing.
What? But like, bring up the fact, like, look, we're intrinsically divided because of language, right? Like to cure our ontological contradictoriness is like we would have to be like non-speaking beings or something. Like, and the point is, Lacan, over his, you know, the trajectory, he really develops this whole thing of like how we are our failure to live up to the signifier, like it's master signifiers, and the fact that we're not identical to them, and blah blah blah. And then like our name gives us a sense of permanence, but we're also not our name, and all of these various things. And that language introduces absence, and then we blah 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 blah. It's a whole thing, right? It's like a transcendental argument for the contradictory status of the subject. And so that's this other thing. It's like, okay, even if political oppositions can be solved, that doesn't go away so long as we're parletro, speaking beings, right? And but I just like Todd's in this mode where he's like, yeah, I don't even fucking really feel like defending Lacan. I'm like, well, that's what we brought you here, sir. Like,
yeah, that's why you're here, man.
But no, what, you know, what's fun, what I like about these contradictions so far is that you take people that you think are going to have real disagreements, and when you set a space for them to actually meaningfully dialogue, they come to common ground in a way that's not forced or theatrical or blah blah blah. And that's great to see.
Yeah, that was just an overall like really great day. So everybody, thank you. You all really brought it. There's a lot of people who are in here for the long haul and who've been in and out, and that's amazing. And so there was this part of me that was like, nah, I'm tired. I'm gonna just wind down. And then I was like, I ate, and then I drank some water, and then I was like, you know what? Like, I really want to come back to this so we can kind of tie it all together and kick off this tour. So that's why I'm back, is to say, like, not only was this awesome, but like we're already working on 8 different volumes. We've already got follow-up conversations about contradictions. I can't even say the word right now. Contradictions. Yeah, we've got some amazing ones coming up. Are we allowed to tell people about the ones that aren't 100% nailed down? Like, you know, like we've already been, Zizek already said he's down to talk to Nick Land. So that's established. He's already said he's down.
I'm like, okay, what do we got to do? Come on, Nick. Just
except we had framed it as a debate. Now we have to frame it as a contradiction.
Contradiction. Yeah, because it's not a hostile thing. It really is like hey, we're like, what's that guy's name in the Christmas Carol? Little Timmy. We're like little Timmy, and we're just out here with our tin cups, and we're begging for alms. Like we genuinely want this. Of course, because of the medium, it's going to be sensationalized. But like, we're not here. It's not a dick contest. There is something that can be gained from bringing these two positions together, and we're genuinely invested in that.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, we in the last week we've had the two guys who online are most known for their associations with land, Justin Murphy and James Ellis, right? And
right.
both of these guys at one point in their life were very much like Landians. And on top of it, we had original member of CCRU, Anna Greenspan, who is still very close to Nick, right? And so I'm like, hey, Nick, Lemur King, let's find out what the lemurs bring. Like, come on, man, we summon you.
Yeah. He said he'd get back to us after vacation. So who knows how long vacation is? I hear it can be very long.
As far as with Nick, I'm like, is vacation like 10 months of the year at this point?
Dude, like, I could see that if I could, I would do that sometimes.
I just love this idea of like Nick Land bumming around in Taiwan, sipping strawberry daiquiris, like taking in the sun.
Yeah. Or is he studying like just super grinding on like economics or something, and like has to like, he's like, I gotta work on this,
Well, he's never
like
finished
Gandalf.
his Bitcoin book.
Oh shit, yeah.
Gandalf. Yeah, he's like Gandalf. He was trying to finish the Bitcoin book, but then the whole Gandalf thing happened where he had to go read for 12 years.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like he said, he's gonna be like economics.
His next book's gonna be like, the smartphone is the ring of power.
Thing is, I don't know if he'll ever I wonder if he'll even put anything out ever again. I don't know. Like, I kind of get the impression that he's like, oh, fuck it, I'm done. Like,
yeah, maybe. I don't think a person can ever really stop, though.
No, I mean, theory's in his blood. But
if you're a writer, you're a writer.
Yeah. Man, wouldn't that be something to get your hands on? His fucking notebooks.
Oh God, yeah. What kind of fucking lemur rituals he's got in there?
Man.
So, I mean, I saw the back of that. Which book is it? Is it the CCRU writings, or is it? No, I think it's Fang Numina, and it's just like there's all of these graphs and numbers, and it's fucking cool looking, man. I was like, that's kind of what I'm building towards if you watch my whiteboards, but and my notes that I take, but it's not quite there yet.
Yeah, but the difference is you'll actually explain your shit.
Yeah, that's true. It's not just like these number games or whatever. I can't follow that. I mean, you've kind of you've made it make sense, but it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Like, I'm working on it as I go along. Like, look, I have no background with the occult. The only reason I'm interested in it is because I kind of want to know. I have this burning curiosity to understand like the whole thing with the pneumogram and all that shit more than I do right now. So that kind of drives my interest in it. And, Kabbalah is so important for him. And Kabbalah, gematria, these whole like numbering practices and the way you interpret them. But the thing is, he never like, even though this stuff is there in the CCRU writings, it's there in a way that it's like, it's not very, it's not obvious what he was doing with all this shit. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm curious about Kabbalah and gematria and all that stuff because of that. But I mean, I don't know. It's kind of this CCRU lore that I, have fun studying. But, and again, like this, I would love to pick his brain on this shit. And for whatever reason, like he's always been elusive about the shit. That one guy that interview from like, I don't know, 6 months ago now. What's the dude's name? Scott Mannion or whatever. Yeah, Nick was just really like straightforward with the occult side of the CCRU there. And so, I mean, if we ever get to talk to him, I mean, obviously it'll go different if Slavoy's there. But if we can just get him to talk to us, I mean, yeah, that's part of what I want to talk to him about, of course, with the capitalism and all that stuff. But I don't know. I just think it's like, dude, obviously we're not, the typical transcendental miserableness that you find so annoying, even though I still think he's going to put us in that camp. But dude, we're talking to, we had a great conversation with James Ellis. The thing with Samuel and Justin today was fucking awesome. It's like, dude, just come talk to us, dude. Like,
Yeah, it's like everybody else out here is talking to us, so I think it's just a matter of time because I think he's on vacation. So, because yeah, he'll talk to like seeming nobodies, and so it's like we're nobodies. So what's the problem,
Yeah.
And also, we're not the kind of transcendentalists that he's probably dealt with because I know at least a few of them fucking hate us. So,
but yeah, sure. But but look, I'm just this whole thing with the contradictions. I'm just excited to see where they go, and I mean, I think you've been off to a great start with everything you've done so far. But I think when more and more of these thinkers see like, oh shit, we can talk, and it's a whole different context, a different setting, and this is really is of a spirit of philosophical engagement for the sake of philosophy, and it's not debate bro shit. It's not about winning or anything like that. I think we can get a lot more really great contradictory conversations to come out of this.
Yeah, dude.
I was just telling Dave, like why, like we see all these thinkers we love, who are willing to come talk to us and do this. It's like, can we get like, where are the French guys? Like, why does it to me feel like I have a better chance of winning the lottery than ever having Alain Badu come on a stream or Jacques-Alain Millier, right? Like, I feel like these French guys are just so like in some they're almost like in a fictional universe or something. Like, oh yeah, let me talk to Iron Man while I'm at it.
Yeah, the French Theory cinematic universe.
Yeah, right. I'm like, or even like Quentin Mayasu. I'm like, could we get Mayasu to come and talk to us about?
No, man. Here's the thing. They all work for the CIA. Like, it's not gonna, it's not gonna happen. Like, I know this because the CIA wrote like this thing that said, "Don't worry, they're not a problem."
Yeah, so, that's actually true, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, I trust some agent's ability to read these guys.
Oh fuck, dude.
Like, I'm pretty sure it's like, I don't know, to say that you've cracked the code with any one of these thinkers is a pretty big achievement. Are there people like, who are like, evaluating theory and deciding whether it's, they're like, oh, it's not dangerous. And it's like, okay, so you're saying it's not dangerous because we're not saying the proletariats must rise up right now. So you're like, oh, it's not dangerous. It's like, okay, well, keep thinking that. I mean, I agree. I tell everybody that it's not dangerous. It's actually, it's completely harmless. I just wish that people would be a little more open to it sometimes,
Right.
But I think that we're modeling conversations that will make people feel a little more comfortable to go out on a limb and model the kinds of conversations they saw today, which at times got heated, at times just kind of like took off on their own and were very convivial. Now, like, I think Todd and Chris, it's weird to call Chris because I've always called him Cutrone, but like Todd and Cutrone, but it's just I was like, well, I guess it's Chris and Todd, but they were so convivial is what I'm saying, and that was really, really cool to see.
Yeah.
So were Justin and Samuel, and they were talking about some shit that can get heated real fast, right?
Yep.
Like,
yep.
Dude, I did not. I've never ever seen a Christian get put on the spot with that anti-Semitism shit like that. Never. I've never seen that. That was like, I was like, fuck, dude. I've never seen a Christian get put in the hot seat on that one. That was hardcore. Samuel just came out, and it was like, whoa, dude. I was like, what? I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, man. But then to take it from that, because that definitely on another YouTube channel that would have played out way differently. The fact that everybody involved was able to get back on track and be like, no, let's actually, have a conversation here. Let's not focus on the sensational. It was fucking cool, man. Like, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, if you came just to see, people throwing blows, then I hope you were disappointed. And honestly, I hope nobody came just to see that. It's about having conversation and sharing space and really trying to figure shit out. And it was fucking awesome that every conversation was able to do that.
No, totally.
I want to bring Daniel on real quick if he's down. Just real quick. We could all just jump in the Zoom call instead of the Facebook thing if that makes it easier, but we could also just jump into I'm going to go start a Facebook group for just us with Daniel, and I'm inviting him on if he can. So just wanted to put that out there because he's been in the chat. He's been in and out all day. His wife was on here earlier. The other half of OG Rose would be fun to quilt this with, especially since he just saw a lot of that stuff. And he's always got a great way of kind of sweeping up everything and tying it together.
Plus, I've never gotten to talk to Daniel.
You've never gotten to, yeah, and it's like a hit of cocaine. I don't even do that drug, but it's like a hit of it just to talk to him for 5 minutes.
You don't have
so
to do it. You are cocaine.
Yeah, but it's not working anymore.
You're the good shit. Like back in the old days when there wasn't fentanyl in it.
Yeah, man. That's space code.
Yeah.
Space code.
By the way, I don't know if you guys have been able to see the screen, but there's a really cool layout, and I didn't realize it was showing myself and Anne with Nance in the middle from the wedding, and that's an accident, but it just worked out. So
on YouTube or what?
Yeah, people see that on the screen right now. So people on podcasts can't see it, but yeah, if you look at the screen, it's got the American Idiots tour poster up on the right hand side. It's got the call on the left hand side, which also includes like a shot of the whiteboard that's been up this whole time. And so it's been us and the whiteboard, and in the middle of the screen was just my desktop wallpaper, which changes every 15 minutes. And it was on that epic night in the Tillamook with like that from the mini conference when we had all those people there at night in the woods and the fire and Brian's talking. And so it showed that. Shout out to Brian. He couldn't make it, but he, we featured obviously the promo for his course. And so it's exciting. But I just realized that like I walked over here. Now I'm on the screen because I'm over by the lectern. So I didn't really mean to be on screen right now, but hello everybody. Yeah. So anyway, it's a cool layout is what I was trying to say. And it's showing us all very happy in the woods. So
nice.
So Daniel said he can do it. He said just a second. He said, I've never spoken to Mikey. He's amazing. All right, everybody, we're going to be right back with Daniel Garner right after this. I'm just going to run the PSA and pause the recording, and we'll be right back. Right after this. Where is it? I'll run the Illich one since Brian was just up on screen, and I want you all to take that course. Here we go.
The program will resume shortly, right after this DIY commercial that is not for any sponsor other than ourselves. Thank you for watching.
Whether we are already fully in the grip of the techno-capital AI singularity or not, we likely feel as though there's not much we can do.
As allies of future generations, we aren't giving up so easily.
To quote the author of Manifesto, the Mad Farmer Liberation Front, We wake in the night at the least sound in fear of what our life and our children's lives may be.
This fear is not new. The question of technology, media, and institutions became unavoidable in the 20th century. Yet when we think of institutions, the most radical critiques people have encountered came from either Michel Foucault or Jürgen Habermas. These thinkers towered over the theory scene in the 1970s and 80s as radicals took their long march through the institutions.
When it comes to theories of social change, the tendency is to put our hopes in leaving the existing institutions, the current order failing, or some overnight revolution to bring us salvation. Otherwise, we lean in and do the best we can with what's afforded by the existing institutions. Reform or revolution, nothing ever changes, so we keep putting our hopes in education.
So progressives say, if only more people had access to better education, then that would solve the problems. But they have not thought seriously enough about the nature of our institutions, or this thing called education that they offer.
The most radical critiques of schooling that teachers encounter issue from Paulo Freire, Bell Hooks, and Henry Giraud, but none of these ever got to the root of institutions themselves. The theorist who did this was Ivan Illich.
Gaining brief stardom in the 70s, Ivan Illich was the father of the deschooling movement, inspiring hundreds of radical schools and generations of homeschooling parents. But this characterization of his work as the anti-school guy was his ultimate demise, for that only takes account of a surface level of his work. Illich was immediately misunderstood and quickly abandoned.
The issue goes far beyond schools. We spend our entire lives mediated through institutions that totalize, instrumentalize, and reduce humans, all of our possibilities, to something predictable, calculable, and exchangeable, easy to control. The interests of state and capital here overlap entirely. Our desires are thus turned into commodities and our time energy into labor power. Illich doesn't stop here, though, for institutions are not the whole picture.
When people think of schooling today, they think of studying for exams, not learning for the sake of learning. When people think of hospitals, they think of treating illnesses, not human-to-human care and well-being. When people think of transportation, they think of speed and efficiency, not the possibility of sustained, regular, and meaningful connections. When people think of reading, they think of collecting information, not lingering with an idea. The move from schooling to scolae requires serious inquiry into the conditions of possibility for this mode.
I'm calling for a sincere and earnest revival of Illich. While most introductions to Illich limit their engagement to his earlier works, a series of polemics against schooling and institutionalized consumer society, I want to go deeper and lead us to a more robust understanding of who and what a human is for Illich. With his help, we will reopen the question of what we are, what we can be, and the types of lives we are willing to give our time and energy to bring into being, if there are to be humans in the future.
This course begins on June 13th and goes through July 4th, 2024. It meets on Thursdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. You can enroll at theoryunderground.com/. I'm going to interrupt the PSA here and just say let's get this party started. So welcome. Hold on. All right, unpaused. Welcome, Daniel. How's it going, man?
I am doing wonderfully. Another incredible live stream day, and it's an honor to get a chance to speak with Mikey. I'm actually sitting outside, and it's a lovely evening in Virginia. This takes me back to sitting outside the diner in high school with all the awesome people. So really great to be here, and well done to you all.
It's good to meet you, Daniel.
Thank
I
you.
put the camera on, but I'm laying back in my recliner, and
I understand.
So
I'm
like, oh, I'm kind of chilling. Like,
yeah, I actually should lay out over here on the outdoor chair. Yeah, right there is
there
where
you
I
go.
need to
Yeah,
be.
that's the
Yeah,
spot
that's where I
right
need to
there.
be. Yeah, it is actually. I need to be there. So the recliner. No, I love the term, and I really appreciate y'all speaking about how much debates suck, because I agree. I think they're basically useless. Now, again, if we're talking, I mean, it always depends on what you mean, right? But the problem is I think what y'all were talking about is without long form, a debate can't be an exploration of a contradiction to let it unfold. It has to be a difference take sides fight. Like if you're going to have a, dare I say, a more Hegelian unfolding of a contradiction, then it has to almost by definition be a long form discussion. And I think basically most people in history have not had maybe the conditioning or the capacity to do that, or have not had enough, dare I say, fidelity to the truth or kind of interest in that to engage in sort of that activity. So there is something, I like what Mikey's saying with the new term. That seems to be a term that only is perhaps sensible in this historic moment where the long form is arising and you have people that are seeing contradiction as generative, not a logical mistake, but something to kind of dwell in. So I like that term, Mikey. That's hot.
I appreciate it. Yeah, like I was sitting there today, and I'm just like, I think I said on stream, but I'm like, no, this, like, if we just keep calling these conversations, and that doesn't really do it. And what we're gonna call these? Oh, hey, let's get together and have a contradiction. I mean, it's just confusing. So, like I told Todd, I'm like, I'm violating your prohibition here. I'm gonna do a neologism. So, but no, like I do. I think, you know, as far as online goes, this is something that is new. Look, I mean, I've thought about it. Like, okay, so what? Like, first off, a lot the guys I'm going to name wouldn't talk to each other now at this point, but like the Hassans and the Voshes and the Destinies, like they get together and like, or at least they would back in the day, and they like, I understand, like they bring it, they want to position it as, oh, look, we're having a discussion, but no, it's point scoring, and it's like a competitive sport or something. And I'm like, okay, you're not really there to learn anything, to really evaluate your own presuppositions or anything. It's just like tit for tat, trying to score more points than the other guy. And you know, it's funny. Like I'm okay. A debate that comes to mind that I watched not too long ago. There's one that Ben Burgess did with Curtis Yarvin, and I don't know. I kind of just think this is maybe the best example I can think of, because the situation is like, look, I don't know how I would deal with like talking to Curtis, just because, I mean, I don't know how much common ground I could have with Mencius Moldbug, but it's just a thing where it's like you can tell Ben and Curtis, like neither one of them really, like they're not open to the other one. And I guess that's kind of the point, right? Like if you go into the discussion with, I'm not really open to a goddamn thing this other person has to say, I'm just here to try to invalidate them in the eyes of the audience. I'm like, well, is there really any point in doing that at all? Because I mean, I don't know. It just seems like spectacle to me. So I don't know. I'll just leave it
Oh
there.
no, I think it. Well, I think if there is something where the point of, dare I say, these kinds of exchanges is to condition or to transform the orientation of the people involved to be open to something alternative, then the debate structure is very antithetical to any sort of changing the conditions of possibility that we seem to be interested in. You were saying it earlier, Downs, on the notion of time energy and look, all hands on deck. Let's not play the game of atheist, Christian, communist, capitalist, all hands on deck. The reason why I think the debate format is so corrosive is because it seems basically impossible for that format to be an exchange of positions in its form, not merely its content. The form itself seems to be impossible for the development of a subjectivity that could actually participate in a change of conditions of possibility to actually be revolutionary in the midst of capital. Because there's that notion that, you know, with Zizek on I prefer not to, right? Like in the midst of capital, how that's kind of the revolutionary act, the kind of I prefer not to. There's something to me about the long form discussion that is on the same gradient as that activity, where I would prefer not to debate. I would prefer to actually have a long form discussion that is not easily commodifiable. It's not easily fungible, and we're not going to fight. And oh, by the way, you're not going to necessarily know by the end of it who won. You'll actually have to listen and to decide for yourself. all of that
Yeah.
as a conversational form has a kind of prefer not to-ism to it that I think actually structures the subject in a very different fashion. I'll
Yeah.
give it back to you, but and I think it to me is on the gradient of that I prefer not to kind of thing.
I think so. It's Bartleby Conversations.
Bartleby Conversations.
Hey, so I wanted to ask, what did you see today? What did you get to see?
Oh, I saw Rollins. I saw obviously my beloved wife, so I enjoyed that very much. I enjoyed seeing Eliot. I love Eliot, so he's been at Philosophy Portal. But Studebaker, who's always incredibly impressive. I really liked Studebaker, and I really liked how he was describing Cambridge and that structure of education. And I think that is a model, like you say, it's just very important to not have this anti-institutional, anti-college bent. That's not really the way, but also there's a certain wisdom in saying, a lot of times education is not like that. So I liked him describing his own experience in that. I really did his recent lecture talking about Plato and the good as unlimited, therefore as a presupposition, like as a starting ground for thinking, not something you arrive at, was such a great lecture as well. I did not get the Matthew one yet. I will go back to that. I listened to Todd with Cutrone, which was magnificent. Justin Murphy and Loncar, who I enjoyed speaking to last time. That was a wonderful exchange. And McGowan and Mikey came in there speaking before McGowan. So I have the pleasure of a lot of this wonderful day of I think it's like a monthly holiday. It's like live stream days, so it's like a freaking holiday.
I got feel that way too.
Yeah, do we have one last month? I don't think we did. We had two.
Yeah, you did.
Wait, we did? Yeah, we've just had so many. I thought we took a big break.
I think we did take a month off, but we had 2 this week.
Yeah.
So
damn, has it been a month? Okay. Well.
Yeah, we took a month off.
Well, because the last one was Dwayne.
in February.
Was Dwayne at the last one?
Yes.
I did 3 between Nance and I did 3 between January and February. I'm not sure what the dates of all of them are, but yeah, we've done 3, and then we just did 2 in short succession right before we take off on tour. It's just a way of getting grounded in a sense.
Yeah. Okay.
And it is like a holiday though. It's just like I realized that there's some things that should happen on a monthly basis, and some things that should only happen on a monthly basis for a few months, and then you got to take a break for a while to process it. And I have this backlog of episodes to publish still from the previous ones, and now I have all these other episodes. It's like
I have like 20 conversations or whatever.
I think I have a backlog of something like 20, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like I gotta publish, but I can't overwhelm. I can't do them every day. So I'm trying to do 3 per week, but this week I fell behind because I was working on those PSAs for the Illich course, and I updated the other PSA, and I had to rebuild the tier structure system, and that required a lot of meetings with Nance and then with current subscribers and everything like that. And so it's just been a lot of like background planning as well as planning the tour and the anthologies and the conference. And so it's just been like I got super sucked into that during March, and that's why I didn't want to do it during March. So anyway, but yeah, it's a holiday, and I love the enthusiasm you bring to it, Daniel. Can I put you on the spot really quick? Christian on the spot.
Go right ahead. I love being on the spot when it's one of your spots. It's one of the best spots to be in. So you go right ahead, Dave.
Awesome. So, okay, I was saying, like, what a weird thing to be a Christian, or like to see a Christian in that hot seat. I've not actually seen that seat get so hot from that perspective and laid out that way. And I was wondering what you would say in that situation to Justin Murphy. Oh, sorry, I mean Samuel Loncar.
Well, I mean, Mr. Murphy took the Ivan Illich route on the best of things is the worst of things corrupted. I mean, I definitely am in favor of more of what would be called, not to get into theology nerdetry, on the King Victor's version of Jesus, of thinking of him according to First Temple Judaism versus Second Term. I do honestly think what is called like stuff like the penal atonement, the economic atonement theories, all of that stuff definitely go in an anti-Semitic route that I don't like, which became very popular in Europe. I'm much more in favor of basically something that's much more participatory. That's more like, actually, I really like emphasizing the irony, which would just say that any human beings would crucify. Jesus is absolutely claiming he's God. You would of course kill him. Like, the Jews were remarkably rational. Like, what do you like the idea too of Jesus had the truth and it was obvious? No, it was not. It was not at all. This is Jesus had it, like, to crucify Jesus makes a whole lot of sense. And a Jesus figure in any historical moment would be rejected. And that gets into a kind of King Victos take. I think the penal substitution atonement is very bad. I don't really like that, and I am much more in favor of what would be called the new Paul thinking that goes back to a thinker named Sanders, who in the 70s, who really wants to emphasize the Judaism of Christianity. Because I do think otherwise it can lead to some pretty problematic anti-Semitism, and furthermore can lead to perhaps geopolitical views that could be problematic in the world today in regarding Israel and the Middle East and different things. So that would be my answer to it, to kind of start off.
Cool. Well, that's that. See, now I want to have that conversation. Bring you back to Samuel, because you guys had a great conversation before, but you never got into that.
Sure. No, I think it's also very interesting as well, because like I would put a lot of emphasis, like I saw Peter Rollins as well, on the idea of really kind of this notion of dying, laying down your life, sort of rejection and different things. I think that's very, very important. I think it is also important to emphasize a Jesus that is being rejected by the system of the day, because then any Christianity that is accepted by the system of the day could easily be antithetical to that, right? Like, if you have a certain logic of capital, as we've talked about, right? If you're not careful, if you overemphasize saying, well, the problem with the Jews at the day is that they just were closed-minded to Jesus, well, then you might not be critical of capital, because you're not closed-minded to Jesus, as opposed to going, no, actually, there tends to be a certain principality of the zeitgeist of the day to make you kind of thoughtless about whatever is the case that you just kind of absorb. So that's another kind of danger, in my opinion, of overly emphasizing the penal substitutional kind of notions of theology, is you can become less critical of, say, the capital nation state, as someone like a Karatani will talk about. You simply will overly identify Jesus as a revelation of the right personal beliefs, as opposed to a check on any sort of system of principalities that would be there. But that's where I think, for me, like, theological differences have big consequences. Like, I heard, y'all were talking about the differences between like dialectic or contradiction in the subject versus in the institution. These are things that seem like they don't have a big difference. But the issue is practice is always defined by our ideas of what is practice, right? Like, practical can never escape a theoretical framework, because what we define as practical is relative to what we think is true. And so I think those metaphysical frameworks, or those larger frameworks, are really important, and why it's really important to have these longhand discussions to really think about them, because they determine the directionality of the practice that you think you should go in on a daily basis, on a lived basis. And then, like, I know y'all talking about Ivan Illich, who I completely adore. Like, you're disabled by institutions and don't even know it, then within that disablement, you will define being practical, or what would Jesus do, or what would be the responsible thing to do within that system of disablement, which also disables you from the capacity to think of an alternative. So for me, I would just really want to emphasize a Christianity that would make sure Christ was a question mark on the day, the now, the zeitgeist, and any sort of theology, in my opinion, that might put that in jeopardy could be an issue, because you might just come to accept whatever is the case thoughtlessly, and that could lead to various forms of capture.
Well, I just realized with what you said that, first of all, I really want to see that conversation, that follow up with with Loncar. But also, I forgot to ask the question that Benjamin Studebaker brought up that would have been fantastic to pose to not just Chris Cutrone, but also Todd McGowan. And that was the one about the role of religion and what kind of religion Cutrone has in mind when he says that the only real way to organize people outside of the current divides might be some kind of religious approach. And I've never heard him say that, but that's something Studebaker has heard him say. And so I was going to bring it up because I'm curious about it. Because basically Studebaker was saying, like, so why would you have a problem, not have a problem with Lacan, but not religion? And what kind of religion are we talking about then? And he didn't go here. Studebaker didn't in that conversation, but it's like, yeah, there's all kinds of people. It's like, who are you trying to organize with? Ultimately, might be the question, I think, for Cutrone. To me, it seems like, well, maybe this, like the French theory stuff gets in the way of organizing with people who might get around some other kind of theological approach, right? He might see a more practical approach, and he thinks that stuff clutters it up. I don't know. I want to ask him. I'm curious what he would say, but I'm curious what you all would say as well. Because Cutrone also kind of thinks that, right? He thinks that religion plays this important part in the development of civilizations, and any kind of a change in civilizational structure is going to require some kind of a religious change. And so next time we'll get to talk to Cutrone and McGowan. We'll bring up they're talking about different splits. One is in language, one is in the actual repressive apparatuses in the system of production. And so then the other question will be the one on religion, basically. But I don't know. I hope that I could at least, if Studebaker's not there for it, I wonder if I could get an audio clip of him asking the question. But I'd love if he was there for it. I'd like to do a bit more of a panel with the two of them and Studebaker and us, probably. And when I say us, I mean everybody who's in this chat, which includes, let's see, who else is in here? Now, they're not able to be present, but Bryan Weeks, Cadell Last, and Snelgrove-McKerracher are also all in this chat. They just couldn't join because Anne's at rehearsal and she wishes she could be here. Cadell's asleep because he's in France. And Michelle said that she is here in the chat, but she might come out behind Daniel at some point and wave at the camera, but she'll be mostly in the chat, she said. And so, but my point is, like, if you're in this chat, you are welcome to that conversation when we get it with Cutrone and McGowan. I kind of want to do this, like, we're all there for it. And so you're all welcome to it, because I hope that the anthology everyone's thinking about, right, like in reference to these conversations, is one that we'll all be able to be in, because I know that you're all going to write amazing pieces for it. Look, what I would like to see is actually just like, I don't know, maybe an anthology just dedicated to the epic marathon streams.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just going to note, because I can't resist, on talking about the community, the religion, for Karatani, there's this kind of notion of a certain associationalism. And Ivan Illich is also got this emphasis of the commons, and I've been speaking to Michelle Bowens on the commons and different things like that. And I think basically, if we're going to start talking about communal organization, one of the things that I think, for me, it becomes very important to kind of ask questions on: does the subjectivity entail a split? Does it not? Dialectics, et cetera, so forth. Because ultimately, if you're going to talk about the possibility of, say, community, then you're asking the question of how do people encounter one another, and how do they handle difference without blowing up? Right. And one of the ways you can deal with that is to say, well, you don't have difference. You just make everyone similar. Well, yeah, that can be quite a problem, right? Because there's also this question on how can you have associations and not just sort of retreat, right? Or you have, like, Dugan will talk about, like, we've talked with Cadell about the idea of a docile that we all share. And how do you also have encounters in organization that don't work simply because of mechanisms of self-selection, because we all have the same interests or similar education levels or zip codes or something like that, right? And I think basically the moment you start talking about relations of difference, That's when you start talking about having to do the work of the real, the work of the subject, coming with negativity, because we all tend to be relatively nice or pretty pleasant when we're around people like us or who don't question us. But when it comes to real difference, which seems to be what's necessary to start working about, when you start talking about the spread of time energy or the formulation of new like communities that are not simply replaced by labor, because a lot of people say their community is their work, like the people I work with, my coworkers and different things, right? But I think it's quite clear that certainly when Cutrone is talking, he has in mind a different mode of exchange. So community and religion, what interests him with religion is the ability of a mode of exchange, say according to gift or reciprocity, not necessarily having to form according to capital, right? You may just do it because I'm exchanging with you, because that's in the spirit. Cutrone's, I think, new book coming out has a lot to do with kind of spirits and different things. So what would the spirit be by which people would come together that would not be, say, capital? Now, what's very important, as we've talked about with kind of Marx, like the whole success of capital is that it's able to make everything fungible, right? It kind of flattens it. This is worth $20, that's worth $20, so they have something to do with one another, right? And in a way, capital then provides a basis for interaction and getting together, right? And it does so by limiting difference or helping you bracket difference, right? And that critically then, reductionism is a feature. Like everyone today is talking about reductionism being bad, meaning crisis, and so on and so forth. Well, that's like how we deal with the problem of difference, though. Like that's how we deal with diversity. If you want to escape, if you want to move away from reductionism or move into a global society that is not simply interacting on the base of capital, then we have to learn to be human together with our difference and to not blow up on one another. Oh gosh. Okay. And then, of course, what would the basis of those interactions be that is not so contingent? Because you could say that the success of capital is the ability to create relations theoretically between any human beings on planet Earth, regardless of what they think, of who they are. You know, there's a capital relation, so I can relate to Lou. Likewise, you could say with religion, anyone on planet Earth could believe in God or believe in Christ theoretically. Therefore, a connection could be established. Well, what would be a basis that would not be an invitation of power or control or totalitarianism, that would be less contingent, that could become a basis for people to encounter one another in a non-reductionist way that would allow a certain humanity that in that encounter, we are not overwhelmed by the difference, become pathological, or blow up? Because human beings, when they encounter difference, tend to blow up. They don't tend to get along very well, right? So what would it look like to deal with that? And I know Mikey has mentioned, I think there seems to be truth to this on the notion of kind of lack as an organizing principle in a certain orbit, the movement of the dialectic as a certain orbit or principle of these things. And I think this, when we look at religion, when we look at it as a structure of a certain orbiting of a non-contingent, that seems to be a very important that we have to think now. And I think that's something that philosophy might be able to offer, because philosophy seems to provide basis of interaction that are less contingent, but also not reductionistic, like say a capital would or something like that. So, I mean, again, this right here, this is where I think the long form conversation that we're talking about, or this thing that we're doing, this in a way is a kind of exchange, right? It seems to be a kind of mode of exchange as well, right? So it could bring with it a new sort of option in the Cutrone structure. He has that X, that kind of capital X thing that he talks about in the structures of world history. That could be offered here. And also, funny enough, like I know Adorno was mentioned, and there's also always this kind of debate, and then I'll bring it to a close, on the notion that subjectivity is structured by the discourse, right? Like the institutions, and it's structured by the discourse. Well, now Hegel and them come along. It's like, no. Dialectic materialism, the subject is structured by some sort of fundamental lack, right? Well, what's interesting is the long form conversation seems to be a kind of conversation that is from the lack, that is orbiting the lack, but it is not the same structure of discourse that concerned Adorno. And we actually are from, in a way, not knowing what we're going to talk about, not knowing where the conversation is going to go, orbiting something that is articulated in the process of conversation that needs the time to develop, which does seem to be a new way to structure subjectivity according to a new way of communicating and a new way of sort of conversing that seems to require philosophy to do it, because you need philosophy to not fall back onto presuppositions and stop the movement of speech. Because in that way, you know, I've just been thinking a lot about how philosophy, in the act of like checking presuppositions and assumptions, seems to actually be necessary for freeing speech. For, you know, we talk a lot about freedom of speech, but to free speech, you have to keep it moving. Like in Hegel, the unfolding of the conversation, the unfolding of history. And if philosophy can keep a conversation from falling into presupposition, and philosophy allows a mode of exchange for the development of that thought, that seems to be the kind of structuring of the subject that may be able to handle diversity and difference. And it has a certain metaphysical basis, if you will, that seems to be something you learn from religion. And then the religion as the religio with the binding principle, if there's a commitment to the work, a commitment to the reading, a commitment to the theory underground, a commitment to the lack, the development of that movement of thought could actually structure a kind of subjectivity that might be able to deal with the problem of difference without becoming pathological, because they would actually see it as interesting, beautiful, and an opportunity for further unfolding of the thought. So I think all of this kind of world speaks to that. And I think it is seemingly what is necessary for some sort of community, some sort of commons, some sort of interaction that is able to operate according to a different time than, say, the time of the logic of capital, something more like time energy.
I'm washing dishes, so my hands are all soapy, and I'm downstairs, so I can't hit the air horn or clapping, but just know that it's there in my head, and now everybody else is imagining it as well. So pew 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 pew. No, that was really great, man. Thank you. And I felt like I was listening to a podcast while I was washing the dishes, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm on this, so I better come back over here. I don't know, Nance, Mikey, either of you have anything that you would like to say? I think Anne might be back while we're still in this call. So if you get to Ian Pekin, that would be so cool. Is that her? No, she's not here yet. Okay. Hopefully she'll be here. Anyway, yeah, Nance, Mikey.
No, you know what's like, because I've been thinking about this stuff more. Like, so Daniel, my thing is, I've told Dave knows this. So I'm torn on talking about religion because I'm of two minds. Like, there's me talking as a philosopher or a thinker or whatever, and then there's me as a person. And the thing is, like, this is like, yeah, it is personal, but it's like for the last few years, whatever, I'm caught in this contradiction of like what I actually believe is in contradiction to what I think. And so this is a whole issue I have where I'm like, I'm gonna stay out of the religious stuff, because like if I do the intellectual version of what I think about religion, I'm lying to everybody listening, because it's not what I actually think at this unconscious level. So but with that being said, like, so this is why I kind of just stay out of talking about religion. It's because it's shit with me, right? But what I will say is, as far as I view it, I mean, traditionally, I think we can look at religions as attempts to me, they all eventually end up on some figure of the big other, right? And so, okay, we can go, well, Buddhists don't think Buddha is God in the way, Jehovah or Yahweh is God. But to Buddhists, like the way they act towards Buddha, he is positioned in the same spot as Yahweh or Jesus, right? And so he occupies this position of the big other, which is transcendent, which has some in some enlightened way remedied his lack, right? So he's the one who enters nirvana. Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, all knowing, all good, but no, these figures of a kind of transcendent substantiality, right? And so I feel like this issue of the positing of an unbarred big other, an authority that is substantial, that is unlike us, and therefore, in some sense, phallic. If we're going to talk in terms of sexuation, and therefore has this privileged position over the rest of us, and yet we're in some ways try to aspire to that. I mean, see, and I'm like, okay, that's one way to frame religion, but then another way. And so that's where guys like, the Richard Dawkins stuff and Bill Maher and your typical kind of atheist you see, they're like, oh, this is all dumb. This God is, the priests are bullshit and God is bullshit and all that. And because they're coming at it almost from this insistence on emphasizing there is no big other, right? So there's the big other issue with religion, but then there's the everyday communal dimension of religion, which is why I think so many people still seek religion, right? Where it's like, yeah, are we talking like ontological statements about some transcendent big other, or are we talking about a way of life that gives people some inkling of community and support, right? Like, and this is true with, I mean, everybody in my own life, where if you do have a like a church family or whatever, you have people who will bring you food when you're sick, or check up on you, or take you to a doctor's appointment if you don't have anybody and those kind of bonds that people get from church or from their mosque or their synagogue or whatever. I think that's where atheists they're not tapped into the communal dimension to religion. And so that was a long-winded way of saying, I think when we talk about the various religions, we still have to reckon with, like, okay, is there this big other figure, and all that entails, versus the everyday reality of like the communal bonds religion still provide for people. So I guess I would like to see what both Todd and Chris had to say about that, but no, like Daniel, I want to know what you think too.
Well, that's outstanding. I really like what you shared there, Mikey. So there's a few things. First off, I think it is exactly right that there's this massive, massive danger with religion. It almost always gets a kind of big other function. I mean, for me, something I've kind of been talking about is almost encounterology as a kind of play on, oh my gosh, look at the cat. Oh, freaking cat. Oh my gosh. If I sit out here long enough, we may get like a barn cat to jump on my back and they'll start purring at one another. Maybe they'll like try to fight and they'll attack my screen. Oh, that would be great on different things. I definitely think that the moment, like one of the reasons I think it is just extremely important to really emphasize the encounter with the other. And I know that Dave has been dealing with other, talking about liveness, and there's the kind of notion of totality, infinity, and obviously those are just kind of the cat's words. And the incredible difficulty of the encounter with the other, and forcing yourself to kind of regularly go to a place where you encounter the other. I think Jesus says something that's extremely important, that if you take it seriously, it really kind of messes with you on the notion that loving God is loving the neighbor. And you ask them, okay, well, who's the neighbor? And they say, well, your neighbor, let me tell you a little story. And he tells the story of the Good Samaritan. Well, critically, Samaritans are enemies. They're not necessarily friends of the Jewish people at the time. And so the story of the Good Samaritan today might be the story of the good atheist. Hey, look, it was actually the atheist who took care of everyone. Interesting. And also, of course, that particular parable has a double meaning in the sense of the Good Samaritan. It's like, who is the neighbor? Well, wait a minute. It's actually defined as the Good Samaritan, not necessarily the guy on the side of the road. There's a double function. So you have to be there for the guy on the side of the road, but you also have to learn to identify your enemy, or the person that you would not necessarily like, and to see the good in them. And I think that requires such a radical amount of work on the other. And basically what has to happen for me is any sort of possibility or positing of a God has to be located in that encounter with the radical other, of whom is unlike you. Because Jesus will also say things like, even everyone likes people like them, for frick's sake. That's not hard. What comes with the difficulty, the problem is now the metaphor of neighbor in sort of suburbia today tends to mean, oh, the person who lives next to you with the same zip code. Oh, I like them. Oh, I love my neighbor. Okay, I'm being a good Christian. Well, that's not what neighbor would have meant when Jesus was speaking. In fact, it's a radically kind of controversial structure. And so for me, the identification of the God with the neighbor of whom, well, they're like your enemy or could threaten you or you're really vulnerable before, you have to have some sort of structure like that. Not that Christians do it perfectly or anything, that works against the creation of the big other as the transcendental guarantee. And because otherwise you're using God to actually avoid the other to create groups like yours, as opposed to actually engaging in that. I think also too, for me as well, like there are questions of talking about religion. I think Christians very often like to do apologetics for people who are not Christian when stuff like apologetics is within Christianity. If it's so great, then you ought to like show people it and attract them in, right? Like with the beauty of it, not try to like use a certain sort of let me answer every certain question and kind of guilt people, right? And those things seem to be very manipulatable. I think also for me, one of the reasons why it becomes very, very important to try to work against, say, big other theologies that are, say, present in Christianity is because there seems to be, like I was speaking with Bowens about this, various cycles. Or you could even look like a book like Generations, like Strauss or Howard, different things, and they talk about kind of the rise where right now you're in the decadence period, then you go into the nihilism and you tend to get a kind of religious revival that becomes the revisionary. I think we're seeing that. You're seeing this kind of return to religion. One of the things that concerns me, though, is people are returning to religions with a theology that may still really organize them away from the other in favor of the transcendental guarantee. So I would like to see people in theology that are in like churches actually changing the conditions of possibility of that theology to not fall into those sort of things, to have them being pushed in the direction of the other, to do things like I really like the book Secret Faith in the Public Space by that Mr. Mousick talks about, where he says, you know, people should not be using religion as currency. Like, because like you're not going to get elected in America if you're not a Christian, right? So they use that as a currency, as a sort of like they're using it in a kind of logic of exchange. Oh, I'll tell you my beliefs, then I'll get the position, right? So those
the
kind of
Christian. No Christian's ever been better than me.
Yep, that's right.
I
Like,
can't
look, I have my
blame anyone.
T-shirt. I have my Jesus shirt. Look at this. It says I'm a, you know, it says I love my neighbor. It says so right here. And so that then becomes a kind of where you're actually using it to get various positions. And basically the issue is my concern. One of the reasons why I think, I guess for me personally, why I think these things is because it seems like if there are not people in those spaces doing that work to work within the logic of the theology itself, to push it to those points, like you were saying with Hegel, of the extreme where the contradiction kind of emerges, then people are going to fall back into it. And it's probably going to be some of the more corrosive forms of that Christianity that sort of arise. And so that's a kind of way that I think about the theology work, is to make sure that the backlash into religion doesn't revert into some of the more toxic forms. But then I think that's kind of different from the question of should everyone be Christian or something like that, right? Which tends to be the kind of question that people have. Well, let everyone, like, let Theory Underground show their light, and that will attract people in. Let everyone in pluralism, liberal, everyone shows their story, and then people are attracted in. Hopefully the conditions of possibility within those stories are those that move people away from these kind of big others into the encounter with the neighbor. I think that's really, really important work. And that will gradually begin moving people into a world that are actually all doing the work together to make spaces of dwelling for one another that is probably far more conducive for time energy in thinking outside the logic of capital. On what you were saying as well about community, I think that's a really big deal, because the issue is, if you're not intentional about community, like the advantage that the church has, for example, is there's a building and there's a schedule where you just know at a certain time everyone's going to be there, or a certain amount of people. Like the burden of logistic coordination is taken care of for you. Like that's one of the big things that I think a lot of people don't always appreciate about the difficulty of community, is someone has to be in the background setting up the logistics, or somebody has to make it happen.
Yeah.
But if you have like a religion, well, then no, it just kind of, you know, it's more just understood. that people gather, or if you have a holiday, or if you have a festival, that there tend to be these kind of organic these gathering. When I was in Guanyuan in China back in, I guess, 2009, I always loved the dance circles where everyone just knew, the dance squares where everyone just knew at 4, everyone would be out there dancing. Like, those are the kind of things that sometimes, dare I say, like you were mentioning, some people who maybe are not religious and for good reason because of experience or so on, may not realize that those things then have to be done intentionally, or you have to create them or work things for them. But then the question is, what would be the motivation to gather people organically into those spaces if it's not going to be the religious beliefs? And this is where I think things like, like philosophy can be actually really, really important, because it provides an orbiting principle for people to get together and to change themselves as subjects for one another in a certain way. So I think what you're saying about the community, because the other thing I'll say this, if you are not intentional about a commons, as Michelle Bowens will talk about, if you are not intentional about that, then basically people's relationships will be captured by the logic of capital. Like, if you don't create a, following David Hume, what I would call a kind of common life, or a space of non-rationality is a term I will use, which offers an alternative way of thinking from the dominant use of rationality in the world today, if you're not intentional about that, then you will definitely find yourself just operating according to the presuppositions of the society and not even realize
capital. If you don't do it, capital will do the rest for you.
That's exactly right. And then you'll find yourself in a situation where you are captured and don't even know you're captured, right? Because that's how capture works. It makes me think of that Kierkegaard notion of the man in despair is the one who doesn't know they're in despair. Because once you know in your despair, well, you're starting to get the road out. So
exactly.
So what would it look like? I mean, this is kind of, for me, the challenge of society today. What would it look like to create spaces where more and more people can encounter what I call non-rationality, or ways of thinking? Because I'll talk about rationality, irrationality, and non-rationality. And capital, or autonomous rationality, which tends to be reflected in the logic of capital, wants you to make you think that everything else is irrational. But non-rationality is found in ways of thinking, say, that are philosophy, that are not saying rationality is bad, but is trying to move it to a more multivariant structure than just a certain linear cause and effect or way that capital has it. Well, that to me, actually, frankly, honestly, like, I think it's a major problem that Christians tend to meet in buildings that have like massive like crosses, and it looks very Christian and does very Christian things, because then the only people you are introducing to maybe the possibility of a commons are people that already agree with that, right? Or you are only like, you're only interested in commons of which are for exclusively Christian people. That whole thing, like what you were talking about with Theory Underground, gathering people together who are different, that are working together. I would really frickin' like to see the Christianity and every religion basically think in those terms. So, and then you become intentional about the architecture. Like, wait a minute, let me look at my building. Wow, my building in its very design sends structures about who's allowed here and who's not allowed here. Oh, I need to change that. I need to work on that. What are the things we're talking? Because if people don't do that, then you end up in these segregations that I think cut people off from seeing different possibilities of thinking. Does that make sense, Mikey, on what I was saying?
Does. I mean, this is like a, I don't know, this is like a spirit, like I say, the universalist, which is to say, like what I was getting at earlier, it's like, I need Christians, I need Muslims, I need occultists, I need libertarians, I need Marxists, I need all these people to give a shit about this universal lack that all of us are suffering from. And this whole thing you're talking about, like this different kind of space, right? We both know it though. Like the condition for that to engage in these other forms of meaningful relationships requires time, energy. And so it's like, I don't care what your religion is. I don't even care about your political orientation. You know that you don't have enough time, energy to build the kind of lives you want to have. And so it cuts across religion. It cuts across politics. It cuts across existential dispositions, right? It's like, this is this situation we're all in, and our little niche, little group identity thing's not going to cut it to fight this battle. And so it's like we got to embrace, like, okay, we're all going to have different attitudes and dispositions and all this stuff. We have to cut across that shit and get to a point where it's like, all right, we all are universally lacking the same thing. Like, I want everybody to get to live their lives and thrive. And if they want to, be atheists, okay. You want to spend your life devoting it to religion, cool. I don't give a shit what people do on an individual basis. So we all get it. Like, you can't kill people, you can't steal, there's all these basic things we get that we can't do to each other. Fine, those stay in place, obviously. But as far as the rest goes, it's like, no, I want Christians to have time, energy to develop community and, this spirit of, like, the people that I've known who go and help the sick and the elderly, they are a lot of the times Christians, right? And it's because Christianity nurtures this sense of compassion and servitude, and not exploitative servitude. It's servitude to help your fellow human being when they're in distress, right? And that's that's something we want to preserve. We want to facilitate that. And so my attitude is, like, I have no idea what kind of potentials are locked away in a humanity that has universally been emancipated in time, energy. Like, what can we as humanity do if all of us had our time, energy? And again, I understand there's always going to have to be basic stuff. Automation can only automate so much. Well, I know all this, but if we just have the majority of our time, energy to devote to our passions, building meaningful relationships, etc., it's like, this is where, like, Samuel Loncar, like, his project appeals to me, where it's like the becoming human thing. It's like, yeah, we never really have gotten to be human because we've all been slaves to necessary labor. What happens with all our religions, with all of our forms of art, with all of our different philosophies, if this thing gets unlocked that we've never been able to have? And that's why I'm about this. And, like, it's taken me years. Like, I used to be just kind of the closed off atheist leftist, right? And when you beat your head against the wall for so long, it's like, this doesn't work. Like, if you want to do some sort of emancipatory politics, this kind of, like, niche leftist, you're not bringing in anybody except the people who already agree with you. So I'm like, if we're going to do universalist politics, we got to figure out a different approach to it. And theists and atheists and cis and trans and black and white, and everybody's going to have to get past a lot of this shit and focus on the bigger picture, which is the conditions of the good life, which is time, energy.
No, I mean, I think that's beautifully put. I mean, for me, like, personally, what you're getting right there is one of the reasons why although I'm not saying that things like apologetics and religion have no role whatsoever, they do, but it should absolutely not be the primary intellectual activity of someone who says is religious. What really should be is, it's far more on the side of the philosophy. Like, I'm far more interested in, like, wait a minute, there's reason to think that when Paul describes, like, not observing the Sabbath, he's actually talking about the reason why you don't want to observe the Sabbath is you would be suggesting that not every day of the week is the Sabbath. Because actually, after Jesus, then actually the Sabbath is always, so we should always be dwelling in a Sabbath time. Oh, well, what would that mean if the Christian took that seriously? The way they thought, well, suddenly time, energy is really important, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is when you go into...
you just have to say you're speaking my language. Mikey said something and just put it into his book, actually, on having only one Sabbath per week. Mikey, can you explain that really quick?
No, I think the reverse Sabbath. Oh, it was gold. I love that.
Yeah. Oh, you heard it. Yeah.
It's freaking
So
great.
reverse Sabbath, that's basically what you're talking about, except it's even better because it is every day,
But
Well,
yeah,
and the
but
key,
but you do like, so it's a weird thing, right? Like, so my idea is like, even if we could fully automate away all work, like in this idealized sense, we need one day a week where we actually work, and it's not like punishment or anything. The point is the reverse Sabbath idea is we need a citizenry that is tapped in to what makes the world go round, which is to say the economy. Like these, and this is the thing, like working at a distribution company, right? Like you realize all this shit. Like I haven't put this in my book. Any of my books I'm working on right now, but when I redo the Zizek at work thing, this is going to go in it. Like, there's a weird kind of fetishism that occurs that isn't exactly the. I mean, it's similar to what Marx was talking about with commodity fetishism, but like, it's like toilet paper in public restrooms is just there, right? Like it just grows in the fucking toilet paper dispenser. Like, oh, nobody had to deliver it, nobody had to fucking move it. It's just there. Well, it's not just there, right? And this kind of the situation I find myself in, it's like, no, you start to see all of this background shit that works in the economy to make everything, function. And there's a way where if we automated everything and everything was just functioning, humans would very easily just go, oh, this is just the way it is. It's not just the way it is. And for thousands upon thousands of years, our fellow humans didn't get to have any of this because they were wrapped up in necessary labor. And so the reverse Sabbath is basically a form of education. Like, you need to know how the infrastructure works, and you need to participate in it so that you know how it works. I mean, think about it. If we lost the power grid, how many of us are actually prepared to go get it back on? Like, what, 1 in 300,000 of us could maybe try it? Like, the point is, the reverse Sabbath is supposed to be a day devoted to firsthand involvement and engagement with the infrastructure that enables all of us to have 6 days of time energy a week.
Dude,
right?
This is the best framing of it that I've heard. It is really it's I don't even say it like that well in the time energy book. So I mean, it's really, yeah, I love that way of putting it, because it's to call it necessary labor, it's like, oh, it's slavery. But it's like, then you just say, no, this is just the stuff that we have to do to understand how to run the machine, because it's our machine.
Yeah, and exactly,
it makes our toilet
it's
paper.
religious, it's spiritual in the sense of like this automated system. Like, we have to know how to keep it up and running precisely because it gives us our time energy and thus makes it possible for us to have lives of passion and meaningful relationships. Like, there is a sense of like obligation or thankfulness or devotion, and I don't want to say we worship it, that's not what I'm saying, but it is like an awareness, like, this shit isn't the Garden of Eden. Like, all of this is just, it isn't just here. It has to be reproduced. And there needs to be history that the kids would learn about the whole history of how we even got to this point. Like, that would be the point of it, is like, this is not just how things are. So in a sense, the reverse Sabbath is the defetishization of the automated infrastructure.
Dude, I really like what Ben Zur said, and Michelle pointed it out. We need practical familiarity with what maintains our existence 100%. Otherwise, we're just alienated and unable to handle irregularities about it. And I said, I don't want an economy. I want a toilet paper and amazing food machine. And then I said, I'll put my day in to maintain it once per week. But you know what? I would also work for a whole month and take the rest of the year off. Just saying. I would work for 3 months and take the rest of the year off. Fuck. I mean, I'm willing to work on this. So if people say, here's the thing. I'm a gradualist. Let's start with like I get a whole month of the year off, and then I get 2 months, and then I get 3 months, and then I get 4 months, and we'll just keep going until it's like, no, we actually have to stay at this level until automation gets a little bit further, and then we'll all be like investing in that automation to make it happen.
Well, I'm totally a gradualist on this, and I've told you, like, here's the thing: like, I don't give a shit if the coworkers I'm talking about, like, I don't care if they're young or old or Republican or Democrat. You know what they all agree on? We can go to a 4-day work week, and the country will still exist, right? Like, you roll it back incrementally, and it's like, okay, you roll it back. In this decade, we roll it back 1 day. The next decade, we roll it back. It's not an overnight thing. Oh, we all just time, energy for every. It's a process. It's a long process.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, this whole country, if it was instituted like a federal level where it's like, hey, we're going to a 4-day work week. That's the new norm. Everybody adjust. We could do that shit tomorrow and everything would be fine.
Yeah, I think it would be, wouldn't it? It's been done before. People were told it was not possible with the actual 1 day. I mean, in a lot of cases, people have been forced to work 7 days a week, and so it's like we're in a situation where it's the expectation is 2 days a week, and that's because of actual labor struggles.
That's working class heroes who fought for that.
Yeah, and so it's just like I just don't have any interest in playing tug of war over the week. I like the month approach a lot more because it's like from the standpoint of time energy we're talking about, like I do focus it on the week in the book, and I talk about that. It's like no, the battle is waged in the week. And it's like, well, not really. If we're talking structurally, the battle would be waged over your entire lifetime, and the whole thing like that Gores does with the 20,000 hours, and you could work those hours in a certain amount of years, all just cramming. And I think a lot of people would burn that energy off when they're like young, if they could just listen to audiobooks as part of their schooling, and during that time they're maintaining this machine that just produces toilet paper and amazing food for everybody. It's not an economy. It's just like I think that people should be able to get to a certain age where they can just travel for a few years. But I also think that if this was like a world system, this machine was just a world machine. This machine was attached everywhere. Then like you go through a certain level in your education where you're just learning languages and math and geography and about a culture and then you actually get to go to the places you're learning about, and you contribute. We can call it labor, but during this period you're listening to audiobooks, you're having amazing conversations, you're doing the kind of thing that we're all doing here. And you're not working like 13-hour days or something like that, right? Like the whole system is set up so that you're working like 3-hour days or only a couple days a week. And so, you're in other countries and you're speaking a language and you're doing true foreign exchange, not this tourist bullshit, not this resume builder bullshit. And it's like, I think that that's realistic. And it's like, I think that I don't think any parent who's a billionaire, whose child is like seeing a psychiatrist and a therapist and has multiple tutors but can't get out of bed and push buttons or wipe his own ass or whatever, like I don't think that they think that kid shouldn't have to work. Like I think they would even be down with phasing things over the next 20 years into a system where everybody is just going to maintain the machine and travel around the world doing it with other people, and it's kind of a randomizer. Like you don't know where you're going to travel to, and you don't know who you're going with, and there's some kind of randomizer effect so that Bloomberg's kids are up against the same thing. And it's the same kind of it's a less vicious or like hardcore version than saying like, well, Bloomberg should have him and his kids should have to ride public transportation. You know how nice public transportation would be if he had to ride it? Or think about the people in France or like Paris specifically. I was Anne and we were like the only white people on those buses, and it was like why is it all like immigrants and stuff like and like the lower class like workers? Where is everyone else in Paris? They're not on public transportation. Well, imagine if they had to. Well, guess what? There'd be a lot more buses running. They'd be a lot bigger. They'd have bathrooms on them. They'd be very nice, right? Like it'd be a very nice system. And so it's like I've always just been like, well, they should have to use the same services. Their kids should be randomized into schools in the region, and guess how nice the schools would be, right? And so like I've always kind of had that attitude, but also I just like this more positive, less penalizing approach, which is just like, yeah, the toilet paper and good food machine. It's just you maintain it, you go places when you are in your schooling phase. And the thing is like this is where Michelle's conversation from today is so important, because like she's really thinking and constantly experimenting with skole instead of school. Not just the content of schooling as a problem, but like the form itself and what that does to time, energy, and what it does to restricting the horizon of possibilities and people not being able to find their talent and therefore not being able to meaningfully develop with tutelage. And so people have their souls crushed, and then they lose their creativity, their intellect, and the spirit almost gets snuffed out. And sometimes it gets snuffed out for 15 years before a person starts to come out of it. And when a person's in it, like they're just stuck, they're just stuck in all these loops. And it's like, it is possible that, you could find skole. Well, can the schooling system on a mass level somehow embrace contradiction and do all of these kinds of things like we're talking about, and move in a direction where people get to sometimes they do manual labor, but the manual labor is usually built so that they can multitask and just listen to audiobooks and podcasts and music, and people are just allowed to do what they want when it comes to that. But then there will be certain things where it's like, yeah, we're going to be talking about these readings. You're expected to have either read or listened to it. And the thing is, you actually have the time and energy in your week to where you could do the readings, but you also might just listen to stuff. You might go on hikes. Who knows? Because you'll be making friends in other countries too. And so it's just like, it's a very like, that's the thing. I think that some people really want to see violence, and they have a real axe to grind, and they actually want to see people get hurt in the process. And I mean, I'm not saying Spencer's like that, but he was kind of just saying that Matt is like this Bernstein guy. And so like, it's like for them, it doesn't require revolution. It doesn't have to be a worker state party. And it's like, yeah, but what if it doesn't have to be? So like, I don't care, man. I don't care about, they've been saying that, Marxists have been saying that for 150 years. In the meantime, like there's a bunch of people like, okay, Elon Musk is shooting rockets into space like every fucking day or every few days. And it's like, well, imagine if you got a bunch more people to work together. I really mean that. I think people think capital is so removed from humanity and doing its own thing that they don't think that we can marshal our troops and actually do something cool. And it's like, well, if you had enough private and public sector people working together with some kind of a Manhattan Project, and you said, okay, the goal is to free up everybody a whole month this year. Okay, so how do we do that? All the economists, all the engineers, let's go. How do we do it? What has to change? What do we phase out? And so something would probably get, not privatized, but nationalized or whatever. Except we're saying like internationalized. And so it's just like, maybe it would be certain kinds of food so that everyone else can be small scale farmers. So like kinds of foods that don't work for small scale farmers are going to enter that system, right? Okay, well, how do we make it so the people in Belize don't have to spend their whole lives doing the sugarcane thing? Let's start there. Then let's go to coffee. And like, let's move through these things that require, I say Belize because it was like a raw experience, and it changed me forever. Being in a place where I found out firsthand all the students at this elementary school that I was at, they wrote, I had them all write like what they're going to be when they grow up, and they're all like 10 years old or something. And they wrote, this was like an English class, and they all wrote that, they want to be like a nurse or a pilot. And nobody said that they wanted to be a sugarcane farmer, and all of their parents were sugarcane farmers, except for the ones who were teachers, right? Their parents were teachers.
Hold on, Dave, real quick, hold on. I just saw that. I got to go to bed. Daniel, it's great to meet you.
It's good to meet you.
Yep.
Have a good night, man.
Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I got to crash.
Peace out, Mikey.
Good to meet you,
night,
Mikey.
Good to meet you.
All the best.
Yeah, he's ahead of us, but so are you, Daniel. It's late where you are. My gosh.
Oh, but being in your presence is so lovely.
Yeah. Did Michelle ever run out behind you and wave?
Her spirit did, and she might now. Yeah.
Yeah.
With that. No, I was gonna.
Let
Please
me
finish
just
what you
finish.
were saying.
Yeah, so all of that was just to say is that I take that to like, okay, someone in the chat earlier today said something about people in the third world working so hard while people in the first world, like their numbness is a different kind of numbness because they're in that bubble of privilege. And I was just like, man, I mean, I think that there's so many people who are in this, like, not just this numb privilege kind of misery, but actually toiling in the United States. And it's maybe like you can get like a hot meal and it's a bit better of a hot meal. Maybe you got more variety but here's the thing. You do have certain advantages going back to these kids in this elementary school in Belize. They all said they want to be nurses and pilots and teachers. Nobody wanted to be what their parents actually were. And the thing is those were the only three options. That's why everyone kept writing those three options. They didn't know anyone else, really anything else, because there's just nothing else out there. And the only way to get out of the situation where you're born into being a sugarcane farmer is to learn enough English. But everyone there speaks two languages already. And you have to have your English at a pretty high level. And a lot of these kids get pulled out of school and then set back because they have to go help their parents in the fields at a certain time of the year. And so it's just like, it's a real problem. And it's like, you're telling me that we couldn't put all the economists and engineers into, let's just say maybe three competing Manhattan Project style structures, and then have them all compete against each other and see who can solve the problem so much that the literal food system is taken care of. And yes, people can still do local farming in the farmers market, but outside of that, like grain and like these, like soy and wheat, for instance, corn. I mean, corn local is better, but also people shouldn't have to grow it. And same with like coffee and well, that can be automated, and it would be automated if there was enough labor organizing out there, right? Because labor would get so expensive that it would become cost effective to automate it. But it's not cost effective to automate it right now. And it's like, well, let's just make it cost effective by saying, how about all of the economists and all of the engineers just have to do that? And that's what all their grants are for. Done. And then everyone gets a whole month off in the year, or they can take off a couple extra days in the week. And we'll start there. And then you graduate it, So that's pretty much what I wanted to say about that.
No, it's delightful. It is not obvious at this moment that automation is not actually the robots, AI, automation. It seems as if they easily could be the certain like addressing of the problem that is being described, or Nick Land singularity, right? It seems to have some sort of bothness possibility that is there. That then would require some sort of social, political imagining on how these things are going to be used. So there's a few things. First, I was going to note, I really liked what Mikey said. Like for me, theologically, Anne, it is so good to see you. And you're doing such important work with sociology. Oh, what an important field. Anne, it is good to see you. Outstanding. Oh my goodness, the one and only. Your wife's awesome, Dave. And you're awesome. Your husband's awesome. Like for me, there's a big difference between the theology work that says, how do we explain the problem of evil, and the theology work that says, hey, did you ever notice there actually is work in the Garden of Eden? Interesting. You actually need work for paradise, which gets to Mikey's point, right? And I think yours as well. Like the key is that the fall is the introduction of toil, but there actually is work in the garden. So the human is not optimal without some kind of work, like naming the animals or different things, right? Oh, wow. I never thought about the human actually needing some kind of work to be like optimal, right? So what have you done in that theological work? You've made people see something differently, and they're like, oh, actually, I need work, and work is good, but there seems to be a difference between toil and work. Wow, I never knew there were different kinds of activity as such, like, say, the Theory Underground work and the toil of the office. Like once you introduce, and this is where distinctions can be liberating. Once you know there's a difference between toil and work, you may live your life practically very different. This is where ideas can have practical impact. So me personally, I think that kind of theological work that makes people go, whoa, there can be a difference between toil and work, can be an example of changing the conditions of possibility within a religion that makes it open to different things, right? And I think that has a role. And also what's very interesting then as well is to talk about expanding the Sabbath to all time is not the removal of work, but the removal of toil. So time, energy, work seems to be very different than toil, right? So what would it look like to have a society that can create the conditions of possibility, to just use that phrase I love so much? I'm just going to start saying, you're going to have like the t-shirt, conditions of possibility. What would it, like conditions of possibility t-shirt, baby? That would actually be a fantastic Valentine's card. Like you send it like, babe, you're my condition of possibility. Oh, baby, really? Oh, man. I'm so proud.
She really is, so.
Bam, condition. And you are my condition of possibility. I'm going to tell Michelle that. She's going to be like, oh my gosh. But it's like that, that sort of thinking, all right, what would be necessary for time, energy, work, right? Which would be Sabbath. That would be a life of Sabbath, right? Automation could easily be part of this. But one of the reasons why we don't think it, and this is where I think things, oh, there she is, the one and only. You want to say hi to the wonderful Dave? There she is. Yes, there she is.
We've been waiting all night.
Here you
We've
go.
been waiting all
Right
night.
here. You're my condition of possibility.
I know. I'm waiting for
You're my condition of possibility.
For the t-shirt.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get the t-shirt. You're my condition of possibility.
Hey,
Right there,
really quick. How many people in the chat have been here throughout the day or long enough to have seen the conversation with Michelle? Very curious, but welcome back, Michelle. Great to have you here as the other bookend, both bookends.
Yeah. Well, it was such a joy to speak with you and Nance. I loved it. I had a really great time, and yeah, it was awesome. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, it was a blast, and Dave is like a champion of the people. He's going to be in the Guinness.
Babe?
No, I do not. No, I'm totally fine, honey.
I'm
You're
not
so
gonna make you
sweet.
just
No, it's
sit,
great.
like,
I will
stand on
kneel
your
for you. I will
knees.
kneel for you anytime, my dear.
Oh.
So I when Nance gets the Guinness World Record for the longest live stream, it's going to be a great day. We're going to have like a party out.
Didn't like your other live just stay running, Dave? Like it
forever.
was like done.
Oh, it was perfect because it was about like the freedom of finitude. And it was like perfect because the finitude went on forever. Oh, it was great. We had a dance party around midnight.
So funny.
I was loading up as many like random links into the track as I could. I was like Doobie Brothers, like every track I could think. Like St. Paul and the Broken Bones. That's a great band too. But anyway, like so time infused energy, time infused work, like what would it be? And so one of the issues is this is why. So there's a few things here. This is why studying like someone like a Carl Planier, and I put him in a debate with Dietrich McCloskey, is very important, because if markets are made, if, say, Marx is correct about the commodity form being, in a sense, made, it arises in a certain historic period, that would show you that it actually has been possible in history to change how people are toward work or toward the economy. Right? Because basically right now people don't believe in, I think Charles Taylor talks about like social imagination. They don't believe in the possibility of imagining social possibility. Well, for good reason, if they've never been taught the history of the making of markets or the making of the commodity form. They see no evidence in history that you can transform the social imagination. And that's why Karatani is big on spirits in his new book, right? Because by spirit, he means social imagination. Well, if it has happened in history, then it is not theoretically impossible for it to happen again. And the new social imagination would be one of, say, time, energy, work, right? And that would be also, if you see people, say, doing that in the theory scene, then you know it's also possible, so you get evidence. The reason why, actually, though, I think the idea of, like, a better work rate, oh, my goodness, oh, my goodness. Oh my God, we'll do the heart thing together. There we go. Yeah. You're my condition of possibility. You're my condition of possibility.
You have to make a heart.
There we go. Condition of possibility. It's like Captain America right there. No, what was it? Planet, Captain Planet. we were gonna do the heart thing and make like a beam. That's like a 90s cartoon.
I've just always wanted rings that connect, and then
The heart ring.
and then like a light beam shoots out of it.
Oh
That's
my
all.
gosh.
That's like
That would be
yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
That was like my twin sister and I had this friend for a long while in primary and secondary school, and we always would we would make these oh my gosh, why am I forgetting this now? But basically we'd get together and like write out these books about like how to engage with guys, like not in a weird way, but just like, this sounds so strange now, but
it had one page and one word. It said run. And you know, the run creates desire because it's the object. So they would use the big other against you. It was very psychoanalytical as a fourth grader.
Yeah, that friend made these earrings for me. I knew there was a reason I put these on today.
Yeah.
But anyways, the point of the matter is we'd make these books, like kind of that to a degree, like how do you handle the sketch and how do you like handle like the sketty encounters or the
That's your next anthology. How to handle the sketch.
How do you handle the sketch? But yeah, it was very funny. I enjoyed making, like, we compiled these books. Apparently we've got volumes of these things, y'all. We need to publish them through TU.
Yes. For practical popular work.
How to handle the sketch with time energy. Like, you know, if you could handle sketches, you'd probably have more, you know, energy infused blocks of time. Actually, oh my gosh.
What are we
Look
making?
at this. What are we making, Anne?
Oh, peanut butter crackers.
Oh, peanut butter crackers.
And then you dip them in chocolate. So they're kind of like
yeah.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. Do you like harden the chocolate so you can
So I have like melted chocolate from the other day that I need to remelt, and I'll just double boil it and then melt it on here. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, see, double boiled. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's great. I'm really glad you showed me that, because I was thinking lately about double boiling to make like a rosemary infused oil, but I don't have a double boiler. But I'm like, why can't I can do this, right? I can do that. But then like I didn't want to shatter glass or something like that. So that like, okay, the two pots on top of each other. Got it.
Yeah, it's easy.
Genius. I actually didn't know. I didn't know that trick. I was thinking, wow, what's gonna happen with that chocolate that's dried up in that bowl? Like I thought you were gonna have to scrape it out or something like that.
Or lick it. Just lick it. You just lick it out. Actually, you just lick it.
Yeah. The people who don't have eyes on chat who are listening from the podcast in the future.
Snack after all that hard work today.
Oh, I get a snack. Yeah, you were charged at rehearsal. Time.
Nancy's gonna miss his puppies.
Oh, Winston.
We're gonna open up the crate of camera stuff, and the dog is gonna be not the same.
Oh, that's Charlie. That's Charlie. Wait, Winston and Charlie right there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my golly, thank you for sure. Oh, they're just giving you all the love. All the love.
If anything should be a source of social imagination in the Charles Taylor sense, it's those are the conditions of possibility. Just imagine, America, world, if you could have that sort of luxury that is a bed and love and puppies and chocolate. That's all that, they're adorable, isn't it? I know.
Nance, what are their names? Winston. Okay. Maybe Dave can tell us.
Winston.
Wait, are you muted? Nance, are you muted?
Oh, I was muted.
Okay.
There he is.
Oh, that whole time you were talking.
Yeah.
He gave us the political economy formula, and then he forgot it. Like, that's it. Time and no, it was muted.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
Well, guess the conditions of possibility aren't changing tonight.
Yeah, I thought we were all on a roll. No, it's Winston Churchill, and this is Charlize Theron.
This is
They're
hi,
beautiful.
baby. Hi.
Oh my
So
gosh.
cute. I'm sorry. I realized I was like, why in the world did I bring up writing those like manuals to talk to guys in middle school? And I realized the reason why was because it was that with that friend who we wanted to make those rings that had a light beam shoot out of it. So that's why I brought that up in the first place. Sorry, guys. Random.
Thank you. Because we just thought you had like that was an example of associational memory that would make Deleuze proud because it couldn't be intelligible to be captured. So you were escaping. You were developing a line of flight there by avoiding epistemologies of representation. So it was very good. It was rhizomatic.
Proud.
He was very proud.
Really make him proud though. Because then is it too intelligible still? If somebody can recognize it as something to be proud of.
I like to think he would be a butterfly cookie.
He's
So
probably wearing an oven
he's a
mitt similar to
rhizomatic
Anne
butterfly
right now.
cookie,
Just-
so he's quite pleased.
All right, so having butter. Yes.
Yeah, it's a rhizomatic butterfly
the
cookie.
best.
That's what it is.
That's the
But you know,
best
the thing is too, so I should note, like on the question, this is why I think lifelong learning is actually really, really important. So when we look at Tocqueville, and you had periods of visions where people didn't have commerce. The issue is, one of the reasons though people also go to work is precisely because they don't know what, like they don't know how to, it's also an issue where they don't know how to use their free time, but also they don't know what to talk about. So like work becomes the subject of conversation, just like the weather, right? So here's the issue. If you give people, say, freedom from work, for example, because I think you see this in Tocqueville, then people are like, crap. Like, what do we talk about and how do we relate? And then Tocqueville just says, well, what ends up happening, they go back to referring to, like people go back to referring to themselves according to positions in capital, positions in business of the merchant class. But the thing is, this is what I think is important. Lifelong learning provides material for grounds of relation outside of work, which if you free people from work, you then need to give them material that would actually be grounds of relating to one another that doesn't feel arbitrary. Like, you know, weather kind of feels arbitrary and it becomes shallow, right? Lifelong learning provides a means of communicating with the other that then doesn't make them retreat back to say work or some sort of structured time. Those cookies look so freaking good. And so I think Tocqueville shows that. And so, you know, you take Planier with the making of markets, and then also, they're the
Now I really regret not getting Ritz crackers at Sam's today.
Oh my
I
gosh, we
really
all make
regret
our choices.
Yeah.
Also, what shirt are you wearing?
I would prefer not to.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
would prefer not to, but I'd prefer to eat those cookies.
I would prefer not to forget getting
Yeah,
Ritz at
yeah,
Sam's to
yeah.
make chocolate covered cookies or different things.
It's
You know, I
called
would I would prefer
Bartleby shopping is what that's called.
Bartleby shopping. I would prefer not get the barbecue chips and the ice cream. So we'll do the
Actually-
spam in Zizek's name. Spam. He likes spam, doesn't he? Like spam. We're gonna eat up that stuff. He's all over the spam.
We found
With a
like
cart,
what's that?
the carton of orange juice. Yeah.
Yes, $5, baby. Gas station. He's right about gas stations being a very special place for eating in America. Michelle, you know, down here in the South, we pride ourselves in our finest food being out of gas stations. Like we really do. Like it's amazing. You want fried chicken? You don't go to KFC. No. You must not be from around here. You go to Miles.
I was so confused at first. Like, you know, I'm from the north more or less, and Daniel's from the south. So I was like, what do you mean? Like, there's delicacies at gas stations. Like, is it unless it's Wawa? I don't believe it. I'm just kidding.
No.
But then we
go to Owens and Miles, a one of one, to the back, where actually the gas, it doesn't even work. No one goes there for gas. They go for fried chicken. Of course they do.
Fueling station there.
They have the fueling station. Nobody goes for gas. You go to see what is being cooked in the back by Brenda. And Brenda is doing fried fish because it's Friday and it's catfish actually, and you should get the sandwich. No, you don't go to chicken places for chicken. You go to gas stations. That is the secret. You know, that's where it's all at.
That's so American. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. It is. We pride ourselves. Yeah.
Fried chicken, probably some French fries on the side.
Yeah, absolutely. All of those different things, all on the side. But no, it is funny how like the gas stations have all of these giant things in the back or different things. But you would be proud of us because Michelle has been growing tomatoes and egg cartons for the vegetables.
Okay, correction, not to correct you, Daniel, but I've tried to germinate my tomato seeds for like 2 times now. I'm on my 3rd time of trying to germinate tomato seeds. And for some reason, it hasn't been working, but I've had success with the broccoli and the my broccoli, my pepper plants are like these tiny little baby plants, and I'm just like, please survive, because it's so much cheaper. Like you get a packet of like 4 million seeds for $1. You know, it's like seeds are like plants are so abundant. Like they're so abundant. You just eat a tomato and you've got like, you know, seeds could potentially last you for like, you know, years.
Right.
You know, it's like, anyways, it's just pretty cool how plants are. But anyways, I'm very excited about the things that are growing so far. But yeah, we've got like it's time. It's time soon to start planting the garden, and it'll be all sorts of vegetables, which will be great.
And then we will remind the children that they have to go weed said garden and rocks. And they'll be like, wait, why don't we have robots for that? Well, guys, because that's what we have to have the social imagination to organize according to the social order to free up large block of energy infused times. But until then, you need to pick these rocks up. Okay, let's go. let's do the thing. But no, I think like it's just so important to look at history and see changes of social imagination that has transformed how people are towards things. And then to also see, if we look at like Randall Collins in the, which I think is just an incredibly important book on the sociological theory of intellectual change. And you see actually how much conditions of possibility change are shown as possible in communities that can sustain long form conversation and who have been trained in those things. And then I just think that basically people's willingness to move away from work, where you have all these retired people going back to work, or they're just looking for something to do. Like I've heard so many people say, well, I just didn't know what to do with my day, right? Well, if you start opening up or legislating 4-hour work, 4-day work weeks or different things like that, while simultaneously offering communities or places like Theory Underground that show lifelong learning is realistic, even if you're like raising a family or doing things, well, then people have a source and substance for their relations outside of work. They have material for interaction, because I just think we see in Tocqueville that if you don't provide that, people turn back to commerce because they don't know how to relate to each other than from within their work career or their but then that of course would make them lacking time energy. So I think the like lifelong learning becomes the means of like people having substance for relations when they have that freedom.
Oh, I think too, like I was thinking about what you were sharing, Dave, about the kids from Belize. Is that where you were speaking about? Okay. Yeah. And I mean, I think what Daniel's saying is important too, because in some ways, like it reminds me of this time when I was doing some sort of like service trip or whatever. And I remember like working with a particular kind of subpopulation in the Appalachia. And sort of I would sometimes have these assumptive thoughts, which I think maybe were partly true, but maybe were partly false, where I would sort of assume that like, wouldn't they want to be doing more with their lives, like, and to a degree, it's like, well, we should be able to create the conditions of that imagination for doing something other than that. But we should also, I think, hopefully cultivate the thinking to say, well, why wouldn't I want to do that either? Like, it's not just, we can't assume to just not do what their family's done for centuries would be what the person wants to do, right? Maybe they don't want to do it. Maybe they do want to do it. Getting thoughtful about that is I think more important than just deciding that, oh, because for them, maybe they're like, woohoo, we get to go out of school, so we do farming. Or maybe they're like, I hate this, it's so hot out there and it's really laborious. So it really depends on the kids themselves, because it's and I think to me, this cultivation of conditions for possibility are important, because then it gets into again, not necessarily just assuming one way or the other, but the mode of how one would be doing either or to contemplate either or. Because again, I just think about myself thinking about like making certain potential thoughts in my head, which again, those thoughts might be right, but it's sort of like needs a little bit more testing.
Well, but I think where Mikey on that, this is where gradualism, and I think you were mentioning as well, becomes so important, because the issue is, let's say people are being exploited, but they lack the ability to even know they're being exploited, right? Because of the social imagination. So you go in there and say, well, let's free them. Like, let's get rid of it, right? The issue is, by doing that, in the same way that we're saying that if you free people up from the work way, but then they like, I don't know what to talk about, how to even be at home. Like we saw this in COVID, right? Where people were home from work and it's like, I don't actually know how to relate to my family. Oh gosh, I want to go back to work. Like actually work was kind of functioning to hide me from this reality. Well, if we don't want that to occur, then you have to, as you are working against these forces of oppression, if you will, simultaneously be offering people ways to train social imagine or to see their oppression. And this is why I think these kind of communities are such a really big deal in these kind of long forms of communication, because if what we've seen in history is that if you oppose something without offering like the social imagination for the excess of that opposition, then you can't keep the gains. Like that's what we see in Tocqueville, like people revert, or capital kind of runs in and captures things in different things. And so this is where I think if we think about lifelong learning, which is a term that's used, if we think about lifelong learning as necessary for changing of social imagination, which is also necessary for people to receive and keep large blocks of time infused energy, or to like have a 4-hour work week, then you see how the lifelong learning is kind of training of social imagination that has to go hand in hand with changing the work week, freeing people from capital, because then all of these things are going to operate together. And the problem, I think, is basically you have that, like you were saying it with the Illich promo, which was so good on that. You hear a lot of liberals will say education is the answer. Well, it depends on what we mean by that. Like it always depends on what we mean by that. And the issue is education as a continual formulating structure of the social imagination that is continually liberated is necessary, not merely content. That's the mistake. It's like once you know that you're oppressed, then you'll be good to go. No, because this is where like someone like Foucault later in life was like, oh crap, power actually, like people also want the socialization of power to make one another intelligible to one another. Oh crap, norms have this function, but then norms also keep people oppressed. What do you do? So you get this kind of you got this problem you can't deal with. Well, what that contradiction should make you realize is that you have to have a perpetual movement of learning, lifelong learning that is infrastructurally part of the society. Like I think Theory Underground, the Philosophy Portal, Voicecraft, etc. are examples of. That's then part of your infrastructure that becomes a source of constantly training the social imagination so that people actually keep the freedom. Because Zizek's new book is like freedom is terrifying, right? And we learn that from Philip Reif and all of these different things, right? Well, yeah, but what that has done is made people say, well, then don't give them freedom. No, what the revelation is that freedom must be accompanied by a training of social imagination. And that, though, there hasn't been the infrastructure for that, because social imagination is trained throughout your entire life. It can by definition not stop. Whereas content to get a job theoretically could stop, say at 25, once you have the technical knowledge, and then the rest will be on-job training. But if we're talking about the training of social imagination, that is an infrastructure question. That is literally part of the social infrastructure at that point. And that's where like these kind of communities are that possibility that before may have never been possible. Thus, you have the possibilities of these new forms of qualitative freedom. I'd be curious if anyone has thoughts on that. That was just something I was thinking.
Well, I'm thinking right now about, being in the sociology department at like Boise State. And so, yeah, you have this like neoliberal push. Oh, education. We need education for educated democratic populace or to get people jobs. But then within sociology, especially, it's like, oh, we need education to make people anti-racist. So they are like co-opting this push for education under the guise of, oh, well, we're not just pushing it for job centrism, but they're still just pushing it for some, you could still call it like neoliberal, but some end that is not, that's not based in any sort of like time energy theory or infrastructure of like lifelong learning as a way of life, as something that is important, that makes us more human. It's just like, oh no, if we just educate people, then they'll be anti-racist activists, is kind of how they view education and how they try to instrumentalize it.
No, I think that's well put. And I'll just note, like, social imagination, it's very different when you say, well, we're going to have kind of a social liberation effort to make people not be racist. The problem is that becomes then you can unintentionally develop the enjoyment of transgression that comes with that. And you then feed the very problem you're trying to get rid of. But what if instead we train the social imagination to see the other as beautiful, or diversity as beautiful, where then I am attracting you into the other races or the other, like pluralism becomes beautiful, which then it is not law and sort of, I'm going to make you not a racist. Instead, I'm going to change your imagination, perhaps the virtual in a sort of Bergsonian say, so you see beauty in difference. Oh, That's a very different mission then. And then, you know, for me, freedom and beauty go together because I like beauty in the aesthetic sense. I talk with Thomas Jockin about it. And there is something about the social imagination that is the necessary conditioning to make people see things like pluralism, beauty, race as beautiful. You need to move from totality to infinity, there has to be a sense of beauty. That it pulls people out of their natural totality because, you know, structures of language, structures of words, all naturally totalize. And then people are going to they're going to one day stop and be in a totalization and not even know it. Well, beauty in a Dante sense, beauty in Aristotelian sense is always moving you, right? So sociology, in my opinion, as the social imagination, has something to do with a cultivation of a certain wonder in the other, which then you're getting the work of liberation, you're getting the work of fighting racism and different things, but you're doing it from a place of seeing beauty in the other person that then makes them fascinating, where you go, oh my gosh, you're from a different country, you're a different race. Wow, there are things to the great conversation that you may actually be able to help me see, not because you have some sort of exclusive truth claim, Jonathan Rauch warns about that in Kindly Inquisitors, but because all of us actually have, in the contradiction that emerges between difference that can unfurl, there can be possibilities of social imagination that otherwise would not occur. Because that's the other thing, like beauty, that then brings you into one another to then form the contradiction in the Zizek sense, that then in Hegel through the science of logic moves you to the absolute idea. This is where the other is the invitation to the contradiction that then pulls you in towards something more beautiful. Like that pulls you into a higher beauty, and the social imagination is then cultivating that. And then all we want to do is be free to honor that beauty, to be gathered under it, right? Then we want that time, great time infused in it. We're not afraid of freedom anymore, because we actually have this sort of attraction to some kind of sense of beauty that we all bring together and make possible, that then makes freedom very exciting and not something that creates all this infinite anxiety that people tend to run through from.
I wonder though, you know, to create what you just said, which is wonderful, Daniel. I mean, the idea of using like beauty as the attractor for, or the cultivation for, you know, say difference or diversity and things like this. I mean, I think there's the reason why maybe it doesn't happen in that way is usually because of, like, you know, the fear that if you don't just make it explicit, that then, well, that's scary, because if we don't make this explicit and lay it out right now about what we, you know, then everybody's just going to end up being like, you know, racist bigots or whatever it is. So it's, I think I don't know if it's just, you know, fear that and that does that, and also the idea of this concept of beauty. It does make me wonder though, when it comes to that being on like an institutional level, it seems like it would be much more like something that would need to occur in, again, a different form, but like maybe something that's more kind of circling, you know, like where there's more of that ability to, you know, like we'll talk about with like the circling and the ciphering, where there's kind of more of a sense of it being able to be an input of the variations to see what kind of organically comes forth from that.
Well, the hip hop cipher.
But that also would mean like leaving it open to have creativity from pupils and students, and that's also scary because what are they going to say?
Well, I mean, that's correct. And I think the hip hop cipher becomes a very important model for what community looks like, that is sort of organically, there's a structure, but there's an openness simultaneously. And the hip hop cipher seems to be something like formally the sort of structure that you see in these online communities and different things. And that seems to be emergence of beauty. I think also this is where philosophy is necessary for you know, there's a big push on people, on conservatives now, talking about freedom of speech. We need freedom of speech, and Kindly Inquisitor. Without philosophy, you can't have freedom of speech, because speech ultimately will fall into presuppositions and assumptions, and you have to free speech from those and keep it moving. That's what the cipher does, right? So philosophy is always in the annihilating activity, keeping it in the clearing to keep it moving. So freedom is always speech, and thus it can always develop, and always, hey, that means we always have something to talk about. So we're not nervous and going back to work. So we have something to talk about because we have this perpetual movement of thought. And that, I would also argue, very interesting. Here's the great irony. And I realize that we have kept Dave. You are such wonderful people. You know, this post, we will let you. Dave is like on hour 19. God bless you. And we appreciate this. The great thing that I think is really interesting, I think you can go through history, and the great irony is that.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, beautiful one.
Oh, when I tried to talk earlier, it didn't work, so I changed the microphones around and everything, and so now I think we're all good. But Cool. No, I think, yeah, we'll close out soon, but I'm really enjoying this. This is not, hey, I've wanted to, like, this is episode 1 of the double date. So nice to have you all here. This is the conversation. This is the conversation before the conversation that I've been really wanting to have. So this is exciting, you know.
Beautiful. Well, you are a saint. Well, and I guess I was just gonna say is that I think you can actually go through history. Like if we look at Dietrich McCloskey talking about the great enrichment, which, you know, you were mentioning it earlier on this idea that where did capital, you got it, like Loncar was talking about this emergence of like capital in Europe and enrichment. Now, I think we have to get a conversation where there was like this explosion of innovation and technological advancement that was then captured by the movement of capital. And you have to explain that. But if we at least look at the great enrichment as something that occurred, if McCloskey is correct, then the great enrichment occurred in human history because of talking, rhetoric. People talked with one another and they changed the ideas and they were philosophically informed. It literally created like the giant explosion of like technology that has defined the world. Now, this can be captured and not always good. But here's the funny thing. I would make the argument that it is actually the periods of great prosperity and development actually occur from a place of philosophy, humanity, social imagination that then can move into the economy or the systems to kind of spread or to kind of systemize in different things. But the problem is in that movement, we tend to forget their origin in a kind of Heideggerian. We forget the origin of the humanities that created that wealth, and that's when they get that's when the auto-mastery that made possible the wealth is replaced by an automatism that then leads to the flattening and the compression. But if you go through history and you see that there's actually this kind of source of this that is found in this freeing of speech and this changing of social imagination, and then we go, oh, and what we have to do by thinking political economy is make sure that it doesn't get trapped by systems, but in fact, the automation serves the auto-mastery versus the automation replace the auto-mastery, because that's usually what happens is the auto-mastery tends to create an automation that then replaces the auto-mastery, and then you don't even like, it's the trace, you lose the trace, you don't even realize the role of imagination, creativity, and all these things in it, because, and then you get an economy, like my big critique of economics that hopefully belonging again to comes, is that they talk about stimulating demand and creating demand, but they don't even know what demand is. Like, what is demand in economics? Where does it come from? Well, that's psychoanalysis. And the problem is in an economics that can only stimulate demand, not ask what is create demand. That means they can't create demand. And that means they can't avoid a stagnation or a reliance on stimulation or alienation or automatism that then results in all of these various pathologies that we find. But we say, well, hold on. Where does demand actually come from? Where do like a supply actually come from? Oh, it comes from like human beings creating things. Well, what are the conditions that make people create things? Well, gathering in a pub and talking. Oh, okay. Is that what Randall Collins told us? Yeah, it does. So wait a minute. If we would like to have creativity become primary versus automation or systemization, because that's what has occurred, well, then we have to be intentional about those communities now, which I think is being forced by the movement of capital. And you could even say AI is the causer of this realization and this really claiming of the primacy of the social imagination. And then it's time we keep it, dang it. We keep it and make it infrastructural versus let it get eclipsed again. Every time it gets vanished, every time we lose it, we don't see the making of the market. We then, this is where Carl Planier went, and then I'll stop. This is where Carl midnight is when we have fun. So Carl Planier was like, oh my gosh, look at this cat. Is that Ryan, oh my gosh. Carl Planier is like, look, we created markets, and then afterwards we created this rumor that markets were natural. So you forgot the process of making markets and you believe that it was a state of nature. And he's like, the free market notion is a state of nature theory, just as bad as Hobbes or Rousseau or different things, right? Now we have to go through the great transformation, but the point is this. We lose sight of the processes that gave us this moment. And because we don't know about those processes, we have no hope in social imagination. But if you go through history, you see the workings of social imagination. So why can't social imagination work now? We just have to create the infrastructure of its possibility.
What should you like?
You're so beautiful. Your people are so beautiful. And Dave. Oh, there it is. Hey, we should dance. Let's do the middle school dance. Yeah, the music. Oh, we're gonna dance. Oh, you gotta turn on like. Oh, I can't. The headphones. It's hard. Oh, we do porch dancing. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
So like just a slow back and
Yeah,
forth.
slow back and forth. That's it. Yeah.
But it has to really be this.
Yeah, here it
like
is.
You
Oh
have to
yeah,
take
in the
the
middle
distance.
school.
Middle school
Remember that?
song.
Has to be like this. Some of the
Hey,
some of the
hey,
spicy
hey,
people would
hey.
get
They
their
would get
hands
down
all
there. It's
out.
like, no,
I'm like,
no,
oh my gosh, did you
no
see his hands
fructose for you. Fructose. Fructose. What was it? Wasn't it like the weird off-brand soft drinks they had in the middle school? What was it called? Fructose, Furby. I don't know. Furbies. Remember Furbies? They were terrifying.
Could you all hear that music? Okay.
Oh yeah, we could
So,
hear
like,
that music.
what did I just play?
Yeah, you could try again.
I heard Celine Dion. I was on the Titanic. I was ready. Yeah, my heart was going on.
Well, actually,
It was
I'm
out
gonna
of my
play.
chest flying.
I have another sound clip that I haven't played in a while, and I think it's a good quilting.
Here it is.
Point, and it's so I have two funny ones from Zizek recently. I mean, three. So here's a classic.
It's pure ideology.
Right, that's classic. And then I have this one that I recorded recently. It's from, I think, on his birthday. He said this.
Trigger warning.
He said, "Trigger warning."
Trigger warning. Trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
That's amazing.
Trigger warning. And then, so those are funny, but then this one is like actually deep, and I just think that he's on point. It's just called Common Decency, and I think it's nice because this is kind of like a wholesome quilting point to a day where we had people on who are talking about the end of everything and everything like that. We're all like talking about like I think that people are going to, if they watch the whole thing, which is it'll take you a couple days. But if you watch the whole thing, you get to this point. I just think like it's nice to kind of end this on this like this wholesome note. And I thought, I'll let Zizek say something wholesome. So here we go.
The system is so decadent today that it is up.
Wait, can you hear that? Can you hear that already? Or is it too quiet?
I can hear it.
Yeah.
Is it really quiet?
You gotta really listen.
Okay, let me just do this really quick. I'm gonna make it so you can actually hear it. No, remind me later. Not now. It's trying to do stuff. Okay, let's see. Turn it up. Let's try again.
The system is so decadent today that it is up to us, whatever survive of the left, to speak about common decency and so on and so on.
Yeah.
Common decency.
And so on.
And so on. And the so on.
Yeah. He was talking about how everything is just so far gone. It's like, no, it's up to, he says the left. I just say whoever wants to, like, who cares about the people in the future, So, I don't know.
Whoever is game. If you're game, we're going to the arcade of social imagination. We got a DDR machine. We're going to hit the arrows. If you are game, we are there. We got a bouncy house. It's gonna be great. If you're game.
Well, I was gonna say, like, when you said the infrastructure for it, I just like in my head like these like about like 1,000 bouncy houses just like popped up. I'm like, yes, that is the infrastructure.
The condition of possibility. Yes.
I was thinking, so funny because I was thinking of like this just like machine, and then you get toilet paper and good food and everything else. It's like Star Trek, you maintain it for, a certain amount of hours in your life, and you just get stuff from it, and then you could do other stuff outside of the machine, but the machine takes care of like, some of this, like some stuff that would be really hard to get or to make otherwise. Pencils. No one wants to make pencils. Ball bearings. Everyone needs ball bearings. It doesn't matter. Like Amish people need a lot of things that come from, these centers of production that, make things like ball bearings, right? Like it's just like, no, that should be a machine that even Amish people might go over and maintain, but it's not like, it's not how they're like running their farm or whatever. Yeah.
I was actually wondering about Amish people and like, do they have like, it would be interesting to think like if you could get an insider on the Amish. I've always been incredibly fascinated with the Amish people.
Let's bring one on stream.
Gonna bring them on stream and their faces. I'm burning. Michelle,
pillowcases.
If you go be an undercover agent at the Amish, Michelle's like dun 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 dun. Disguised, dun.
Say hello.
She's like disguised as a tumbleweed. I'm a tumbleweed. Dun dun. No technology here. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, I would be. She'll be like up in the barn rafters, like coming down. as they're building barns, and she's like right over them, like going back up slowly, back up into it. Yeah, I could. The Mission Amish.
Well, someone in
Amish would be great.
I said earlier in the chat, I said we're the only people on the internet with Amish people watching us. And someone was like, is that true? Because if that's true, that would be the coolest thing ever. And someone was like, really? But I was just joking because someone had mentioned the Amish. And I just wanted to say, on Rumspringa, they could, though. Because on Rumspringa, they get to use technology and do drugs. So, hey, if you're going to do drugs, why don't you try theory? Come on. I think we should start recruiting Amish people. They'd probably leave in droves. And then they'd start like they start a Reformation movement, where as long as you're working with the underground theory scene and the liminal web institutions, then it's okay. But they'd all become advocates of Das Maschine, you know. So...
I have this image of the ultimate pamphlet mission. Like you're in the van, it's like, all right, the Amish are about to begin the window. We have got to get pass out these pamphlets. 1, 2, go. Terry, why not Terry? Why not there? I know you're thinking drugs right now. I've got a drug for you, buddy. Come on. You show the Theory Underground. It's like, and they ask, do you want to come back to the community? It's like, well, now that I know about Theory Underground, no. No, I
They're like the meth. I could have kept doing it for about another year before I burnt out. But Theory Underground, I cannot replace. And then here's the thing: we don't even have to go hand out anything. We'll do it like actual warfare. Fly planes over and drop tracts. You know. It'll just have a QR code, and it'll say, you have not done a true Rumspringa until you've completed Theory Underground courses. Let's go. Yeah.
And they're like, what's this book that says all of Lacan's French terms? Why does it have a picture of Todd McGowan throwing up? What is this? Why is this what I want? I don't know.
Yeah.
Show it to me. Your social imagination is upgrading. Oh, okay. Is that what's happening? Well, y'all are delightful. I'm glad we could have this double date.
This was
so
good.
Great. Thank y'all for being great. I will say, Anne, that the chocolate covered crackers with peanut butter do seem like the only conditions of possibility people would need to be convinced to escape the logic of capital to time infused energy. So at the end of the day, if you just want to ship over a box of those here, we'll pass them out to people so they'll be liberated.
They only need 1,000 boxes of Ritz to accomplish that.
Just as many. You know, the revolution will be eaten, and so it's very important that it be spread throughout the community. So just take your time,
dude.
But it's very important, to spread. Yeah, this is it. Michelle will take the Amish. You deal with the chocolate covered Ritz. It will all work.
I got the snacks. Yeah.
Dave has his surprise face on. Dave.
If we could seriously do it, it's partially performance art. It's partially just making history. Just like actually make 1,000 of these cookies. Go to one of those keggers that they have. The Amish have these giant ragers for their 16 to 22-year-olds, like ragers. And it's like all the kids from the city go and party with them with their red cups and do coke and stuff like that and have sex on the back of pickup trucks. And we're just going to show up like it's Warped Tour. We're going to come in there and we're going to be like, all right, so we just brought you all cookies and tracts. And they'll be like, they understand evangelicalism, but we'll be like, no, but it's not. We'll be like, it's not like that. It's just like thinking in a way that's going to challenge your presuppositions, because if you're really doing, because I've thought about the Rumspringa of the mind for like a decade, it's like that's some real shit. People do a Rumspringa in university when they're partying hard. People do a Rumspringa when they're Amish and then they go and they live secular for a while. And people could do Rumspringa by doing a period of moratorium from their presuppositions and getting involved with other adults who care about thinking. I think that offer could be made to all kinds of people in like very sheltering fundamentalist types of homes, actually. And I think I'm not saying the Amish are all like that. They're not necessarily, but I don't know. I just think it would be great. And the thing is a lot of them would go back, but then they'd write us letters and we keep having a dialogue and we can still publish them.
And we cross quilt them and we do it differently. Actually, what if you did like a tent It's like, oh, there's Girl Scout cookies, there's tents. And it's like, so what does it cost?
Bless you.
Well, every cookie requires you to think. Like, if you think a thought, you can have a cookie. And they're like, oh, okay, we're here to facilitate. So we're going to talk about Hegel. We're going to think about the dialectic. How long do I have to do this thing? Well, it depends on how many cookies you want. So how many cookies do you want? We're going to start with sense certainty, okay? And we're going to see, and then it's like one cookie. You get a cookie. Oh my gosh, you made it through sense certainty.
Back in the day, Krispy Kreme donuts used to give you a free donut for every A you got on your report cards. Like when I was growing up, it was like report card season, and then you go to Krispy Kreme, but they just replace it. Yeah, you have to like have some thoughts or write an essay that shows you were thinking deeply about something.
I just have to say, no wonder you were gifted and talented track. I would have been gifted and talented track if I had that opportunity. My gosh.
They stopped doing it at one point. I kind of lost all my motivation for school at that point.
Like, there's no donuts, so like.
It's like, forget this, man. What the frick? What's an A? No,
wait, Michelle, I can't hear
if you
you.
set up little. If you said, we had a Krispy Kreme as well. He said he couldn't hear you because Michelle was actually saying, I didn't get donuts for A's.
I just think it's funny that I just think it's funny that they're like that they changed it, the requirement to like actually show us you are smart. They're like, we are giving away way too many donuts, like way too many donuts.
Oh,
like no
theory for cookies. Like it's just gonna cut one theory for one cookie. That's what you have to do. You come in the tent, you do a theory, you get a cookie. We would capitalism would fall overnight. Like friggin' Fight Club, they're blowing up credit card companies. Nah, man, you set up a little tent, theory for cookies, everything changes. The next day, people are like skipping through the fields.
I'm saying that is more radical than raiding the Capitol or whatever, Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna say, look, this chat has Bryan in it, it has Cadell in it, it has Michael in it, but it also has us. And Nance just went to bed, and the screen, I have it up on the screen. It says, what did he say? He said, "Talk to you all soon. Got to get in one last night of quality time. Today was great, and we do have to get to sleep. So we love you so much. Thank you for being here. This was an absolute pleasure. Everyone say your goodbyes. Final words. Any thoughts? Final thoughts for the night? Anybody?
If you give a mouse a cookie, he'll become Hegel. Yeah. So if you were to give cookies to people under the regime of capital, who knows what they could become? There's no limit to tomorrow.
Anything is possible.
And instead of doing a heart, we just do a circle for the cookie. Just like that's it now. Yeah. You guys are awesome.
You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All the best.
Oh, we can't hear you, man. Are you okay? Bye. Bye, everybody. Oh, Ann, you're muted. We couldn't hear you. Were you?
Oh no.
Yeah.
I said that they're awesome. Goodbye.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. There we go.
Audience, you're awesome. I mean, most of you are. I guess if you're in the audience watching doesn't necessarily make you awesome, but you're awesome if at the very least you believe in the project. Might be too busy to get involved, but that still makes you awesome.
That's true.
Thanks, trying your best.
Yeah, you're all doing great. Have a good night, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of the bullshit and just want to get down to it. Big ideas, rigorous thinking, and ultimately liberation from necessity.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. Besides a commitment to publishing certain underground theorists and popularizing certain fundamental concepts, we have toured the United States and are touring Europe to promote our ideas, courses, and publications. You've been reading Underground Theory.
Amazing book. I'm a publisher and an editor. I run a review of books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first, obviously, I have to get freed myself, so the two of us are able to do this because, you know, as Mikey said, build it and they will come. Well, I tried, and I built a website and platform. I had my own app and everything, but it's been really buggy, and it's more than one person can handle, and that's, you know what, a really good lesson for me. And so for now, what we're doing is moving it to a temporary intermediary platform until we are able to get some more serious funding. And ultimately, we want to be in a place like this, a real brick and mortar digital nomadic mecca where people can come from all over the world. But also, the app was really expensive, and so by quitting it, I am now able to save a lot of money, and with the help of my patrons and the students at Theory Underground, especially the monthly subscribers, I am officially able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. So thank you so much, everybody. This is one huge step forward. With that said, several subscribers did not migrate from the now defunct app to the new setup, and I'm guaranteed to lose people over time. So please, if you want to get involved, become a subscriber. If you're not even sure what this is all about but are just curious, then I've added tier 0 and tier 1 for very basic kinds of access to what we are doing behind the scenes. If you don't have any time or energy to get involved, but you do have some money to help support this project from afar, then please check out the Patreon. My patrons over at Patreon make the podcast and public YouTube possible. Thank you. As for once-in-a-lifetime events, check out the new poster for the American Idiots Theory Underground European Book Tour. Paris, Brussels, Berlin, Vienna, Linz, Krakow, Glasgow, London, and Oxford from April 27th to May 25th, 2024. 2 events are already fully booked out. Save a seat at an event by getting in contact with us ASAP. Finally, the call for proposals to our conference in Mexico on the last weekend of October 24th through 27th is out. Establish contact if you're interested, and make sure to submit the form before June 1st.